Yeah, wipe out and get right back up. Get up. Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like 2 trucks. Come on. Hop on and do what you want. Yeah. True freedom, they need us to stunt. Backside 180s to front, yeah. And we know struggle like we knows grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skated D.I.E. how we living. Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go hard or go harder. That go far or go farther. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll. Peace.
What's up, Des Moines, Iowa? We are here. It's a beautiful, not rainy morning at Lauritzen Skate Park. We're going to get started soon with men's adaptive park finals. Stay tuned. Welcome everyone to Men's Park Adaptive. First competition of the morning. Skies are looking clear-ish. We got our start list here. Solid Team USA lineup. First in, Justin Bishop.
Justin Bishop out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
34 years old.
First skater of the morning. Let's kick it off, Dew Tour. Let's make some noise. Frontside disaster. Incredible skateboarding. Axel stall. Justin Bishop. Blunt nose grab pop in for Justin Bishop.
So sick.
Rock roll. Time still on the clock. Still 15 seconds left on the clock.
Plenty of time to get one more trick in here.
Boneless 360 for Justin Bishop. That attempt was amazing. First skater of the morning. Let's give it up for Justin Bishop. Skater out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Here's that replay blunt, nose grab, pop in. Justin, a little fakey rock there. Coming off, but got his board right away. Great run to kick it off.
Solid first showing for Justin. Next up, we got Mike Miner.
Mike Miner has a really cute dog.
It's a thumbs up, right?
Pup's always joining him on the deck. There, you got a shot. Your support staff is dog.
Max, come here, bud.
Oh, best support staff
Best,
ever.
yeah, best support staff you could ask for.
Mike
Mike-
Robin.
Mike 50-50 coming on. A little nerves, still got plenty of time left on the clock for Mike Miner. Miner dropping in. Goes back, gets the 50-50 grind cross. Pivot up on the flat bank wall. Mike Miner pumping around. Got some speed. What's he got? Oh, looking to grind around that corner. That was a great first run for Mike Miner.
Let's give it up for Mike one more time. Definitely not the easiest to shred a ginormous bowl at 9 o'clock in the morning here, but these athletes are making it happen. Next skater in, Chad Rivera, also from the USA. Dropping.
Chad Rivera in the bowl. Nice kick turn there. Pumping around. Good travel time, getting to all the walls here. Getting up on that Dew Tour Island centerpiece.
20 seconds left.
Big kick turn up at the coping. Again.
And that's time for Chad. Give it up for Chad Rivera, 54 years young. Chad with a 61.66 on his first run. Next in, Mike Rogers.
Mike Rogers out of Cocoa Beach, Florida, famous for the Grind for Life series. Grind for Life has raised over $500,000 for cancer treatment for kids. Mike Rogers is a pillar of the community and an amazing skateboarder. Big kick turn up on the flat bank wall. Wall ride. Frontside grind. Mike Rogers putting it together. Good run so far. Frontside grind. Grinding pool coping there in the corner. Rock fakie. Half cab rock. Back to regular. That's an awesome run for Mike Rogers.
Give it up for Mike. Solid use of the course there. Check out out this replay here.
A combo there. Cab rock. Nice way to end the run there.
He's got to be happy with that. Let's see what the judges say. 64.066 for Mike. We got a side-by-side here of the women on the street course.
Women's street adaptive is running concurrently right now with the men's park adaptive. This is Aliyah Knive, you're seeing right here. About halfway through a run there. Kick turn. Aliyah, rock fakie.
On the men's park side, we got Oscar for his first run, coming out of Downey, California.
No stall. Oscar going for that kickflip fakie.
We've got Tracy on street for her first run.
Tracy is the hype woman for women's street adaptive. She is so pumped to be out here, getting everybody excited early in the morning, bringing the enthusiasm. All the way from Santa Monica, California, a Cove skate park local. Here she's going, manual. Manual firecracker down the double set.
Oh,
Tracy.
Holding on. So sick.
Yeah, Tracy.
Back over on men's park. We've got Daniel Edmondson from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Yeah, Daniel. 30 seconds. Little ollie fakie there. Pumping through. Backside kick turn. Nose grab. Pump fakie. Daniel Edmondson. Fakie rock. Little pop fakie, half cab to finish it off. Just comes off at the end. Great run.
Let's give it up for Daniel. He's looking to beat an 80.22, which is held by Justin in that first place spot. That is the score to beat, 80.22.
If you're just arriving at the venue right now, what you're seeing is the men's park adaptive going down in the park, as well as the women's street adaptive running on the street course.
Brandon White dropping in.
Brandon White, nice little hand plant. Trail tail, pumping back over Mountain Dew Island. Frontside air. Nose pick, backside D. Popping out here, might have some time left. Oh, just coming off on that. Side by side, you're seeing Kiana Clay over on the street course starting her run. Here's that replay. Frontside crawl slide. Way up on the pool coping. Beautifully done. And then airing over the Mountain Dew Island. Straight in to a hand plant. Dropping in. Big frontside air to kick things off. Brandon White. Airing up onto the Mountain Dew Island. Frontside air. Frontside rock.
Sorry about that. It's Vinicius Sardi, actually from Sao Paulo, Brazil. 25 years young. Solid run here for Vinicius.
Sugarcane. Kickflip rock.
Oh. That was sick. Let's take another look here.
Vinicius at hand plant layback. So another alley-oop. And then a frontside flip. Vinicius Sardi. Great run. Up next we have Felipe Nunez. Super well-known adaptive skateboarder, just a ripping skateboarder. Getting set for his park run here. Felipe Nunez.
Also a Brazilian skater.
Felipe, oh, going for that frontside flip to start things off. Felipe just had a sick ad for independent trucks, backside tailing the Seattle rail. Little invert, back D.
Oh,
Backside flip.
Sick.
Rock fakie.
Plenty of time for a few more tricks here.
Cab over the hip. Backside flip.
Solid first run from Felipe.
Here's a recap. Felipe Nunez. There's that backside flip. There's again, that's getting a little unglued at the end there. Good first run. Lots of technical skateboarding. That'll get him a 71.08, bumping Felipe up into that fourth spot.
Current leader is Vinicius Sardi with an 89.0, which is the score to beat. Next skater in, Daniel Pelletier, looking to beat that 89.
Daniel pumping back and forth, get some speed up. Nice. Back three. Pelletier. Going back fakie.
We are watching Men's Park Adaptive, presented by Toyota. The final in the park in the bowl, as well as the women's adaptive street final. Both contests running at the same time on a clear morning, fingers crossed, here at Luridson Skate Park.
Daniel's score dropping at a 68.16. Next skater in, Evan Strong from Haiku, but living in Lake Tahoe. Frontside 5-0. Evan's also a really accomplished adaptive snowboarder. Probably a surfer coming from Haiku too. Pumping around, Evan. Carving through the corner, up over the Mountain Dew Island. Carve. Evan Strong. Bean plant.
Yeah.
That was sick.
So sick.
Those are really scary to come back in on. Feeble fakie. Tail tap. Nice run for Evan. Strong. Skater from Haiku.
A strong first run.
Strong first run, Kim.
Trying to get my dad jokes in. It's pretty early. Great job, Evan. Repping Haiku, Hawaii. He's stoked. Let's take another look.
There's Evan. There's that bean plant. Fakie. Wow, that was a great way to end it off.
Next in, Andy Hernandez, 33 years old from Norwalk, California.
Andy Hernandez. Well, axle saw got away from him. He's got plenty of time left though. Solid 25 seconds left. Feeble.
That'll be time for Andy. Top three leaders at the moment are Vinicius, Justin, and Evan in 1, 2, and 3. They will be the guys to beat here. Last athlete dropping here, Aaron Fotheringham, AKA Wheels.
Aaron Fotheringham, well-known skater.
Also out here from Vegas, 29 years old.
Wheels. Oh, air transfer. 360 pivot in, kick turning.
Aaron was the last skater in the first round of ones, the first round of runs here at Men's Park Adaptive.
Look at this transfer here. Airing in.
So sick.
So frightening. That's a steep section of the park there. Wheels has a lot of experience riding park.
And we'll get We'll go right back to the top of the start list here for run number 2. Men's Park Adaptive. Final presented by Toyota. Justin Bishop dropping.
Currently sitting in second place. Disaster. Coming unstuck. Still got plenty of time left, Justin.
Justin sitting in that second place spot with the 82.2.
Kick turning up. Blunt,
Oh,
shove it to
wow.
tail, revert in. Fakey rock. Kicking around, let's see what else he's got here. Nose pick, pop
Yeah,
in.
holding on.
Justin Bishop. Real technical skater here. Ollie Fakey, hanging on, right at time.
I'm gonna say that counts. That was amazing. Amazing run for Justin Bishop here. Holding it down. Las Vegas, Nevada.
Got a big Las Vegas, Nevada showing here. The Men's Park Adaptive. Justin Bishop with that last run, gonna bump up to the #1 split place with the 93. Dropping in Mike Miner, 50-50ing across the pool coping. Stalling up on the flat bank wall, pumping around, lots of speed for Miner. Way up, rock and roll on the Toyota extension. Still got 20 seconds.
Let's see if he can get that last trick in.
Oh, going for that rock again.
Not able to pull it around. Give it up for Mike. Love the speed.
Puppy.
Puppers is stoked on that run. He's ready to drop in. What a cute dog.
Just makes the whole contest better if there's a pup running around the top, making everybody happy.
All right, and we're looking at our current standings. Justin in first, Vinicius in second, Evan in third. Those will be the men to beat here.
Back in, Chad Rivera. Kick turning up on the wall. Chad getting up on that Mountain Dew Island. Rolling in. Big kick turn up on the wall. Again, Chad Rivera.
Giving a little love there to the Mountain Dew can. Solid second run for Chad. Mike Rogers getting ready to drop.
Mike Rogers dropping in, carving the corner. Frontside grind. Grind for life. Frontside grind again. Mike Rogers up on the flat bank wall. Got a smooth style. Really figured out some good lines to this park right away.
Not an easy thing to do.
No, frontside grind. Frontside rock stylish. Another frontside rock, he's patented frontside rocks. Rock fakie.
That'll be time for Mike.
Cab rock.
For the crowd. Solid second run from Mike Rogers.
Mike Rogers, creator of the Grind for Life series. Give it up for Mike Rogers. Splitting his time between Cocoa Beach, Vista, California.
Yeah, Mike, leader in our community.
Dropping in, Oscar Laredo Jr. Axel Stahl. Feeble, getting away from him. Nice recovery. Oscar sitting on a 70.21, that 7th place spot. Second run here.
Hustling to get a last trick in. Can he do it?
Ooh, kickflip fakie.
Oh, so
That was so good.
great second run for Oscar. The score to beat still is Justin Bishop with a 93.
Daniel Edmondson dropping in. Rock fakie. Oh, coming unstuck. Edmondson getting some speed up. Ollie fakie. Kick turning around.
That'll be time for Edmondson.
Starting off, the Toyota bank wall. What's he got here? Brandon White. Nose pick into the Toyota extension, right into a big backside air.
That is gnarly. He's currently in 4th place, looking to break into that top 3.
Switch 5-0 fakie pivot, frontside 50-50.
Lots of speed here.
Oh, nollie pops a nose pick. Recovers.
Oh,
We'll take it.
pulls it off.
Big nollie, big spin back disaster. Still got about 5 seconds. Roll it in, one more wall, let's see. Wow.
Yes. Great run from Brandon White.
That was wild. I want to see a replay of that nose pick into the Toyota bank wall. The thing is huge.
Brandon holding on to that 4th place spot. Next in, Vinicius Sardi from Brazil.
Vinicius, frontside air. Frontside flip. Airing up. Layback. Boneless. Air. Sardi. Good line working on right now. Alley-oop air. Back D. Like a frontside big spin disaster.
That is time for Vinicius.
That big spin disaster.
Trying to pull that one off. Solid second run for Vinicius. He is looking to knock Justin out of that first place spot. He'll need a 93 to grab that first spot. Let's see if the judges will give it to him. And it's not quite able to grab enough points.
Felipe Nunez kick flipping in to start off his run. Backside flip above coping. Backside flip tail. Backside nose blunt. Felipe Nunez. Overcrook. Blunt fakie. Felipe Nunez putting together a really good run here. Super technical skateboarding. Backside 360 flip over the hip. Frontside flip. Finish it off. Perfect run from Felipe Nunez. That kick flip in to start. And he never stopped.
Brazilian skaters, no stranger to dominating skateboarding contests. No different here in Men's Park Adaptive Finals presented by Toyota. Skaters are currently on their second run. Daniel Pelletier in the bowl.
Daniel coming in fakie. Ooh, back three again.
Daniel joining us from Waynesville, North Carolina.
Time for one more wall. Backside ollie. Nice.
We're looking at our current standings here. Felipe Nunez in first, the 96.00. Justin Bishop in second, Benicio Sardi in third. Brazilians dominating the podium, as usual.
Evan Strong back in with that sweeper. Feeble fakie. Strong out of Haiku, currently residing in Lake Tahoe. Carving around that corner. Strong. Ooh, I think he's going for that beam plan over there again. Scott does. Just a few seconds left on the clock. I think that's going to be time. Evan Strong.
Next in, we've got Andy Hernandez.
Andy pumping around the balls. Off to a good start. Pump fakie. Fakie rock. Popping up onto the Mountain Dew Island. Kick turn. Oh, just coming unstuck. losing right there.
Not able to get that last trick in. Last skater of the start list, Aaron Wheels Fotheringham.
Wheels.
Dropping in.
Wow.
That's insane.
Really over the Mountain Dew Island.
Aaron's currently in sixth, looking to break into that top spot. Plenty of time left for one more trick. See what he's got.
Nice. Back when he revert back in.
Styly. And that is time for Aaron. Give it up for Aaron Wheels Fotheringham. Out here from Las Vegas, Nevada. If you're just joining us right now, we're looking at the men's park adaptive final presented by Toyota. We're back at the top of the list here. Justin Bishop.
Bishop, third and final run. Disaster, starting it off. Oh, back disaster. Staying on there. Blunt, foot kick off, fakie. Oh.
Slipping off.
I'm gonna call that a make.
Justin's currently in second.
Rolling into the big wall. Justin, big kick turn there, coming back to Mountain Dew Island. Frontside 360 boneless.
So sick. We wanted it. Justin's best score was a 93. He's looking to bump over a 96 in order to steal that first spot from Felipe. Next skater in, Mike Miner.
Mike Miner on his third and final run. Oh, coming off on that grind. Miner still got plenty of time on the clock. His third and final run. Currently sitting in 10th spot. Dropping in on the flat bank wall. Let's see what he's got. Oh my gosh, rock and roll.
Way up there.
Got about 12 seconds left.
Looks like that'll do it for Mike Miner. Let's give it up one more time for Mike. Solid showing. We are on our last round of runs here for these skaters in the men's park adaptive final. Brought to us by Toyota. Chad Rivera dropping.
Chad Rivera pumping around down the little waterfall. Making his way around the park here. Good line. Rivera, kick turn up on the wall. Front side. Really linking it together here, finding his way around this park. Nice. Nice flow. This could be time.
Give it up for Chad. One of our oldest skaters at 54 years young. If anyone thinks they're too old to start skateboarding, take a look at Chad and Mike. Never too old to start.
Every body, every shape, every age is welcome on a skateboard.
Mike getting ready for his last run. Currently sitting in ninth. Looking to crack into those top 3 spots. Here we go.
Mike Rogers, third and final run, pumping around the corner, smooth style, frontside grind, up over the Mountain Dew Island, grinding the pool coping there, just sounds so good. Pumping around, Mike Rogers, frontside kick turn in the corner, reaching up there. Coming in, fakie. Oh, fakie, good buddy.
That'll do it for Mike. Give it up for Mike Rogers, everyone. A legend in our community, making things happen for so many folks out here. Grind for life. Mike is grinding for life for sure.
He is. A lot of these young skaters like Jamie Foy and Zion Wright got their start skating at the Grind for Life series, so they can thank Mike Rogers for that. Now they're at Dew Tour.
Next in, Oscar Loretto Jr.
Oscar kick turn up on the big wall. Pumping over the hip. Axel stall. Oscar rock fakie. Fakie rock. Oh, going for that rock and roll.
Doing it for Bones out here. Oscar's from Downey, California.
God, I kickflip the fakie. You want to see that? That's so amazing. Yeah, Oscar.
A little board sponsor love or grip tape art love. Great job, Oscar. We are here on our last run in the Men's Park Adaptive Street Finals, presented by Toyota. We've got a handful of skaters left. The guys to beat are Felipe, Justin, and Vinicius. Daniel Edmondson, of course.
And Emerson with the fakie rock. Ollie fakie. Fakie rock. Hanging on there. Little half cab to finish things off.
Daniel doing it from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Give it up one more time for Daniel Edmondson. This is our third and final run, so all of our athletes here are looking to lay it all out there.
Nose picking in, Brandon White. Big backside hand plant. One fakie, Brandon White. Oh, he's got that like switch pivot grind he's going for.
Brandon currently in 4th. looking to break through to grab that podium spot. 10 seconds left. Can he get another trick in?
Brandon White, last wall. Fakie rock kickflip out. Brandon White.
Solid go for Brandon White. Coming out of Floral City, Florida. 30 years young.
How's the start of that run? Nose picking in on the Toyota
Wild.
extension.
We were saying the other day, it's just scary to even stand up there, let alone go down. Skater in, currently our third place guy, Benicio Sardi.
Vinicius. Big frontside corner air. Frontside flip above coping. Kick flipping it up. Vinicius, frontside air again. Looks like sugarcane there. Came unstuck. Still got 10 seconds left.
And that'll do it for Benicio Sardi. Solid run there. He'll be looking to grab that first or second place spot. He's currently in third. We are looking at the final run for athletes here in the Men's Park Adaptive Final. Getting ready to drop is Felipe Nunez, our current leader, with a 96. So far, no one's been able to steal that first spot from him. See if he can hold on to it. Dropping.
Kick flipping in to start off the
Massive.
run. Felipe Nunez making a statement there. Backside flip tail. Back nose blunt, shove. Backside nose blunt. Blunt fakie. Kick turning around, Felipe Nunez. Frontside flip, floaty over the hip. Kick turn. Last wall. Going for that 540 over the hip to finish it off. Felipe Nunez.
That was an epic run. Felipe is stoked. He's defending that first place spot.
Kick flipping in to start it off is so incredible. So scary. A flat bank wall has got to be like 12 feet above, then you're kick flipping in to like an 8-foot ramp.
Next skater dropping, Danielle Pelletier from Waynesville, North Carolina.
Pelletier, a little backside air. Kick turning it around. Back 3. Oh, fakie ollie, Pelletier. Kick turning it off to finish that run.
That'll do it for Danielle Pelletier. Let's give it up one more time. the strength and dedication and determination. It's just so inspiring from these athletes here. This is a massive course. I'm scared just looking at it.
It is. It's all brand new, and with all the rain, the limited practice time for adaptive athletes, as well as the rest of the skate contingent, it's challenging.
Evan Strong up for the challenge.
Strong frontside Smith grind. Sweeper. Evan, good style pumping around this course. Bean plant, fakie.
Not able to hold on. Still got about 14 seconds. Squeeze in another trick here.
Oh, he's going for that beam plant up on the big wall. That's gonna be time for Evan Strong.
Great job, Evan. Holding it down for Hawaii. We've got a couple skaters left here in our final run. Andy Hernandez.
Andy's in, pumping around the course. Pump fakie. Fakie rock. Kick turning around, coming up over the Mountain Dew Island. Big kick turn on the wall. Hernandez over the hip. Whoa, tray flip fakie. I was not expecting that. We want to see that. Wow.
And that is time for Andy. Let's give it up one more time for Andy Hernandez, fellow Californian. And our final athlete here in men's park adaptive. No stranger to the spotlight, Aaron Wheels Fotheringham on top of the Toyota. Getting ready to drop.
Dropping in. Huge air. He's stoked. Nice. That was sick. Wheels.
Insane.
Wheels. Still got about 10 seconds left. Dropping back in. Invert up on the Mountain Dew Island. That was amazing.
You know, Aaron Wheels out here inspiring a lot of folks. Definitely check him out on the interwebs.
Interwebs.
Some wild, wild footage of Aaron.
Nitro Circus star.
Lots of love from the crowd here. All these athletes just throwing it down in this epic bowl park course at Blue Ridge Zen Skate Park. Let's check out the highlights.
So Bishop leading it off today. All these adaptive park athletes coming out, beating the weather and the travel, international field of skaters from all over the world.
Defying all the odds here.
Definitely. There's Vinicius, that frontside flip. Felipe kick flipping in. And Strong, frontside 5-0ing, having really good solid runs too. This whole field is like a family. They came out here to win.
The path to get here, not an easy one, but all of them making it look so easy.
It's Felipe again. Park and Street Adaptive at Dew Tour 2021.
And here are our results. Felipe holding on to that top spot. Justin Bishop in second, Benicio Sardi, Brandon, Aaron, Evan, and Oscar following. And rounded out with some legends. Mike Rogers, great to see him out here. No surprise there with Brazil.
Brazil on top.
Every category.
Felipe Nunes, a gnarly skateboarder.
So tech.
That was a wild contest. The lines they picked and the adaptive athletes, really, really impressive.
Super inspirational. The dedication and the courage and the passion for the sport just really shines through here with these guys. For everyone just joining us, fingers crossed for a sunny day. All right, we got the awards going here. Benicio Sardi grabbing that third place podium spot, repping Brazil.
Benicio Sardi, give him some noise, guys. Third place.
You.
Let's hear it.
And in second place, we've got Justin Bishop, Team USA. Yeah, Justin. Doing it for Nike SB. Give it up for our second and third place finalists, Justin and Benicio. Men's Park Adaptive Street Finals brought to you by Toyota. Some epic tricks going down here this morning. Loving the smiles on the faces. And in first place, none other than Felipe Nunes. Riding hard for Brazil. Throwing down a solid bag of tricks. Snagging that first place podium spot. Congrats, Felipe, Justin, and Vinicius. We're looking at our finals. Men's Park Adaptive Street, presented by Toyota. What an amazing way to kick off our morning here at Luritzen Skate Park.
Yeah, big round of applause for all of our competitors, our winners here today. Men's Adaptive Park.
The stoke is high here in Des Moines.
It was a heated contest.
All right, stay tuned. We are watching Men's Street Adaptive Finals when we come back from the break. See y'all soon.
Skateboarding is just family. We get along so quick, it's crazy. It's so, you don't see that any other sport.
It's very diverse, it's worldwide, you know, like every continent on this planet has skaters.
You can be from Brazil, Mexico, South America, Japan. You can be from anywhere all over the world and just come together as like one when you're skateboarding.
It's always protected that aspect of like diversity. There's never been any pressure to like force that on people, you know? Everybody skates, every gender, every race.
Skateboarding has always fought for what's right, especially here in the US. Skateboarding has helped bring light to a lot of issues.
We share from the same passion. It doesn't matter if like you don't enjoy his style. Who cares? It can't go to those directions.
With the Olympics now, you know, there's so much more equality and so much more going on for the women's side as well. You know, there was just a few women skaters. Now there's a lot.
There's really not much requirements to skate. It's all personal preference, and I feel like that draws a lot of people in the world to just gravitate towards it.
Anyone who steps on a skateboard and actually goes and skates and tries to learn and realizes how hard and difficult and frustrating this thing is, you form this bond because it's like hardship.
It's crazy they get so many different races, so many different type of people together in one thing. That's the reason why I love skating, you know? It's like, it's awesome.
When I was a little kid, all my classmates, like moms would tell my mom, like, why are you letting your little girl like go to the skate park? Like that's where the bad kids go. Like, what are you doing? And she's like, no, like go to the skate park. It's not like that. Like, what are you talking about?
I think what was so addicting about skateboarding was the fact that, you know, there's no uniforms, there's no rules.
Skateboarding is skateboarding, and it is what it is because of that liberty.
I think the fact that I didn't need anybody at all is what really drew me in. And within not needing anyone, I was in my own world.
With skating, there's so many different styles. Like, people wear whatever they want, they dress how they want, they skate how they want. Like, every individual skater is completely different than the next.
I just really could express myself when I was 8 years old, and now 16 years old. It really just molded the person I am today.
It's something about it that we just so passionate about this skateboard that like, bro, it gets so many people together, you know?
Whatever type of animal you have inside projects onto what skateboarding is for you.
Every day you want to learn something new, and to learn something new, sometimes you're gonna fall, and that's part of the game, you know?
I just think that like skateboarding is just like a big tree, and like everybody's branched out. It's such an individual thing.
Like a wall like this that has been still here for years, but maybe some guy comes here and wall rides on it, it's like, whoa!
All these different opportunities that I gotta like sit back and think like, thank you, skateboarding. I would not be anywhere where I am like without skateboarding.
Like, I have to pinch myself every once in a while. I'm like, what the heck? Like, this is happening right now? Like, what am I doing? Like, I should be like, I'm just skating. Like, it's very, very special, and I'm very grateful.
Skate Like a Girl provided a place for me to reclaim something that meant a lot to me in my childhood. It was the thing I was most passionate about when I was a teenager. I stopped skating because in it for me as a trans person. Skate Like a Girl has provided that space and created a sense of inclusion in skateboarding that I've never really had. When you walk into a space like that's owned by ours, like WT Sesh, you'll see immediately that like people are looking out for each other and people are making space for beginners, and it's not shunning people from trying new things, which I think is the most fearful part of showing up at a space designed for skateboarding. what does it look like inserting yourself into a space like that? And like, we create a welcoming environment for that to be possible.
My name is Kristen Ebling. I am the executive director of Skate Like a Girl. Skate Like a Girl is a community-based organization that's focused on creating more accessibility in skateboarding. What we try to do is take an approach of like who's not really showing up, who doesn't really have space, and talk to those communities and get their feedback and find ways to create space for them in skateboarding so they can enjoy it just as much as we do.
To me, Skate Like a Girl means community. It's also been everything that I've needed it to be at every point in my life.
Seeing other people who are like me doing sick stuff, so I'm like, yo, I want to do that too.
Welcome back, Des Moines, Iowa, to the Men's Street Adaptive Finals presented by Toyota. We've got the top men here battling it out for the final spot. Sunny skies. I'm not going to say it, though, actually. I don't want to jinx it. Clearish skies. Course is dry. We're here making it happen. We're about to see some epic, epic skating. Excited. I'm joined here in the booth with Alex White, DC. My name is Kim Woozy. How's it going, guys?
Going wonderful. Alex, how you doing this morning?
Super happy to be here on this beautiful day and watching finals day go down.
We made it. Sunday.
Yeah, third and final day. Kim, how's it been going for you?
It's been going good. Yesterday was a little wild with the rain, but it is Sunday, so I'm thinking we're gonna have some great weather. All these athletes have been out here, you know, trying their best to get time in on the course. It hasn't been easy. But you know what? These are the top in the world, so they're up for the challenge.
Yeah, and a lot of these skaters just came off the men's park adaptive final where Felipe Nunez took the win straight into street.
Yeah, hyped to see what these guys bring to the table out here this morning. 3-run format. Best run's going to count. 40 seconds per run. And definitely hyped on these athletes. I've had a chance to see them in a lot of events. But Des Moines, it's Sunday morning, the final day of Dew Tour. So just to check in with you guys out there, can you guys please make some noise for these men about to take to the Men Adaptive Street Finals out here? Final day of Dew Tour and starting things off out here in style this morning. We just witnessed the Women's Adaptive Street Finals, and what a good show that was. I didn't get to watch the park, though. I could hear everybody cheering over there. It sounded like a pretty fire event going on over there.
It was wild, and Felipe is kicking it off right away with a nose grind. Back three over the bump to bump. Oh, comes unstuck. He was off to a really good start. Still got 30 seconds left on the clock.
This is Felipe Nunez coming out of Brazil, representing.
50-50 grind, getting some speed back up, back in, back tail. Front Smith.
Yes.
Go, Felipe. Back nose blunt.
2 seconds left here.
Felipe going for that front side feeble, maybe front board on the TikTok double set rail.
Des Moines, make some noise for Felipe Nunez.
Yeah, Felipe.
Let's hear it for him. First of 3 runs out there.
Just came off a first place finish in men's park adaptive finals.
What an adrenaline rush. You just won this, now go over there and do that.
Warmed up indeed, seeing if he can go 2 for 2 out here. The champion over at the men's adaptive park finals. Love following this guy on Insta, always puts out just amazing content. Called him in multiple adaptive events as well. Competing over at X Games 2, Felipe Nunez, always hyped to see him. Next up, Clement Zanini coming out of France. Let's hear it for Clement.
Clement starting off with that tray flip, but he's still got plenty of time to recover. Zanini, 50-50 in. Front shove. Oh, double flipping down the TikTok double set.
5 seconds left on the clock. And there you have it. First of 3 runs in the books for Clement Zanini, representing France. 12 athletes out here, again, 3-run format each. Tearing it up here at the brand new Lauritsen Skate Park. Next to drop, we're going to be seeing Andy Hernandez coming out of Norwalk, California. Here he is dropping in for his first of 3 runs. Welcome in, Andy Hernandez.
Andy, 50-50 in. He just came off of skating the park contest too. He's got a mean tray flip. Fakie, front side, half cab, turning it around. Ooh, maybe like a board slide pop out. Hernandez has that hustle. Dropping back in. Tray flipping up.
The final seconds on the clock there. Hands together there for Andy Hernandez in his first of 3 runs.
Let's talk about how impressive it is to be able to skate park and street.
Oh yeah, I think that there's more crossover park and street athletes in adaptive than there are in any other discipline.
Yeah.
Women's or men's.
It's truly remarkable.
So we're coming in for Andy, a 70. We are ready for our next athlete to drop in now. This is Oscar Loreto Jr. coming out of Downey, California on course. Now let's hear it for Oscar.
Slipping out there. Oscar also just shredded the massive park course. Jumping right over into the street course. No problem.
6 seconds on the clock here for Oscar. He's got time for another one.
That air horn means it's the end of the run. It's like one of those DJ air horns.
Good old classic reggae air horn. Who doesn't love reggae air horn? Let's hear it for Oscar Loreto Jr. First of 3 runs. Yeah, Oscar. Next up out of Las Vegas, Nevada is going to be Aaron Fotheringham.
AKA Wheels. Doing it for Las Vegas, Nevada. Definitely check out Aaron Wheels on the IG if you want to have your mind blown.
Wheels on course for his first of 3 runs.
Transfer.
Yeah.
And plan, nice one.
So sick. 20 seconds to go for Wheels.
Turn around, getting some speed. What's he got here? Ollie the gap. Popping out. Yes!
Guys, let's hear it for Wheels out there. tearing it up on his first of 3.
Doing it for the fans.
Yeah, speaking of fans, thanks everybody from Des Moines coming out. They've been so strong this weekend, showing all the love out there as we look at our next athlete getting ready to drop in, coming out of San Diego, California, Robert Tompkins. Getting ready to take his first of 3.
Robert, skater from San Diego.
Here we
Slappy's Garage. It's a good shop.
We're here for Dew Tour 2021. First time in Des Moines, Iowa. And it's been amazing. The weather's been a little challenging, but I gotta say, everyone here is so friendly.
Yeah,
Really appreciate the love.
loving the vibes out here as we have got our next athlete, Robert Tompkins, on course. Let's hear it for Robert.
Transfer. Back around, manual, dropping in, drop fakie. Getting some speed up here. 180.
Yes, Robert, repping for San Diego, California. Epicenter of action sports. A little bit more sundown in SD compared to Iowa.
All right, we've got the young Josh Tankos getting ready to drop in next. Saw this kid just tearing up the mini behind the tower yesterday. He was just skating nonstop. Having a good time out here, coming out of St. Petersburg, Florida. Just 10 years of age, competing out here at the Dew Tour. And dropping in, let's welcome him in. This is Josh Tankos.
Kick up, Josh. Got that Grom energy. Ollieing the 11 set. Feeble grind, the rail. Straight to backside 50-50, backside 180 out. Tankos. Backside flipping, oh. Little stuck there. Front side 180 down the TikTok double set.
That'll be time for Josh Tankos.
Still going, Josh Tankos, ladies and gentlemen. His first of 3 runs.
Only 10 years old. He's the same age as my son.
I love the diversity here in the ages, though, in all the disciplines throughout the weekend. We've got 10-year-olds all the way up to 55, I believe.
We had a 60-year-old in women's street adaptive.
That's right.
Talking about Tracy Garricape. And next athlete on course now. This is Vinny Sardi coming out of Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, Vinny. Back disaster. Sardi just got 3rd place in the men's park adaptive. Now bringing it over to street.
Another ATV athlete. So much respect for just being able to do it all.
Frontside flip. Like nollie inward heel.
And that'll do it for the first of 3 runs there for Vinny Sardi. Let's hear it for Vinny, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 4 athletes left to take their first of 3 runs here in this best run format. And next to drop in, Joey Murillo. Local boy, coming out of right here in Des Moines. Guys, let's hear it for Joey, one of your own, the local boy representing out here. Here at his home park. How stoked is Joey to have this park in his backyard now, this new addition to the city, Lauritsen Skate Park?
Unreal. Stoke is high for sure.
Wally. Feeble.
I can't wait to come back in a few years and to see skaters like Joey and some new names as well, getting some time in this world-class park. Largest in the country now, 88,000 square feet. Lots of concrete.
The final seconds there for Joey Murillo. Let's hear it for him, Des Moines. He's one of your own, local boy here. And he's like, shh, don't tell everybody how dope the park is here.
It's like, I want it to myself.
But kicking out, opening up this park in style now. I bet you the local skate community definitely hyped for everything to get torn down. Hyped to have Dew Tour here, but also hyped to have everything torn down and then just have the whole park really to themselves.
They're like, when are you guys leaving town? When the circus leaves, yeah, the park to themselves, the locals.
And some of the best parts of the park are actually behind these towers here that we're in. Little mini ramps, flat grounds. It's a great park for progression and learning, so if anyone out there is inspired to start trying, this is the place to do it.
Dan Mancina getting ready to drop in next, coming out of Motor City, Detroit, Michigan, 33 years of age. Here he is. Let's welcome Dan Mancina.
Front 50-50, kick it off. Seen ads with Dan before. He's on the deluxe program.
Yeah, he's out here doing it for real skateboards.
Frontside Smith stall.
Yeah, Dan.
That is so hard to do.
Plenty of time on the clock, 15 seconds for Mancina.
He's got that, still got a little time on the clock.
5 seconds. Let's get behind him, Dew Tour. And he'll have 2 more runs still. Dan Mancina coming out of Detroit, Michigan. Hands together for Dan. And 3-run format out here. 2 athletes left to take their first of 3 runs. Next up, we're going to see Mike Miner. And Brandon White will be wrapping up the start order out here for this 3-run format. Mike Miner coming out of Colorado. I actually get to see this guy skating around my local skate parks a bunch. He's got his dog Dinky with him as well. He's got his own Insta handle at Dew Tour Dinky.
Dinky gets gold medal for best athlete support out here.
And here we go, Mike Miner dropping in for his first of 3. Let's hear from Mike Miner.
Oh, taking a heavy slam. Getting right up.
Back at it.
No prob.
Skateboarders are tough. You didn't already know.
Toughest people on planet, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I've seen Mike definitely take some slams and get back up, no problem. Skating here at Dew Tour. Skated the adaptive events at X Games as well. He's got plenty of competition experience. And again,
a few more cracks at it as well, so no worries.
And there's the time for the end of the first of 3 runs. Let's hear it for Mike Miner. Hands together for Mike Miner. And our final athlete will be dropping in, will be Brandon White. Coming out of Floral City, Florida. Here he is, Brandon White, is his first of 3 runs on course.
Backflip, Brandon, another skater that skated the park as well. Front 50-50 down the 11 Sarah Hubble, we've dubbed Six Flags Magic Mountain. Straight down. K-grind. Front lip.
Yeah.
Brandon, my long lost brother.
Alex White, Brandon White.
Back 50-50. Front blunt. Brandon White.
And that's going to be time there for Brandon White and his first of 3. So hands together for Brandon and all these athletes as we're going to take a trip back to the top of the start order for runs 2.
We are watching the men's adaptive street finals presented by Toyota here at Dew Tour in Des Moines.
And looking at the standings, it's Felipe Nunes in the lead from Brazil with an 85.43 on his first run, followed by Wheels in second. We'll update the leaderboard there for you, but it's a best run counts format. So again, Felipe Nunes in the top spot, 85.43, followed by Brandon White with 84, and Wheels in third with the 83.77. So Brandon White there, the last athlete to take his first of 3 runs, jumping up on the podium.
Once again, Felipe will be the one to angle for here. He just came off a first place finish over there in Park. Talk about versatility here. Felipe dropping on the course.
Back 3 lip. 50-50. Starting off with some different tricks on this one. Backside tail slide, he's got this so good. Front Smith. Felipe Nunes. Front blunt. Front feeble, back 180 out.
And there's the buzzer sitting in the top spot after his first of 3 runs and his second run, another banger. Their hands together for Felipe Nunes, representing Brazil. Obrigado for being out here with us at the Dew Tour, Felipe.
And that smile on his face just says it all. Stoke level high. Amazing run there from Felipe.
Brazil just coming correct on all levels out here at the Dew Tour this weekend.
I was just about to ask you, DC, are you surprised to see a Brazilian in the first place slot there?
Not at all, you know, and I eat a lot of acai, and I still don't manage to have the skills that the Brazilians do. I don't know what the secret is for them down there, but just producing so much talent that country is known for. So Felipe Nunes sitting up in the top spot there with another amazing run here, finishing his second of 3 runs. Next to drop coming out of France, please welcome to the course Clement Zanini.
Zanini. Tray flip like it's no thing.
Casual.
Front side 50-50 in. Front shove. Looking like he's going for the double flip down the double set.
Love to see that.
Double your trouble.
And he's got a 3rd and final run still, so I really do hope we get to see that. I believe that we will.
Cab. Finish it off.
And that's Clement Zanini. Clement Zanini from France.
Excited to see the French skate scene grow. We'll be headed there after Tokyo in just a handful of years now. 2024 is going to creep up on us real quick.
Next
Paris.
up. Yeah, Paris, that would be a good time as well. Of course, this event, Olympic qualifying event for Tokyo 2021. Andy Hernandez now from Norwalk, California. Getting ready to drop in for his second of 3 runs, getting the go-ahead from our starter, Cliffy. Here we go, Andy Hernandez. Run 2 on course.
50-50 in for Hernandez. Currently sitting in that 8th place spot. Forward slide.
Yeah, pulls it off.
Tray flip. Andy has a mean tray. See it. Kick with the doubles has to end it off, but
well, let's hear it for Andy Hernandez there, wrapping up his second of 3 runs. He'll have 1 more here. Best run counts. So he's sitting in 8th after his first run, but still with 1 more to go. Could find that top 3 and get a spot on the podium out here this morning. at the Men's Adaptive Street presented by Toyota. And our next athlete getting ready to drop in here at Lawrence Skate Park, coming out of Downey, California, 34 years of age. This is Oscar Loretto Jr.
Got a few skaters who are from sort of inland LA, inland area, Orange County. Big skate scene there.
Board slide, Oscar kicking it off. Grinding up on that quarter pipe.
Ooh. Still 20 seconds on the clock for you, Oscar. Plenty of time, buddy.
Rock fakie, heading back in, a few more seconds.
And there's the buzzer. Oscar Loretto Jr. wrapping up his second of 3.
Yeah, Oscar. I have the deepest admiration for all these athletes, but skateboarding is just teaches so many life lessons because you get checked constantly by the ground, and it's really humbling. So to be able to take a slam, get right back up, you can apply that in other places in life as well. And these guys are definitely showing us that resilience.
I can apply it to my love life.
You
get knocked down.
Just knocked down and right back up, out there, back on course.
Speaking some truth out here.
Dropping into your DMs.
Drop to my DMs.
Here we go, Wheels dropping in for his second of 3. Let's hear it for Wheels on course now.
Nice, flared out.
Tweakage.
And back in. Wheels.
If you guys haven't.
Oh, going for the board slide down the handrail.
Massive.
I guess it's a rail slide.
If you guys haven't checked out Aaron on Instagram, highly recommend it.
Valiant effort there.
Yeah, let's hear it for Wheels. He's got a third and final run coming his way. Looking forward to seeing him get that board slide stomped. And here in the second of 3 runs, we're going to be seeing San Diego's Robert Tompkins getting ready to drop in. And I'm just pulling out my phone right now to give Wheels a follow.
I feel like Aaron was one of the first athletes to come out on the scene and just make a splash on the internet, you know? Really changing the game and inspiring a lot of athletes to get out there and go for it.
Now here's Robert Tompkins dropping in for his second of 3 runs. Let's hear it for Robert on course now.
Robert, skater from San Diego. Repping slappies. Nice. Taking the double set. Back around, lots of speed. Figure rock.
Getting right back up.
In the final seconds of the second of 3 runs in the buzzer there. That's going to do it for Robert. They'll have one more to go, but hands together for Robert Tompkins there. We got the Grom coming up next, 10 years of age, coming out of St. Petersburg, Florida, Josh Tankos.
We talked earlier about that age gap, 10 youngest age for this event, and then we had 60 in the women's street adaptive final. It's 5 decades of athletes. It's inspiring.
Very inspiring.
Never too old to start something new.
Forever young, Kim, forever young. All right, Josh Tankos here.
Kickflip hanging on. Josh Tankos heading for the big double set.
So
Ollie. Nice. Kid is fearless. Feeble grind across. Oop. Got a little wiggle legs heading for that box, but that's okay.
Plenty of time for another trick or two.
Backside flip, trying that again.
And there's the buzzer there for Josh Tankos on his second of 3 runs. Hands together for Josh, coming out of Florida. Again, I was so stoked yesterday off the back of the scaffolding. Every time I would walk down, it seemed like for hours he was sessioning the mini ramp off the back there. The kid rips. So excited to see him get a third and final run coming up as well. Just, yeah, nonstop energy, just skating all day. I love it. We got Vinny Sardi from Sao Paulo, Brazil, getting ready to drop in. Here's Vinny on course, second and third runs.
Vinny kick flipping it to start it off.
Vinny's currently in 4th, looking to crack into the top 3 here.
Nice back flip on the quarter pipe. Hand plant, a little bail there, but Vinny just won 3rd place over at Men's Park Adaptive. Hauling in. Sugarcane. Kick flip.
Yeah.
And there's the timer there for Vinny Sardi. Wrapping up his second of 3 runs. Let's hear it for Vinny.
Vinny and many of these athletes definitely putting the word adaptable into adaptive, as they came right from shredding the park course and now are just dropping into this massive street course.
And next to drop in, Joey Murillo coming out of right here in Des Moines, your local boy. Des Moines, let's get behind him. Joey Murillo, representing the local skate scene, dropping in here. The Dew Tour Men's Adaptive Street presented by Toyota.
Looking to maybe get one more trick in here.
And final seconds of the clock there. One more time, Des Moines. Let's hear it for your local boy, Joey Murillo. He'll have another run, third and final run will be coming his way. But I love it, representing the local skate scene out here. Cannot wait to see, just fast forward 10 years from now, what kind of talent is going to be produced here by this city, Lauritsen Skate Park? Already so much talent that resides here.
Absolutely.
Now to have a facility like this, we look at our next skater getting ready to drop in for his second of 3 runs. This is Dan Mancina.
Yeah, Dan. Something cool Dan's been working on is a skateboard with Braille on it. Real skateboards, first of its kind. Helping blind and visually impaired skaters out here. Dan's been really paving the way, doing lots of advocacy work. Just showing us true grit here. Oh, so close. Let's do that time. So sick. Just paving the way. One of Dan's missions is to transform what it's like for blind and visually impaired skaters. He's doing great work out there. Check out some of his clips on YouTube. Lots of amazing skating. Out in the streets, actually, filming some street parts. Really great stuff, Dan.
Now Mike Miner, currently residing in Summit County, Colorado. In the high country there, we're about over 9,000 feet up there. Some high altitude skateboarding there for his training. Here's Mike Miner on course, getting that board slide in here to start off his second of 3 runs.
Stomping the ollie as well. 50 getting up to a much better start. 50-50 up on the tech deck rail. Miner recovered really well. Falling in. Front 50-50, oh.
6 seconds on the clock for Mike Miner. Again, shout out to his dog Dinky in the house as well. You can give his pup a follow at Dew Tour Dinky. But Mike Miner wrapping up his second of 3 runs. Hands together, let's hear from Mike Miner. One athlete left to take their second of 3 runs. It's gonna be Brandon White. You look at the standings there, Felipe Nunez in the top spot there. Brandon White, who we're about to see drop in second, and Wheels sitting in third right now. Best run format here at the Men's Adaptive Street Finals, Dew Tour presented by Toyota. And currently sitting in second place, this is Brandon White. Dropping in.
Backflip, kicking it off with Brandon White, heading towards the 11th set. What's he got here? Oh, going for that K-grind. K-grind. Front 50-50. Frontside blunt slide, stomping it on the double set rail.
Getting it at the buzzer. And that's gonna do it there for the second of 3 runs for Brandon White. Again, currently in second place, has an 84 from that first of 3 runs. Looking to replace that to see if he can get up on the top spot. But sitting pretty in that second place position right here now. Positioned for a podium here at Dew Tour. Run 2, 80.15, so he'll be holding on to that 84 from his first of 3 runs. We're gonna head back to the top of the order. Fresh off the win over at the Men's Adaptive Park Contest right before this. This is Felipe Nunez out of Brazil, also recipient of a cover on Thrasher Magazine.
Yes, Felipe. Back 5-0. Back tail slide. Front 50. Still got 15 seconds left. Currently sitting in first place, Felipe Nunez. Back 3, lip.
Continuing to just dominate there.
Frontside flip shifty, fakie. That's insane.
And sitting in first from that first round with that 95.28, just won the park event, showing you why you got to cover Thrasher. That was the November 2019 issue. And that stair set that he got on that cover, so hefty. I'd like to see him, there's a 16 stair right underneath the scaffolding here. I'd like to see him step to that, but let's hear it for Felipe Nunez. Obrigado for coming out here and throwing down. And parabéns, congratulations with the win in park this morning and sitting in that top spot right now for street as well. He could go with the double W. 2 wins out here this morning at Dew Tour.
He's looking on his way to do that. Much deserved. Much respect for Felipe Nunez.
Lots of love and camaraderie from all the athletes out here.
Now we got the Frenchman Clement Zanini on course. Kim, as you were saying, France, Paris, be the host city.
Just 3 years from now.
2024.
Already 2021.
Yeah.
2024 is around the corner.
Crazy. Already talking about the next Olympics, and we're just working out the qualifications for this summer's.
Yes. Yeah, we've seen definitely a increase in some French skaters in all the disciplines. It's been pretty cool to see that.
And there you have it, Clement Zanini wrapping up his second of 3 runs representing France. He has such a strong skate scene over there. I've had the pleasure of cruising around that city a couple times, and there's a lot of kids slaying it in that city. So many spots, too.
He's one of our judges, Stefan Laurent. Shout out.
Yeah, just the street skating scene in a lot of the major European countries is just next level.
Andy Hernandez getting ready to drop in now, coming out of Norwalk, California. Here he is, Andy Hernandez on course, third and final run.
Andy ollie up, getting it kicked off for his third and final run. Ooh, going for that big ollie over the Mountain Dew pallet.
That Mountain Dew palette, it's like something you'd see at Costco.
Yeah.
Lifetime supply there. Keeping you energized.
Yeah, you think they're gonna just leave that here? They should just leave it here in Lawrence for the kids to crack into. That'll last like a day. And there you have it. Show your love and respect out there for Andy Hernandez. Saluting the fine folks out here in Des Moines. And loving the good vibes that everybody's been bringing out here. And with limited fan capacity, could you imagine if it was full capacity out here, how loud this event would be this weekend?
Next year.
Next year, indeed. All right, Oscar Loreto Jr. now out of Downey, California, on course for his third and final run.
Stylish kickflip for Oscar. Axel Saul coming back in. Heading in switch. Ooh, fakey beam plant disaster attempt.
And there's the buzzer, so that's gonna wrap it up for Oscar Loreto Jr. Des Moines, let's hear it for him. Yeah, Oscar.
Did he go for it? Oh, he's gonna ollie the big gap. I want to see it, Oscar.
You know, after the buzzer, but still just frothing.
Yeah.
Get that one in.
It goes.
This is for you guys, Des Moines.
Oh, ollie onto the Toyota.
I have not seen that attempted yet, but you gotta love the showmanship. Yeah, Oscar.
I heard if he does that, he gets the Toyota.
Ooh, that's a good deal.
Yeah.
Excellent use of the course, incorporating the car.
Incorporating the major sponsors.
Big shout out to Toyota. They're the ones who have been able to make this happen here. Men's Adaptive Street, along with Men's Adaptive Park, which we just wrapped, alongside Women's Adaptive Street.
All right, now Wheels dropping in here for his third and final run. Currently sitting in third, so he's on the podium right now.
Firecracker down the 11th stair.
Speedy.
Pallet drop.
Oh, that's insane. It's a massive gap.
Five seconds left on the clock. His Wheels lining up his final trick.
Grind. Oh. Gets stuck on the rail.
He's going for it.
He's all right.
You gotta applaud the effort. Des Moines, let's hear it for Wheels.
Love the commitment there. Next to the massive pallet, Mountain Dew. Aaron wheels, a leader in the scene.
Looks like he bends his wheel.
I was talking to Tia, who just competed in the women's adaptive street
Just
final.
won it, yeah.
And she was saying that she's got back into it after seeing Aaron on YouTube, and some of the footage that he was dropping was just wild.
All right, next to drop in now, this is Robert Tompkins from San Diego, California. On course. Oh.
Big gap to flat, Robert. Something about San Diego skaters, they just, they love the big gaps. Big stuff.
Lots of historical skate spots, skate parks. Yeah, we got some.
Another big
San Diego in the house.
Some SD love out there. Ten seconds left on the clock, Robert. Plenty of time.
Gap in the double set. Really good run for Robert.
And that's going to do it. Third and final runs. Hands together for Robert Tompkins. And your standings, it's Felipe Nunez sitting in that top spot still after the win in Park this morning. Looking to go double gold out here in Win Street as well. 95.28, that score to be up on top. Brandon White in second and 80 with an 84, and Wheels sitting in third right now. You see Robert having a discussion with Wheels over there, talking it over, showing the love, respect to one another. And Robert's gonna wrap up in seventh right there. Next to drop in here at the men's adaptive street final here at Dew Tour. This men's adaptive street final presented by Toyota on a beautiful Sunday morning, final day of Dew Tour Des Moines. And again, your standings right there. Felipe Nunez sitting up in the top spot with that 95.28, a very commanding lead there.
Definitely dominating. Love seeing Aaron and Robert just give each other support there. That's really what it's all about out here. All these events going on. Everyone's competing for that top spot, but also here to support their friends.
Yeah, speaking of support, let's show some support and love for Josh Tankos on course right now, our youngest competitor, just 10 years of age.
Feeble grind. Right into the back 50-50. Off to a good start. Backside flips. Sticking it. Frontside 180 down the TikTok double set.
Kid's got some skills. 2 seconds. And this is going to be for you, Des Moines, as he's lining up something big here.
Oh. Catching some air on the fly out.
And a nice back one fly. Let's hear it for Mr. Josh Tankos, our youngest competitor, just 10 years of age, competing out here at Dew Tour Des Moines. Here, if you're just joining us, we're in the final runs for Men's Adaptive Street, presented by Toyota. Yeah, Josh. Hyped on that kid. The grommet. All right, next to drop is going to be Vinny Sardi. Part of the Brazilian Storm coming out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. And dropping in, let's welcome in for his final run, Vinny Sardi.
Kick flipping it, started off for Sardi. Front nose blunt, it's okay, recover.
Getting lots of speed here. Oh. He's hustling to get another trick in here.
Looks like that's going to do it there for Vinny Sardi.
Maybe a
Oh yeah, I think don't believe he was officially sent, maybe it looks like, from the conversation down there, reading the body language from our starter, Cliffy, and now getting the thumbs up. So here we go. That was all just practice. Now Vinny Sardi for real. Let's welcome in Vinny Sardi. This is his third and final run.
Kickflip it to start it off. Kickflip back deep. Nollie inward heel. Front side flip. Backside lip slide.
It's a solid run here for Vinny.
And there's the buzzer, so.
For the fans.
Nose one after the buzzer there for the fans indeed. And speaking of fans, Des Moines, show you love. Let's hear it for Vinny Sardi. Third and final run. All right, to get up on top. Ooh, Josh Tankos jumping up onto the podium with his third and final run. That bumped wheels into fourth, but Josh Tankos, our youngest athlete out here this morning, with the 83.95 that put him up on the podium. So we see a little mix-up in the standings, awaiting the score for Vinny Sardi, who you just saw there. We'll have 4 athletes left to go to take their third and final run. Vinny Sardi currently sitting in 5th with an 82.18 from his previous shredding out here. Ryan Scheckler checking in with Vinny now. Give him the love down there, and score coming in, 83.97, so that'll bump Vinny up onto the podium. So Vinny's sitting up in third now. Josh Tanko, shout out to the Grom, was sitting up on third for just one run there, and then Vinny coming up and being like, Brazil in the house. And now we got Joey Murillo, the local boy. Des Moines, let's hear it for him. He's one of your own. Joey Murillo on course now.
I think the real win for Joey is he's going to get to skate this park
He's
after we leave and have the whole place to himself.
And local hero, local legend now, is the only local athlete from Des Moines competing here in Dew Tour this weekend.
I have a feeling that's going to change the next time we come back.
For real. There's going to be a lot of talent coming out of it. I mean, there already is a lot of talent in the city. I've definitely seen some of the local skate.
And local skaters were out until late last night.
Yeah, big shout out to Subsect, local shop here. Definitely stop on by.
Yeah, have you had a chance to make it down there?
I haven't yet, but
Definitely
highly recommend it, yeah. Maybe after we wrap up here.
Definitely looking forward to cruising over there and checking it out.
Super important to support our local skate shops. Keep the doors open. It's nothing like a community vibe, friends at the shop, hangout spot. Here we got Dan Mencina.
Stomping that 50-50 to start it off.
Yeah, Dan. Dan is a advocate for blind and visually impaired skaters. Really committed to changing how people see. Mentioned earlier, doing lots of great work with real skateboards. Shout out to Jim T.
As the clock winds down there for the third and final run, Dan Mancino sitting in 6th previously. But hands together for Dan Mancina. Representing the blind skate community out there. Throwing down here at Dew Tour here at the Men's Adaptive Street Finals presented by Toyota. Run 3 score coming in a 70. So not cracking up on the podium, but a great showing out here for Dan Mancina and all our athletes. As we have Mike Miner currently sitting in 9th.
Holy lip slide hanging on.
Sketchy.
Board slide. Coming out strong.
Not able to right away there.
There's Dinky, his dog. You can follow him on Insta at Dew Tour Dinky. Such a cute pup. Checking in on his owner, Mike Miner there with 3 seconds left.
Dinky. 50-50 to end it.
On there.
50-50 at the buzzer. Let's hear it for Mike Miner, ladies and gentlemen.
Impressive, the balance there. Staying on his board.
Dinky.
And let's hear it for Dinky as well.
Excellent use of the course, Dinky. It's really getting all over there. Judges love seeing that, right, Alex?
Yeah. Dinky use of course.
Handling all the features. Yeah, Dinky.
And score coming in third and final round at 81.18. That'll put him up in 6th, but a strong showing there for Mike Miner. Thank you for being with us out here, Mike. And our final athlete dropping in, third and final run here of this men's adaptive street final presented by Toyota. This is Brandon White out of Floral City, Florida. Currently sitting in second, guaranteed a podium spot. Can he get up on the top spot and better that 95.28 held by Felipe Nunez? We shall see.
Frontside 180, 50-50 attempt from Brandon White. It's a gnarly trick down that steep of a K-grind. He's got those on lock. Front forward.
Right before the buzzer there. Let's hear it for Brandon White.
What a great way to finish that run. That was just wild.
So solid, such a strong finish. And let's hear it for all our athletes as that wraps up third and final runs for all our athletes out here at the Men's Adaptive Street Final presented by Toyota here at Dew Tour Des Moines. What an amazing start to this Sunday. Fourth and final day. Well, fifth day of competition though.
Yeah, it's been a couple days, huh, DC?
Yeah,
It's all a blur.
The 56th day of Dew Tour.
It just flies by though, but yeah, quite a blur, the sensory overload with all the action going on. So Brandon White was sitting in second. See if that was enough to get him up on top as we await our final results.
What a great way to kick off this morning here.
And there's your final results. It's Vinny Sardi walking away with that third place finish. Brandon White, who you just saw there, coming away with a second place finish. And Felipe Nunez, Brazil in the house, representing Brazil with 2 Brazilians on the podium. Felipe Nunez not only winning park this morning, but street as well. What a morning for that young individual.
2 for 2.
I don't think anyone has ever done that before.
It's remarkable.
Winning park and street. God.
Very impressive.
Making history, showing you why he's got a cover with Thrasher. Felipe Nunez just dominating this morning out here. But shout outs to all our athletes. We'll check out some highlights from the park earlier. That you guys were on the call for that. I was bummed. I was over here. I wasn't bummed, but I was on Women's Street and could hear the hoots and hollers from the park. Sounded like such an exciting event. Hyped to see some replays right now.
It was really exciting, especially that moment from Brandon White. Nose picking into the Toyota extension. There's Vinny with a huge frontside flip. Felipe kick flipping in to start his run. This is what it takes to win men's park adaptive. Great showing from Evan Strong. Wheels.
Insane. That drop in.
Backflip tail. Felipe Nunez put on a show. Men's park adaptive final.
Yeah, there's your winner for street, Felipe Nunez, who then backed up that winning performance with the win here On street, sorry, the win from park and from street. And speaking of street, you just witnessed. Let's check out some of the highlights here. And there's your
Look
champion.
at that front nose grind.
Up there. So much strength.
Front Smith, he's no stranger to big handrails. Wheels, invert.
Young Josh Tankos, our youngest competitor, just 10 years of age. We'll be seeing him skating around all day and hanging
Holding
out.
it down for the Groms for sure.
10 years old, 4th place. Not a bad finish.
Not at all.
Mencina.
Cena, 50-50. Here's Minor.
Taking a couple major slams out there, but getting right back up, no problem.
Brandon White backflip showing you he's an ATV as well. Skating in park and street in the same hour. Backside 180. Front blunt.
Yeah, talk
Felipe.
about the
Front feeble, back 180 out.
Back-to-back contests. Takes a lot of energy.
Yeah, for real. All right, well, it's time to award our winners out here for Men's Adaptive Street Finals presented by Toyota here at Dew Tour Des Moines. All right, and there you have it, your official results. In 3rd place, representing Brazil, let's hear it for Vinny Sardi. And a big congratulations, parabéns, Vinny Sardi. And obrigado for being out here with us at Lauritsen Skate Park here for the Men's Adaptive Street Finals presented by Toyota. One more time, hands together for Vinny Sardi in 3rd place. And in 2nd place, coming out of Florida, let's hear it for Brandon White. Brandon White representing the deaf skaters of the world, coming away with 2nd place finish, backing up an amazing performance over on Park as well this morning. Let's hear it again one more time for Brandon White, 2nd place. And your champion going back-to-back this morning here at Dew Tour, representing Brazil, Felipe Nunez. Winning the Men's Adaptive Park, and then hustling on over here to the street course to put on a clinic. And coming away victorious. Congratulations, parabéns, and hands together for your champion, Felipe Nunez, and your podium out here for Men's Adaptive Street presented by Toyota. Yeah, congratulations to all our adaptive athletes, and thank you for being with us. When we come back, Women's Park Final here at the Dew Tour.
as a little kid, all my classmates, like moms would tell my mom, like, why are you letting your little girl like go to the skate park? Like that's where the bad kids go. Like, what are you doing? And she's like, no, like go to the skate park. It's not like that. Like, what are you talking about?
I think what was so addicting about skateboarding was the fact that, you know, there's no uniforms, there's no rules.
Skateboarding is skateboarding, and it is what it is because of that liberty.
I think the fact that I didn't need anybody at all is what really drew me in. And within not needing anyone, I was in my own world.
With skating, there's so many different styles. Like, people wear whatever they want, they dress how they want, they skate how they want. Like, every individual skater is completely different than the next.
I just really could express myself when I was 8 years old, and now 16 years old. It really just molded the person I am today.
It's something about it that we just so passionate about this skateboard that, like, bro, it gets so many people together, you know?
Whatever type of animal you have inside projects onto what skateboarding is for you.
Every day you want to learn something new, and to learn something new, sometimes you're gonna fall, and that's part of the game, you know?
I just think that like skateboarding is just like a big tree, and like everybody's branched out. It's such an individual thing.
Like a wall like this that has been still here for years, but maybe some guy comes here and wall rides on it, it's like, whoa!
All these different opportunities that I gotta like sit back and think like, thank you, skateboarding. I would not be anywhere where I am like without skateboarding.
Like, I have to pinch myself every once in a while. I'm like, what the heck? Like, this is happening right now? Like, what am I doing? Like, I should be like, I'm just skating. Like, it's very, very special, and I'm very grateful.
Yeah, wipe out and get right back up. Get up. Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like 2 trucks. Come on. Hop on and do what you want. Yeah. True freedom, they need us to stunt. Backside 180s to front, yeah. And we know struggle like we knows grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skated D.I.E. how we living. Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go harder, go harder. Yeah. That go far or go farther. Yeah. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll. Peace.
And welcome to Championship Sunday here in Des Moines, Iowa. It's Dew Tour 2021 as we get set to crown champions throughout today's competition. We'll kick things off with the women's park final. We have got 8 women competing for those top 3 spots on the podium. The competition throughout these 5 days has been nothing short of sensational. Weather looks to be good throughout the day as you get a look at our Olympic qualification overview. There's 20 athletes per discipline. There's max 3 per country, and that's where it gets a little interesting. 5 participating continents must be represented. So it'll be 19 plus 1 African continent will get the final 20th bid on there. And if you're an athlete from Team USA, Team Brazil, Team USA, Japan, it's going to be very difficult to make that squad. Competition format for today, you'll have 8 athletes. Now we bump it up to 4 runs, 40 seconds or until fall, and of course the best run counts. That's out of a possible 100. And we say good morning to you from the banks of the Des Moines River here in Des Moines, Iowa. Todd Harris alongside Paul Zitzer. We're excited to get started here on the women's competition. Paul, you talk about the progression that has taken place during the pandemic, what has happened over the last 2 years since we were with you at Dew Tour in Long Beach. It has been nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, it's so beautiful to see. The women in the bowl today, we've watched them all weekend long. It's been incredible. You're going to see so much great skating, so many different styles coming from all over the world.
All right, we talked about Team USA and, of course, the 3 spots that are available. Still some things to be sorted out, but Team USA looks pretty strong as they get ready for Tokyo coming up in less than 2 months. We'll take a look at the starting list and who will be competing today, who gets those final 4 runs today. Best run counts. Jordan Barrett leading things off. Kisa Nakamura, Kokono Hiraki, Mami Tezuka, Sakura Yosuzumi, and Bryce Wettstein, of course, Sky Brown competing for Great Britain, and Masugu Okamoto. Those are the elite 8 that are competing. They get 4 runs. So, Paul, that opens up things just a little bit. Takes a little pressure off because you can let things flow early. Back when it was 2 runs, not so much. But with 4 runs, different style.
That's true, but the level goes up,
Sure.
too, because you got to stay on and you got to do your best work, and you're competing with the absolute best skaters in the world. To put your name on that 8 start list, that means a lot, Todd.
Safe to say that could be a final at the Olympics in less than 2 months.
Yes, absolutely.
Sky Brown is a talent that comes from the States but lives in Great Britain, representing London, just 12 years of age, and the level of talent here is so amazing for so much youth. Youth will certainly be served here, as the average age in the women's park final is 16, and you look at the talent that comes out of here. So they are in for the next 2 Olympic cycles easily, if not more. But they will let you know, no question about it, they are here, they are ready to skate. It is all about youth in the women's park movement.
All the young guns are coming in hot.
It seems like the generation's just getting like younger and younger.
These young girls are like coming in, they'll fully put their pads on and stuff, and you're like, all right, like, she probably skates good. And then she'll go up and do like a 6-foot high 540.
When I was 15, I was super carefree. I was just like, oh, we're just skating at a contest. And nowadays, their mentality is to win.
I just want to do tricks that boys are doing, you know?
It's not like their own division where they can't compete with the guys.
We're all fighting for the top spot and wanting to be the best, but behind all that, we're really good friends.
みんな練習頑張ってるからかな。
Definitely the progression is going to go way up.
I mean, women's skateboarding in the past year has progressed so much, probably more than the past 10 years.
I think that's pushing a lot of us to like kind of step our game up a little bit.
Sakura,
she's crazy. Sky, Brighton, Lucrezia from Italy, Poppy from Australia, Kisa, Mommy. Literally, it's just insane.
To see how friendly they are and cheering each other on, but also so aggressive at the same time.
watching all the girls ripping it. Just skating with them's fun.
I was not doing 540s when I was 12. That's for sure.
So be prepared to be amazed as you get set to watch Women's Park Final here at Dew Tour 2021 on the final day of competition. So here's what's at stake for Team Japan. And Paul, we've crunched a lot of numbers. This might be the most competitive team to make with the talent that they're bringing.
Oh, there's absolutely no question about it. You're seeing the top names on the board at the bottom of your screen. That list could go on and on too, Todd. There's so much talent there. That is by far the hardest team to make.
Well, the battle for third rages on with Kisa Nakamura, Kokono Hiraki, and Mami Tezuka. They all still have a shot to get in there, but it's going to be a game of numbers. You got to finish on top or in the podium and hope that the other person doesn't fit ahead of you, and then the numbers will be crunched at the end of the day.
You're right, but numbers aside, Todd, this is going to be super fun for us because this is going to be an amazing event. We're going to see great skating on our way to all those numbers.
What do you think has fueled the Japanese resurgence, especially in women's skating?
I don't know. Japan has always been a country that supports skateboarding, but I don't think they ever had the number of skate parks that some of the rest of the world has. I think they recently, very recently, they have started to build those parks, and that's why the women's field is so young, because the older generation did not have access to the facilities. I think that's the difference, and they just support skateboarding. They support the entire culture.
It's interesting when you hear someone like a Jordan Barrett, who's just 22 years of age, saying the young guns are coming. I'm like, you are a young gun. You're just 22, but she is dead on, because you look at the list of ages in here. There's 14-year-olds, there's 12-year-olds, there's 17-year-olds, and they are so good.
I've been looking at Instagram and seeing 6, 7, and 8-year-olds ripping from Japan. It's going to be a game changer in the next few years.
See a lot of stars and stripes and the land of the rising sun trying to get to Tokyo in less than 2 months as skateboarding makes its debut at the Summer Olympic Games. And this will certainly be a hot ticket for those wanting to watch something really special. Jordan Barrett will kick things off here. Remember, it is a 4-run final, 40 seconds until you fall.
And Jordan Barrett just has a really cool style, a great approach. She has a surf background. So you see that flow in her skating around the bowl. And bowl skating requires use of basically every feature. You can't skip the corners and the hips. You can't go back and forth. You got to be carving. You got to be doing hard tricks, though, at the same time, using the corners, using the hips.
And she does come off with the final 5 seconds. So the 22-year-old out of Encinitas, California, Jordan Barrett, has the honor of going first. Talk about a pressure-packed situation. What preparation this will be for Tokyo in less than 2 months.
You're absolutely right. But sometimes, at least as the first skater in the finals, you just came off warm-up, so you're feeling loose and good, and you can carry that straight into your run. That's a frontside boneless on what I've labeled the frontside boneless bank of the weekend. It's a popular trick on that. I'm sure we'll see more of those today. Backside air in the deep end. Jordan's going to want to stay on.
Kisa Nakamura now, 20-year-old out of Kobe, Japan, set to drop in. She is in a very tight battle for that third and final position on Team Japan. She's sitting around 33,000 points, but she's got Kokono Hiraki and Mami Tezuka right behind her. So depending on what happens in this final, it's really going to determine who's that third member of that Team Japan.
She has to come out and put it down right here. And I think for Kisa, she needs to do her best work. But again, it comes down to staying on for 40 seconds. And there's always the question of what strategy to use. She takes a tough one.
So was that stall that intentional, that long, do you think, or do you think she got hung up?
No, it's hard to say. Maybe we'll take another look and see what happened. It's kind of a tough angle to see from. We want to get right up in there, see if the truck was on the coping. Maybe she was leaning too far over her front foot, apparently, on the way in. Here we go. Front truck. Her back foot looked a little loose. I don't know. Looks like she was just leaning too far over her front foot on the way in. There was a lean to tail as a setup for this front side nose pick.
Yeah, it looked like she completed it just on the re-entry.
I don't see anything too terribly wrong about that.
Kisa Nakamura will have that 15-4, so that becomes a throwaway score for her. Remember, it is 4 runs here in the final. Only your best run counts as we turn our attention now to 12-year-old Kokono Hiraki out of Hokkaido, Japan.
You're going to see a lot of subtle difficulty in Kokona's skating. I love the way she skates. Very technical. Lip trick focus too. Like that, front side nose grind, perfection. Big front side kick turn on the plexiglass windshield. Lean to tail, over the hip. You see what she's doing? She's working the bowl, hitting the different features, not leaving it up to the judges saying, hey, I'm doing everything required. The tricks, using the bowl, blasting in air. The hard way, over the centerpiece. Wow. This is a really great run here for Kokona, coming off on the front side blunt.
Final 3 seconds, she comes off. So Hiraki, who's in that battle for that third and final position, looking for a good score here. You know, of all the Japanese skaters, she has such focus. I was down on the deck earlier watching practice, and she's not smiling. She is locked in today.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. There is a lot of smiling and a lot of fun being had down there, especially by the younger skaters. I feel like they're just psyched to be here, rightfully so. But Great skating for about 42 seconds from Kokona. Look at that backside nose grind. Frontside air, disaster. A great amount of variety, and the frontside blunt, front foot slips off on the way in. It's a hard trick on a bank like that.
At the very end, so she gets the highest score we've seen so far, a 43.13, and she'll look to runs 2, 3, and 4. Mami Tezuka now, the 19-year-old, set to drop in from Shiga. She is in the big battle. We know one thing, she has to be on the podium. If she wants any shot of being on Team Japan, she's got to be on the podium at the end of this final.
And she can get there, but again, we need to start with 40 seconds of clean skating. And she's got a great approach to lip tricks. We saw the backside Smith right there, AKA the backside Monty grind. Frontside feeble grind around the corner. So she has the lip tricks on lock. We might want to see some airs from Mami. There's a nice hand plant, but the judges are looking for a huge amount of variety. She delivers classic Mami skating. We'll see where they place that.
So a full pull for her, top to bottom, finishes completely. And that's how it is. The community of skateboarding congratulating one another. This is a great run.
Look at classic Mami, frontside Smith grind, locked in, back truck on, rail on the coping, and there's the backside version, the Monty grind. And the backside ollie over the hip, keeping the flow going. And here, frontside feeble, through the corner. That's the biggest trick of her run right there, in my opinion. The 50-50 grind over that rainbow rail in the center. And a nice invert. Finish it off.
So Mami looking for something good here. It'll put her into first place for the time being, a 49.89 with 3 runs still to go. That's halfway through the women's park final. Of the 8 women, we are 4 down, 4 to go, and the next 4 are sensational. So I expect to see the scores go up as Mami Tezuka leads the way with that 49.89. Now it's Sakura Yosuzumi. She's 19.
She is a super technical skater and has such a casual, smooth style. Very calculated. Look at the flow on that frontside ollie. That was beautiful. If you've seen Sakura skate, you are an immediate fan. No doubt about it. She makes everything look so easy. Frontside lip slide through the corner. This is great skating. A very slow motion feeble grind around that corner. Really working the bowl. Backside nose blunt, revert. Insane technicality on that one, Todd.
Yosuzumi with a full pull top to bottom. You know, you talked about her style and everything like that. Her good friend Sky Brown giving her some love. You know, she skates so much differently than some of the other Japanese girls because she's a little more upright. Upper body hardly ever moves.
You're right. It's the lack of motion that shows you how good she is. She's in perfect control. Great balance, style for days over the centerpiece, and a huge backside air there. She's the full package, Todd. Look at lip slide around the corner. Fantastic. Look, backside nose blunt, the whole board up on top of the deck there. Wheels behind the coping and taking it to backside revert. It's tech and scary. Dangerous too.
Judges are going to like this. We'll see, do they move her into the first position. The Japanese team still trying to battle out and see who will take that third and final spot. Right now, Kisa Nakamura looking very good, but they have got so much talent. And there's a 53.04 for Sakura Yosuzumi. So she goes into first place, but remember, we still have 3 more rounds to go here in the women's park final. Down to the final 3 competitors here in run number 1. And it is all Japan right now in the top 3 positions. 2 Americans here in the final. Jordan Barrett has already gone. She currently sits in 4th place. Bryce Wettstein now dropping in. 17 years of age out of Encinitas, California. The top 3 American women all coming from that North County, San Diego area.
Yeah, and the reason is there's been skate parks there forever and everybody skates. So it's a large pool of talent. And Bryce is just one of these skaters. She's awesome. She looks so good on a board, and she has a cool selection of tricks like that. Cab pivot, could have gone to feeble, hard to tell from that angle. But Bryce is very unique, and that's unfortunate. The air over the centerpiece is typically a setup trick, so you don't want to see somebody bail that.
Set up for something more as Bryce Wettstein now looks to runs 2, 3, and 4. Still a smile on her face. The 17-year-old from Encinitas.
So the 4-run final, Todd, gives skaters like Bryce a lot of room to improve over the next 3 runs. That was awesome. The frontside boneless on that bank, but taking it to disaster, mixing it up a little bit. I like that.
So Bryce is going to be looking to the subsequent runs. That 28-18 becomes a throwaway for her. That takes us down to the final 2 as you take a look at the current standings so far here in run number 1 from Des Moines on a beautiful day. I'll tell you what, the sun is out. We've had a little bit of everything. And it'll be Sky Brown, the 12-year-old prodigy out of London representing Great Britain. You'll notice she does not have quite the same accent, but she has decided to represent the motherland.
Sky Brown, marketing gold, I tell you. She rips on a skateboard, and we've seen her improve so much over the past 2 years. So she didn't get to skate in 2019 Dew Tour due to injury. It's great to see her out here in 2021 looking so strong on a board. And she really can do it all. She learned McTwists last year. She's been skating with Tony Hawk. You know, that can't hurt.
That's not a bad thing.
Look at that hand plant in the deep end. Going front side there. Using the whole bowl, front side grind.
Definitely a fan favorite when the Sky drops in. Everyone loves to see her skate.
And she's one of these that's always having fun.
Yeah.
Having a blast, positive energy. That helps.
Marketing gold.
Right? Am I wrong? Look at the size of that backside air over the centerpiece into a nice mute air. That's a technical air in the deep end, and going alley-oop, turning backside, but in a front side direction over the hip. And a front side 360. That's going to be a big score for Sky. She did it all.
Love the hand plant. Remember, folks, she is just 12 years of age, and she will certainly be someone to keep your eye on as the Olympics approach. I don't know if I've ever seen her with a frown on her face, or you know, disappointed or angry. Let's see what the score comes in for young Sky. She goes into first with a 57.14 and still has 3 runs to go.
I like the surprise there. I mean, really? She skated pretty insanely great. It's
like
not
Christmas morning. Oh my gosh, I got a 57. It's a good thing when you're 12. Life is good. So here she is, the 14-year-old, say a prodigy because we've said that so many times, but Kasugu Okamoto, she is dominant. She is the queen, and she gets the announcer's curse as she comes off early here in the final. But remember, she has 3 more runs.
Well, I want to see what happened there. I think it started with the air over the centerpiece. We could call it the Twinkie or whatever you want to say, Todd, but I think she didn't quite get the speed that she wanted on the landing there. You see her hanging up a little bit on the top, not getting quite the speed and pump into that McTwist.
Yeah, she knew.
This trick. She's the only woman we've seen over the past year or 2 or ever being able to throw the McTwist in competition consistently.
And she's so good because she recognized, I don't have the pop, I don't have the height for this, and she kicked out. So that was all by design. So she will look to runs 2, 3, and 4 as Sky Brown, the 12-year-old, takes the lead into runs 2 of 4 with a 57.14. Sakura Yasukumi is in second, and Mami Tezuka currently sitting in third. Well, Sky Brown may be representing Great Britain, but it doesn't matter what flag's in front of your name. Sky Brown has made friends with everyone, all her competitors around the world, and that helps her skate even better.
Yeah. Yeah. 自分が私インスパイアしてありがとう。どういう意味？これ決心じゃないでしょ。I really look up to her. She's really good.
スケボーが好きでしょ。
Okay. Yeah, more than she wants to win, she wants to land the trick, like show people the trick she's doing.
そういうインスパイアしてもらいたい、特に日本人に。
Yeah, she doesn't know, but she wants to inspire more people, especially in Japan.
それでめっちゃなんやろ、自分も頑張ろうって思ってくれる気持ち。
When people see what she does, hopefully they will, try hard and believe in themselves and do their best.
アルプス一万弱小槍の上。
Camera.
Kids just having fun out there as Sky Brown takes the lead into run number 2 with her good friend Kisa Nakamura. She makes friends everywhere she goes. Speaking of making friends, when you have the opportunity to bring in a legend to help you out on the call, it's always a wise thing. And I'm not talking just about Paul Zitzer, of course. Lizzie Armanto joining us. Did you know it was Paul's birthday yesterday?
Shut up, Todd. Let's talk about Lizzie.
Yeah, me too. I knew she wanted to give you some love. Lizzie, you've been around this game for so long. You've seen the progression. What do you think about what we're seeing today in run number 1?
It's amazing, like all these girls, they've come up so fast, and to see the level that they're skating at with like the trick selection and the powers, it's insane.
Who do you think is the hardest skater to beat out there? For real, you've skated against all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, they all like have their own thing. Obviously, Masuku's been like really strong. Like she just like every time she skates, she like puts out her run. And all the other, honestly, I've been like really impressed with like seeing like Kokona, like her bag of tricks is crazy because she's so technical.
How about as far as just being a skater and a fan of skateboarding, who's sort of your favorite and you'd love to see him just put it down here and take home the win?
I'm rooting for Mommy. Like, I really just want her to put her run down like that she has in mind.
Lizzie, we're going to put you to work as we get back to the competition as Jordan Barrett's sitting right now with a pretty decent score. She had issues first off at 31.13, but the 4-run format, Lizzie, I got to ask you, how much more comfort level does that give you knowing you have 4 runs, only the best run counts?
Oh my God, it's so much better, this format. Like, especially after this giant break we've had in competition, like 2 runs is just so stressful.
So Jordan having some problems there on run number 2. She still has 2 more runs, only the best run counts. As Team USA gets themselves sorted out, looks like Brighton Zoyner, of course, Bryce Wetstein and Jordan Barrett look to be in pretty good position to be representing the country over in Tokyo. Lizzie, I'd have to ask you, 20 years ago, when you got into skateboarding serious, did you ever think, hey, the Olympics is a thing?
I wasn't even skateboarding 20 years ago.
Stop it. First time you put your foot on a board?
I was 14 when I started.
Okay. I overstretched on that one.
But I don't know. In a few
10 years ago.
In a few more years, I'll hit 20.
Okay.
How about this park? How did you feel like it was welcoming, good, just easy to adapt to and skate, or is it a struggle trying to adapt to like that giant plexiglass?
I'll be honest, I hate the plexiglass thing. Like, it sucks. It's slippery. It's like awkwardly tall. It's like awkwardly steep. Like, not steep like, vert, but like just awkward. It's just so weird. No, that's why no one's touching this,
Right.
honestly.
How about let's take the windshield out of it? The rest of the bowl?
The rest of the park's pretty awesome. I think it's just a matter of like time. Like, a lot of people didn't have the same amount of time on this course.
Right. Okay.
So Nakamura now on course on her second run of 4. Sky Brown leads the way with a 57.14. More than likely that score is going to get dropped, but everyone has so many opportunities. As Lizzie pointed out, 4 runs makes it so much better. You can really let things flow a little bit more, take some chances.
Right, and Lizzie, if you have a 4-run format, do you just decide to go all out straight away and hope to put your best run down one time, or do you try to build on a first run that's a safety a little bit?
I feel like it's always good to just have a safety run, and you saw that from like all the girls. They just like put down something, and now they're building off that, and I think that gives you the confidence to like be like, okay, that's in the bag. I want to do this.
So what you're saying is basically tune in for round 4, no question.
Yeah, for sure. Like, that's the craziest run we're gonna see, or like out of all of them.
Kisa Nakamura in that battle for that 3rd and final Team Japan spot, representing the home nation for the Olympics.
And here we see her making the frontside nose pick on this run. That's what took her out last time. So an improvement.
Kisa is a powerhouse. The way she skates is like, she can go from no speed to like somehow back to where she was at. Like she's all power and strength.
And
she does things that I'm like, I would not come back.
Right. How about a Miller flip? Can you Miller flip?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll get there.
She finished strong. There it is.
Kisa's second run better than her first, a 40.13. That bumps her up. She'll continue to build with 2 more runs still to come. Current standing still, Jordan Barrett jumping out in front. Sky Brown sitting on the 57.
Kokona.
That is such a crazy trick to be like your first trick on the,
right?
the baseball.
She's so consistent with the lip tricks. Nose grind champ, right?
Yes. That hip that she went over, that's like the hardest hip in this bowl. Like everywhere else is pretty mellow and like straightforward.
Mm-hmm. Nice frontside air disaster. How about airing over that centerpiece? Is that, you feel like that's a trick, or is that more of a setup for a trick, or a little bit of both?
It depends. It depends. If you really do something, it becomes a trick. But it's easy just to go over it and call it like a day. I don't know. Honestly, the giant fly box in the middle reminds me of those kids that go to your local park and they just do flyouts all day. That you're like, damn it, come on, do something.
Kokona Haraki now.
Frontside nose grind you saw. Ollie over the centerpiece. Setting up for the frontside air, smacking it to disaster. And her signature moves, frontside and backside nose grinds every try.
Dude, I want her to get that front blunt. It's so cool when she lands it.
Got 2 more tries.
So Kokona waiting for something to drop here. Sky Brown leads it with a 57.15. Yosuzumi in second, and Tezuka sitting in third place. There's a battle within a battle as Team Japan trying to sort out which 3 of these athletes will represent the country in women's park. They've got, as Paul said, 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 that could.
Is there any challenge to the friendship, Lizzie, when you're all battling for one spot into the Olympics? Can that get in the way of a good time? I think everybody's all just having a blast and high-fiving each other and hoping for the best for each of them.
There's some stuff going on, let's be honest here.
Tell us more. I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know anything.
She says nothing. Sky Brown, the watching on, and the rest
It's
of the crew.
hard. Like it's not like, obviously each girl wants to do their own best, and then like, I don't know, you bring in the parents, you bring in the pressure from the federations, you bring in the pressure from like your hometown crew. Like there's so much stuff.
So a little politicking going on.
Yeah, no question about
And that's like, it's crazy the people that like care now, and I don't know.
Things change, right? It's turned very serious quickly here with the Olympics on the horizon.
So I'm Team Finland.
And Lizzie, when the scores take this long to come down, is that a good thing in your mind, or are you like going, come on?
It can be a good thing. It just depends, like, what are the judges like figuring out?
They are certainly taking their time on this one.
Do you feel some extra pressure having sort of taken the Finland route? Now you're representing this country, as you know, and it's like, hey, we've kind of adopted you as our own, and now you're going there representing them. Is there any of that, or am I making that up?
No, I feel like I'm like being welcomed to the family.
Yeah.
Like it's like everyone's been so cool, and like Finland, they're so passionate about like their culture is so passionate about sports, and like, you know, Finland, it's not summer there much, and you know, they're known for winter sports, and so I think they're more than happy to have me like with the family.
And how is your Finnish, by the way?
Finnish is such a hard language.
I was gonna say it's one of the hardest languages I've heard to learn.
Crazy. Like if you hear, a lot of the times if you hear someone that like grew up speaking Finnish, you hear it in their English because the accent is like so heavy.
I'm sure you're gonna perfect that, no question about it. Mami Tezuka now. One of Lizzie Armano's favorite, and she goes down early. Remember, it's 4 runs, 40 seconds until the fall, so that becomes throwaway for her.
There's a lot of pressure on Mommy, too.
Yep. Well, there's so much pressure to make this team, Team USA. There's so much talent, so few spots. For more on that, we check in with Tina Dixon.
Oh, yeah, you know, and Todd, I'm standing on the deck of the final Olympic qualifying event for women's park. And like you said, if you're one of those Japanese women, the pressure is on. Now, throughout the week, there have been so many smiles down here, but those smiles have transitioned into focus and determination. And one thing I've noticed is the women have been looking at the scoreboard more than usual down here, Todd.
Now, no question about it. Points are at a premium right now, especially for Team Japan. We talked about it with Okamoto and Yosuzumi, pretty much locked in for them. But then you have the battle between Nakamura, Hiraki, and Tezuka, all trying to get on that third and final transfer position as we move on to Sakura Yosuzumi.
Lizzie, have you seen a change over the last year, not seeing some of these skaters for a year? A lot of improvement here from a lot of them, right?
Yeah, new tricks. What's it called? There's like some of the girls have grown. Like they're different. They have more weight and like they have to adjust their skating to that too, because there's so many like younger kids.
And I feel as if skateboarding can become more difficult as you get bigger, for sure, right? 540s, for example, little kids have a much easier time than big kids. Other tricks too, carrying more weight.
That is definitely a thing, and I feel like all these girls that are in the finals, they're managing the change pretty well.
So Sakura finishing off her run. Again, the obligatory hug from her friend Sky Brown. You go back to 2019 at the Dew Tour, she was in the final as the elder statesman with a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old on the podium.
Her skating is just so polished, and she's so consistent, and there isn't, she doesn't get sketchy. She just puts it down clean. Hard tricks. Any weakness? Would you point out any weakness, Lizzie?
I would say that Sakura's biggest like improvements could be like, I don't know, like the way she does them. They're very controlled, and like it looks, you can see that it's controlled. Like on her ollies, like
you want to see her get loose.
Yeah.
Add a little style.
Like it doesn't look like she's ever like going for it because she's so controlled, and sometimes that translates as in this is easy.
Right.
And
right.
then you start getting judged against yourself, which is another like not fun place to be.
So Sakura moves into second place, guys, with a 55.09 as we do a little housekeeping before we get set to watch Bryce Wetstein.
Bryce is like a new skateboarder.
Crazy. And going back to 2019, the Dew Tour, you were on the podium, Lizzie Armando, so I'm not robbing you from that position.
What do we see? What do we see from Bryce that you like the most?
Backside ollie, going from a backside ollie at that angle is like crazy. Like she has to ollie whip it so much. Feeble fakie, it just comes out of it super strong. Bryce has been like, her control is so much different than it was a year ago.
Oh, I love that. Body varial disaster.
Also, Bryce has a very peculiar vocabulary. I hope you guys get to talk to her.
She makes for an interesting up-close and personal interview. Bryce right now focused on this run, and that fall comes after the clock hit 0, so she should be in good shape. Currently sitting in 7th place after that get off early in run number 1 with a 28.18. I expect this to bump up, but yeah, certainly her own style, the way she rides out there is awesome.
Oh yeah, it's been incredible. I agree that alley-oop backside ollie is just a thing of beauty, and she's cutting the rock and roll up on top of the plexiglass.
She's the only one to start off her run like that, which is a bold move. I mean, Mommy, she just tried it, but
right, we talk about how it's so hard to show up somewhere. You know what tricks you can do, but then to adapt them to the course that they give you and make it all work, that's tough. And then with limited practice too, right? Skating in contests is so much more than just the 40 seconds. It's the whole build-up, the preparation, working it all out on the way.
Yeah, nice improvement for Bryce Wetstein, a 41.33. That puts her into 5th place here in the women's final of the women's park competition. Sky Brown continues to lead with a 57.14. And there you see the, wow, look at all the Japanese flags in the top ends.
So crazy.
Yep, a lot of talent on there. Masugu Okamoto, not many times you see her sitting in 8th place, but remember, she still has her runs to go. So Sky Brown, if you didn't know, she lives in California, dad of British descent, mom of Japanese descent. Here she is competing for Great Britain.
She's all international. She could skate for anyone.
Yes, it's true. Lizzie, is she making the right call? I mean, not judging, but is she making the right call going and representing Great Britain?
I mean, it's stacked being in the Japanese like camp or crew. But you know, she would, by her ranking, she would be in. So
No matter what
it's
country.
Like, yeah, it's kind of like wherever you feel like is gonna empower you and like you're gonna get the most support. And that's honestly how I made my decision. But it's tough. I don't know. Like skateboarding's never seen like pick your country.
Yeah, exactly.
The skateboarding's never been about like who's your team. It's like what do you bring to this session?
She's comfortable with that decision. So Sky Brown with her second run looking very good and the smile on the face.
Yeah, Sky just handling it
Just-
like
yeah,
a
it's
champ, right?
Another session out of the park.
She did so much. Mute air, and not just hanging on, tweaking it, showing the judges she's in full control of what she's doing. Lean to tail up onto that steep bank. Straight into a back tail slide. That's a weird line. There's a lot going on there. And Sky, front side nose grind, showing she can do airs, blasting the front side 360. She's got the lip tricks, hand plants. She's tough to beat.
And you give her 2 more months to prepare for the Olympic Games, and you know she's going to go back to work.
Is there any, Lizzie, any area of improvement for Sky? Where can we nitpick?
I mean, she's a little kid. She doesn't have power. Like
Right.
she looks like powerful because she's smaller, and so you know she can do a frontside air. You know, like let's say she does a frontside air a foot high. Someone else of bigger stature does a frontside air a foot high. It doesn't look the same.
Right, right.
So she's definitely in that place of like she's just trying to like get as many tricks in.
It's a physics thing as Sky takes the lead by a few more points, pads it to a 58.50. Masugo Okamoto now. Remember, she had that fall early on in the first 6 seconds of her run of 40. She goes now for run number 2, and I imagine she's not going to have another mistake like that.
We wouldn't expect it. But
if I were a
skateboarding is
betting
hard.
man, if I were a betting man, I would say it's not going to happen twice.
I wouldn't bet against you, Todd. Back 3. Same setup. This time, sticking the 5.
And she didn't clear the Twinkie again, though. That's why I was wondering if she was going to have the speed to do it.
Yeah, now I wonder, that may be what she's trying to do. She may be regulating her speed by landing on top like that.
I think you're right. Because going into that 5, it's like it comes up quick. Like this is her safety for sure.
Just wants to get one in of the 4.
And like you said, Todd, she is in a safe position to be skating in Tokyo. Not officially, but she just wants to put in good work here, finish strong as she moves on.
That body jar was sick. It's so cool to see because like so many people like you don't do that trick unless you like mean it.
Right.
Otherwise,
you got to commit.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's bad. It
saw-
can end bad, is what I mean.
Hey,
Not that it's bad.
Somebody hung up a body jar this week, and it was not pretty. You know.
I'm sorry. I don't. That's the worst seeing that stuff.
Yeah.
Masuga with a very strong pull, start to finish, clean, precise is what we expect from her.
That's the body jar Lizzie's talking about. You got to slap your tail on the coping, and it's it's a game
She's
of inches.
Probably the only girl in this heat that'll do that.
Do you body jar?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of girls like are like.
Oh, this will be a huge improvement as Masuga was sitting in 8th, last place with a 9.06. Well, she takes the lead away from Sky Brown in that 58.50 as we get set for run number 3. So halfway through the competition, Sky Brown leads the way, best run so far. Sakura Yosumi in 2nd and Mami Tezuka sitting in 3rd place. The battle really right now is for Team Japan. Who will be that 3rd and final competitor representing the home nation? Masugu Okamoto has pretty much done it. Sakura Yosumi, and how about that? A 57. So Okamoto goes right into 2nd place with 1 run.
And that's with a safety run,
Yep.
according to Lizzie. I'm not saying it. No, I'm with you. I think
Nobody
that's
be
true.
politically incorrect.
That's why
here.
Lizzie gets paid the big money to take those chances and make her statement known. She takes that, and she's got 2 more runs to go, so we'll certainly see some more from Masugu Okamoto. Just 14 years of age, Sky Brown, 12 years of age. The youth movement in women's skating has been sensational, but there's a progression. We talked about it, Lizzie. Everyone taking that year off for the pandemic. Last time we saw really a lot of great competitive skating was at 2019, where you finished on the podium in Long Beach, California. Does it seem like forever ago?
When I think about all the things that have happened since then, it really feels like ages ago.
Yeah.
But then when I think about, like, it was only like 2 years ago, it's not that
We've
far.
lost track. How far ago. Our thanks to Lizzie Armato for joining us here at the Women's Park Final. Sky Brown leads after 2 of 4 runs, a 58.50. Masugu Okamoto jumps into second place with a 57, and third it's Sakura Yosazumi. So the battle is on. 2 more runs here at the Women's Park Final at the Dew Tour 2021. The sun is out on the banks of the Des Moines River. It is a beautiful championship Sunday here in Iowa.
Dew Tour is brought to
Day.
you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Casey's, here for good.
Beautiful day in Des Moines, Iowa. It's Dew Tour 2021. Todd Harris, Paul Zitzer with you. Glad to have you as we get ready for the second half of the Women's Park Final on Championship Sunday. Right now, it is Sky Brown leading the way with a 58.50. Okamoto jumps into second place with a 57, and Yosazumi in third. Those are the current standings, but there is a battle, Paul, within as Team Japan is still trying to sort out the 3 women that will represent that country in park competition.
That's right, but mommy's doing what she needs to do right now. She's up there.
Mommy needs to finish on the podium. Kisa currently sitting in third. Kokono still has a shot at Masugu Okamoto and Sakura Yosazumi pretty much locked in there. It's that third position that is at stake, and our hearts and thoughts go out to the family of Kisa Nakamura, her father passing away just over a month ago. So she is out here skating her heart out, representing her family, her father, in his memory. It's a tough spot for her to be in, but she's going to give it her very best as we check in now on the deck with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. Now, after that 2 runs, it's actually given a chance for the competitors to sort of settle down, catch their breath, and feel comfortable in this park, especially with so much on the line on that Japanese side. Now, I did speak to Mami Tezuka's manager, who said, you know what? It is business as usual down here, so they're just focusing on skateboarding. But another thing to mention, this is the final event before those Tokyo Games, so some of these competitors are actually testing their lines and their tricks against the rest of the field as they continue this preparation. Todd.
And Tina, I was going to ask you, you've been around a lot of skate competitions. You were obviously there in 2019 at the Dew Tour. Do you sense a different feeling, a different vibe, knowing that the Olympic spots are on the line?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, there's always always smiles, right? And we're going to see that. But there is a feeling of pressure and intensity that I have not felt before at a park event.
Yeah, and as Tina pointed out earlier, they are all watching that scoreboard, and you know some people are doing some serious math to figure out. So we now enter run number 3 of 4. Only your best run counts. Jordan Barrett out of Encinitas, California, looking for something big here.
Yeah, and she's got it. She just needs to put it all together. She has such a great flow and a great style. She's got to make her tricks.
And I was going to say, the wisdom of Paul Zitzer, stay on your board. That is obviously the key.
Yeah, that's just job one, you know. But when you come to a contest, that's the hardest thing. You know how to do the tricks. It's can you keep your mind focused and keep the nerves in check? Because sometimes they'll just sabotage your whole day.
So let's look at the highlights from Jordan Barrett as she comes in here to start things off. Everything's so clean. Her grabs are always nice. She locks it in, and this one just, how'd that get away from her?
I think she may have pulled out too far off the wall. And sometimes if your weight's a little forward and you're going to land low, it is not going to end well if you try to put it down. Sometimes it works. A lot of times it does not, and there's times you don't want to find out.
Yeah, no question about that. Kisa Nakamura now set to drop in on her 3rd run of 4. I can't even imagine what it's been like for her after losing her father and now traveling to the States here in Des Moines to compete in this global qualifier to try to get herself onto Team Japan. She is in a battle right now, currently in that 3rd and final position.
Wow, so far so good for Kisa. Taking some chances, staying on. I feel like she got a little loose, but judges like to see that sort of go for it type thing. Just go, make it happen, stay on. Over the center. Huge backside air there. Time for one more trick. Oh yeah, hurricane there. And that's time before that Miller flip. Great run for Kisa.
She's currently sitting in 7th place. Would do herself a lot of good to lock up that 3rd and final position as her best friends come over. Sky Brown's everyone's best friend, I think. I'm surprised she didn't go over and hug Tina after that report.
You're right. So if Kisa can finish ahead of Kokona and Mommy, she's setting herself up really nicely. And coming into that run, she is behind both of those skaters. So this is going to be a huge score for her. Frontside nose blunt on that steep bank, taking a huge chance there, and it's going to pay off. And the backside tail didn't really get a slide, but that's all good. She kept the run going. Mute air over the center. Big backside air in the deep end. Great variety.
Kisa just a few thousand points ahead of Kokona Hiraki for that final transfer position for Team Japan, and with the points that are available here, this is going to be huge. So her 3rd run does pad it a little bit, a 42.07, and she will bump up to 6th place. But right now, she's not really so worried about the position on the leaderboard. She's worried about the points and where she's going to finish.
I would agree with that.
Kokona Hiraki, we've spoken about already, just 12 years of age, already on course. I remember what Lizzie Armandi was talking about just the size and the girls growing and getting some more weight, getting some more physics on their side. They got to work so much harder to generate the speed.
Right. We talk about this a lot, Todd. The smaller and younger you are, there's pros and cons. If you're tiny, you have the advantage. You have a lower center of gravity. You're probably going to stay on more. You have better balance. As you get taller, it's harder to balance. But that said, yeah, lack of speed, and it's hard to be very stylish when you're tiny. You know, style comes with size and experience. Oh. And we saw that's what Lizzie wanted to see, the frontside blunt.
Right.
It's been giving her trouble.
So Kokona will look to runs 4 as we wrap things up here on run 3 for her.
So much great skating on the lead up to that frontside blunt. The front nose grind, crail slide on that steep bank. And of course, I mean, backside nose grind, those are her specialties. She's the best at that, best in the world.
And you think about the longevity of her career there's going to be 2 more Olympics cycles before she even hits 20.
It's
after Japan.
So she's still going for the frontside blunt up on that steep bank. I'm not sure. It looks like maybe just a lack of commitment, which seems surprising to say.
Yeah, so she's going to stick with run number 1, 43.13. And there are the current standings right now in the midst of run number 3 with 4th run still to come. Sky Brown leading the way 58.50. Masugu Okamoto doing what she needs to do. Pretty much a lock for Team Japan, as is Sakura Yosuzumi. Mami Tezuka now, she needs to go. This has got to be a huge run for her, not to put all the pressure on her 4th and final.
She's put it down in an amazing way so far, Todd, but she has to bring a little bit more. She needs to finish top 3 on the podium, and she can do it. Backside tail slide, barely getting her tail on the coping, though. That makes it even harder when you don't do the trick all the way. Frontside feeble, she is great at that trick in the corner. Very technical lip trick around the corner. Oh, wow. You saw her feet got hung up on the rail, board off. She was committed, though.
Yeah. So Mami currently sitting in 4th place with a 49.89 as time runs out. She needs to be on the podium if she's got any shot representing Team Japan in Tokyo.
Hey, no matter what happens for Mami, though, you can't take away that frontside Smith grind. That is just the best. Front tail up on the steep bank, keeping the run going with the ollie over the hip. And there it's just fantastic.
And her skating in the open qualifying and in the semis, as we see where she came off there, was sensational. I mean, she's just, wow.
And she's one of the only women here hitting the rainbow rail over that centerpiece. The board just came off her feet before she even left the coping. I'm not sure what happened. That's skateboarding. It's not attached.
38.47 throwaway. She holds on to the 49.89. She'll be back. One more run for Mami.
That's going to be a crucial run.
Yes, it is. Sakura Yosuzumi currently sitting in 3rd place on the overall standings. 2nd place for Team Japan.
And I like what Lizzie was saying about Sakura. I love that about her style, how casual and calm it is, but she makes a great point where it might look too easy. But what a great frontside ollie she's able to do. I love the tweak on that air. And a 540! That's new!
She comes off as she was making the transfer.
She got robbed, Todd.
Oh, my.
She just threw that 540 out there like nothing.
So the big trick she lands with is a transition back to the next wall where just the board.
Here's what we say about that, Todd. Only in a contest.
Yeah, it's like a full mysterious invisible banana peel.
Yeah, it's one of those things you can't prepare for it. There's just nothing you can do. All of a sudden you're flying off your board for no reason. So she put down a beautiful judo air. Leaned a tail way up on top of that. You heard Lizzie talking about how annoying that thing is to skate, right? Okay, frontside ollie, just perfect. This run was going to be it. Look, backside melon grab 540, perfect landing.
It just gets high.
She was looking to the next trick and not looking under her feet, which, why would you? She knows what she's doing. She knows what's going on out there. And that bump just kind of caught her off guard. She kind of hit 2 different competing transitions at the same time. Ah, what a disappointment.
What could have been, no question about it. 55.09, she'll stay with that. Yosuzumi with one more run to go. Bryce Wettstein will be the next to drop in, the 17-year-old from Encinitas, California. The American situation's a little clearer. It looks like that Bryce is going to finish in that 1st position for Team USA. Brighton Zoyner looking really good in 2nd place, and Jordan Barrett looking very strong for 3rd. Now, crazier things have happened, but right now that looks to be the team that's going to represent Team USA.
Yeah, and Jordan was the one in the tenuous zone.
Yeah.
And she's here in the finals. That's what she had to do.
Did herself a favor making the final. Here she is, Bryce Wettstein now.
Coming in with the big rock and roll on the annoying bank. Going alley-oop there in the deep end. Yes, the crowd responding to Bryce. And you see, I love just the different approaches, you know, and the Japanese skaters have a very unique approach, and so too do the Americans, and especially Bryce Wettstein.
How long has Bryce been running the red suspenders?
I don't know.
Has that been a part of her program since as long as you've seen her skate?
She's just a character. She's always mixing it up and throwing us surprises. Great. Best surprises are the tricks she does, though. Just coming out with all kinds of craziness. Caballerial there.
After the clock runs to 0, so Bryce gets a nice full pull there. We'll see what the judges think of that. Always a smile on her face. She's currently sitting in 7th place right now with that 41.33. Needs a 55.10 to put herself in a podium position.
All right, taking another look. Way up there, rock and roll. One of the few women doing tricks on top of that Toyota box. Front side boneless. Oh, I didn't see that with the hand flip, Todd. She flipped it.
Surprises.
Wow.
Bryce giving us surprises.
Yeah, that's where Bryce excels, just doing things you don't expect. And that is really hard to do in a final. And there's so much pressure. And there's that last attempt with the Caballerial. It's okay. Great run for Bryce.
And her score comes in. It's a slight improvement of 42.52, but she will stay in that 6th position for the time being with 1 run to go. Final 2 competitors here at the Women's Park Final, run number 3 of 4, Sky Brown, who is currently sitting in 1st place with a 58.50. Then it'll be Masugo Okamoto, who sits in 2nd place. Sky representing Great Britain, nation of her father. She gets ready to drop in here on run 3. I would say a lot of pressure on this one for her, maybe distance herself from 2nd, but I don't know if she ever responds to pressure. She just seems to, it's another run.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you feel as if maybe as a young competitor who comes in here just having fun, that puts her at an advantage, because without the pressure, she can just go out there and just do her best.
Right.
And that's exactly what she's been doing here this weekend. She's been unstoppable. Oh, backside lip slide for Sky. She really has developed so many new tricks, and she has so much variety. And of course, an ability to use every part of the park.
Oh, it's Sky Brown at the very end. Tries for the 540, comes off, sitting at the bottom of the park with a smile on her face. Wow. I love the fact that she's going to end with a really hard trick, not just phone it in for the final 5 seconds. I'm going to give the judges something special to think about.
And Lizzie mentioned how the only maybe weakness to Sky's game is that she doesn't have the strength and power yet. So there's nothing she can do about that right now except just keep doing what she's doing and grow into it, and then watch out. But watch out right now. She can do it all.
So far, it's working for her with a score of 58.50. She has the lead with 1 run to go. It'll be interesting to see what the judges do with this one. It was at the very end of her run when she has the fall. She was going for a big trick, but she did have the fall.
Yeah, but she did so much on the lead up. And she, yeah, the front side 540, that's a tough trick. That's, wow. Great skating here today.
Sky's got 1 more run to go. We'll see what the judges do with that as she sits on the deck. Her score comes in, not an improvement, so she'll stay with run number 2's 58.50. Bryce Wetstein just in front of her, just chilling, hanging out, watching their friends skate. Final competitor, Masugo Okamoto. 2nd run was her best, 57. I get a feeling she's building to something bigger.
All right, she's back in. Wow, getting sketchy on that 540, but staying on. Front side tail slide in the deep end. Oh, I like that. A lot of people do the front side boneless on that bank, but they don't transfer it back into the bowl. Oh, taking a big chance.
Yes, she was.
Going for the win.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock for that one. So as Paul pointed out, that was a high-risk, high-reward maneuver for Masugo, sitting in 2nd place, and 1 more run to go. Calculated move.
Yeah, and that's one of those tricks. If it goes right, it's not the most difficult, but it's just typically an inconsistent type trick. Here's the 540 McTwist. She landed so high up the transition on that. That's a dangerous spot to be. It can be good, but I think the landing came up a little fast for her, but she hung on and she kept that run going. Nice frontside air there. And here we see the kickflip. Indy, I'm not quite sure. It looks like maybe she just wasn't over her board when she needed to be.
So Masugo unable to get that back underneath her, so she stays like Sky with run number 2, and they all now have a fourth, and final run here in the women's park final. Wow, what a show. As Lizzie pointed out, you're going to definitely want to watch this fourth and final run as the women start to take bigger chances. Sky Brown leads the way by a margin of 1.5 points over Masugo Okamoto. Sakura Yosuzumi sitting in 3rd place, with Mami Tezuka doing what she needs to do. She needs to be on the podium if she wants to make Team Japan, and there is the battle within the battle with Masugo Okamoto and Sakura Yosuzumi already pretty much locked in for Team Japan. There's one spot available. The American situation looks like Bryce Wettstein is going to have that top spot for Team USA, with Brighton Zoyner in 2nd and Jordan Barrett making the final here, pretty much locking up her position in 3rd. So it's one more run here in the women's park final. This is Encinitas' Jordan Barrett, the 22-year-old, dropping in for her 4th go-around, the final opportunity here in Des Moines.
Yeah, coming into this final run in 8th place, she just wants to stay on, put it down, and ride out of this Dew Tour feeling like she had a great weekend and a successful final. Frontside boneless on the steep bank, following it up with the backside air in the deep end. We want to see some big tricks. There, nice eggplant with the tuck knee. She has great style on that trick. Taking a frontside grind to revert, so nice. She stayed on, put it all down.
Full run for Jordan Barrett, the American, with a very strong final showing. That's the way you want to leave a competition, on a high note like that.
Yeah, that has to feel good.
It's a heavy competition. You may be seeing a preview of what you'll see in Tokyo in 2 months' time in the final.
All right, there's the nice frontside air up on top of that plexiglass. Followed up by crail slide. So a great variety for Jordan. There's the stale fish. That's a very technical grab. Grab behind the heels. And there's a frontside boneless on the steep bank. So a lot. She brought a lot to the table. And there is the eggplant tuck knee. Grabbing around both knees. That's extra style points. Judges love that. Look, both knees on one side of the arm. Good skateboarding. Tuck knee. I like that.
Nowhere to go but up, as Jordan Barrett's 41.07, her best run, but it's not enough to get her out of 8th place right now. Smile on her face, so she did what she had to do. She made the final, and that was mission number 1 here in Des Moines.
It shows you the depth of the competition, though, when you stay on, do what you want to do, and still remain in 8th. Here we go.
It is go time now for Kisa Nakamura of Japan, the 20-year-old. She needs to stay in a podium position.
So she starts her run in a very similar way that Jordan just did, with the frontside air on the plexiglass and then going into the deep end, coming off.
That just opens the door. She was in 3rd place for Team Japan to make the team, and now she's allowed an opportunity for someone like a Mami Tezuka or a Kokona Hiraki to jump up. Kisa Nakamura gingerly making her way out of the bowl. So we've talked about losing her father a month ago. She comes to Des Moines trying to secure that 3rd and final spot for Team Japan, and just not her day. Her best score is that 42.07. She'll have to stick with the 42.07, which keeps Kisa Nakamura in 7th place. So a great opportunity now for Kokona Hiraki.
She's got to put it down here. It's time to stay on for 40 seconds, and that is a beautiful start. Again, frontside nose grind around the corner. Frontside kick turn, setting up for the lean to tail over that hip. Lizzie mentioned how hard that hip is to skate. Backside nose grind. Kokona doing what she does best. Very technical, difficult lip tricks. Hanging on here. Lean to tail. That's the second lean to tail of the run, though. Front blunt, she makes it.
So she does get the full time. So Kokona stepping up in a pressure-packed situation. And what a performance for the 12-year-old as she knew what she had to do while she stayed on her board and put down some amazing tricks.
She really did. She's setting herself up nice for some big scores. Oh, this is nerve-wracking. Mommy in 4th, Kokona coming into that run in 5th place. Frontside nose grind. Around the corner, that's all front truck, balance. You gotta lock it in, precise. Hitting that steep bank. And here we go, the backside version, front truck only, backside nose grind. Here, the front side blunt, popping that one in, the back foot got a little loose, but she wasn't letting go of it.
That is so clean. Look at the relief when she gets towards the end, knowing that she did the full run, exactly what she wanted to do, what she needed to do. There you see the current standing. Sky Brown still leading the way, 58.50. Okamoto's second. And it will be an improvement as she bumps into 5th place with a 47.70. So Kokona Haraki sitting now in 5th with Mami Tezuka coming up next. This is the battle for Team Japan. You've got Okamoto and Yosuzumi, already locked in pretty much on positions 1 and 2. Each nation, 3 positions.
So the pressure's on Mommy.
Yep.
She's got to make it onto the podium, top 3.
Which means she needs better than a 55.09 to get herself a podium position.
And her last run was fantastic. See if she can add something to it.
And here's Yosuzumi will have the option to go after her, so she'll get the final say to up the ante.
All right, here we go. Backside tail slide. I don't know how she made that. It was just the tip of the tail on the coping, but she hangs on and keeps it going. Frontside feeble grind again through the corner, working the bowl. There we go, frontside 50-50, staying on this time into a night. She lost a lot of speed on the landing of that frontside air.
The clock goes to 0. So now, was that run worthy of a 55.10 in your opinion?
Wow. Todd, you're leaving it to the judges.
Yeah,
it was great skating. I would have to rewatch Sakura's run to really give you an honest breakdown. We'd have to go trick for trick, look at every section of the bowl. I love what Mommy did out there. Is it better than what Sakura did? Is it better than Misugu? Oh, right there, that backside tail slide. There was almost no contact. She was levitating. But this, the frontside 50-50, that's huge. But we saw, Sakura finished her run so strong. I don't know that we got that from Mommy. I think there's a
nice element.
There's a chance that those rankings stay as is. That's as much as I'll commit to, Todd. There's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance. We'll see what Mommy says. Sky Brown's 58.50 continues to lead. That's not the story. It's Team Japan and who is going to make that team in that 3rd and final position. The battle is on, and it's a 51.37. So Mommy does not jump into 3rd place. She needed better than a 55.09, which is great news for Kisa Nakamura, who is in jeopardy of being knocked out. Mommy says, I did my best. Sakura Yosuzumi now. Still with a shot as she sits in 3rd place. She's 2nd overall for Team Japan. Kisa now, she's the one that's doing the number crunching, trying to figure out, am I in, am I not in?
Survey says We'll find out.
Yeah, a lot happened here with Sakura Yosuzumi, the 19-year-old from Wakayama. Taking a long time taking a look at this. Kisa Nakamura, am I on Team Japan or not?
Yeah, and Sakura has already done so much. I'm curious to see what she might add to that run. This could be practice for Tokyo. Love the style on that air. There we go. She sticks the backside grab 540 and makes
the transition.
Beautiful. All right, this is exactly what we want to see from Sakura. That casual, feeble grind through the corner. Backside nose blunt revert. Oh, she does it. That was the run, the full run. It included the backside grab 540. It finished with the nose blunt revert, which is such a strong trick. And it had every element in between.
She was already in second place for Team Japan, and that's pretty much going to lock things up for her because that was a stellar run, sitting on a 55.09 in this competition in third place. Lizzie doesn't like it, but man, Sakura does.
Way up there. That thing is so tall. She makes it look easy. Air over the center, and the backside grab 540. Little bit of a Delmar squat there. Hangs on. Just Sky is psyched.
Biggest cheerleader.
She wants to go to the Olympics with all
her
of
friends.
her friends.
Yeah, she wants a complete posse there in Tokyo.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, it does. Sakura, one of her best friends. Yeah, this was just an amazing 40 seconds of skating.
Yeah, and she came into this run in third place. You know, Misugu did great work. Sky Brown did great work. It's almost as if they could all be interchangeable. Sure. It's just, you know, it depends what the judges are most focused on sometimes. Is it big airs? Is it variety? Is it use of the park? There's so many factors. They're studying each element.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Into first place for Sakura Yosuzumi. 61.71. And the skater she supplants in that is Sky Brown, was the first person to congratulate her.
That's awesome. Great work there for Sakura. And it's because she really did it all.
Yep.
She didn't leave anything off the table.
So we'll see if the 61.71 stands up to the final three competitors here in the competition. Her mom making the trip to Des Moines. Not an easy place to get to, especially from Japan. Louisville's another story, but from Japan, it's not easy. Final three will be Bryce Wettstein, Sky Brown, and Misugu Okamoto. These are the three you're going to want to watch, as Bryce is currently sitting in sixth place. Now, we've talked about it before. Team USA, the picture's pretty clear with Bryce sitting in that first position, Olympic qualifier, with Brighton Zoyner in second and Jordan Barrett making the final here, pretty much locking up that third and final position. You know Bryce wants to go out with a great showing.
Yeah, backside disaster, way up there. Into the alley-oop, backside alley. That's what's great about Bryce. Oh, her ability to mix it up. Going for that hand flip again.
You know she's going to ride out these final seconds. I think, you know what? The bowl is mine.
Yeah. No pressure. Cavallarial. Maybe a 360 kick turn. Hard to tell from this angle. Going back for that. Front side boneless. Oh, taking it to tail. What's she setting up for? Diva grind fakie? Just for the crowd.
Yep. Fan favorite, Bryce Wettstein out of Encinitas, California. Keep going. Just keep skating. And finally shuts it down. So she'll stay with that 45. Unfortunately, that'll keep her in sixth place, 45.52.
She's a skater that kind of shows how fun skating is too. It's competitive, it's difficult. We love to see this and that, but she's out there having fun. It's awesome.
So recently removed from first place is Sky Brown, the 12-year-old. She gets bumps to second from Sakura Yasuzumi. Her 58.50 is not the leading score, as a 61.71 is the new mark to beat. 2 competitors left in this competition. It'll be Sky Brown, followed up by Masugu Okamoto. Both of them pretty much locked in on their respective Olympic teams. So we'll see what Sky does here.
Yeah, curious to see. I don't know what she's going to do.
Does she want to take her best friend out, or is she going to just, you know, I'll let it ride? She's going to go for it. Come on.
She's going to go for it just because it's more fun to be out there shredding. Big backside air for Sky. I like that. Alley-oop over the hip. That's traveling one direction while turning in the other direction. Alley-oop. Classic skate trick from way back. Oh, coming off on the backside lip slide. Tough. That's a very difficult technical lip trick. She had no problem with it earlier, but.
So the worst Sakura Yosuzumi will do will be second place with 1 skater to go. Sky Brown locking up a position on the podium. Masugu Okamoto will be the last to drop in. Saving the best for last, no question about it, as she's going to put on a show. Sky's still putting on a little bit of a show for the fans here in Des Moines.
And Masugu got off to a bit of a rough start, and I feel like that's affected the rest of her final. So one more try. She's in a good spot. Now she can really just let loose. Their third place is nothing to scoff at, Todd.
Masugu is guaranteed a spot on the podium with Sakura Yosuzumi and Sky Brown. What position will it be? We're about to find out. The final competitor here in the Women's Park Final from Des Moines, Dew Tour 2021. It's been a long road to get here with the disruption of the pandemic. The Olympics should have taken place last summer. They're now on for this summer. And here we go, Masugu Okamoto.
All right, 360 over the centerpiece there. She nails the 540 McTwist. Now coming into the deep end, smooth and clean frontside tail slide. Taking the frontside boneless back into the bowl. Beautiful, massive frontside air. So we're seeing Masugu do what she does best, kickflip Indian. It doesn't happen again, Todd, and that's going to be it for Masugu. She's going to remain in third place with that fall.
What a run for Masugu Okamoto, but she comes off towards the end. She will be on the podium, but it looks like Sakura Yosuzumi is going to win Dew Tour 2021 in Women's Park Final. Sky Brown more than likely finishing in second, with Masugu Okamoto finishing on the podium in third place, as all attention now turns to Tokyo and the Olympic Games. Wow, what a performance. And doing some quick math, it looks like Kokona Hiraki has outpointed Kisa Nakamura. She was only 2,000 plus points behind her, but that 5th place finish was enough to give her the points ahead of Kisa, who finished in 7th.
That's a story.
And that's what we were talking about coming in, was the battle within the battle, as Japan had 2 positions pretty much locked up with Okamoto and Yosuzumi, but it was going to be between Kisa, Kokona, and Mami for that 3rd and final position. As we take a look as the final results, as Sakura Yosuzumi wins the women's competition by way of that 4th and final run, a 61.71. Sky Brown finishing in 2nd place, with Masugu Okamoto finishing in the 3rd position with a 57. Kisa had to stay ahead of Mami and Kokona to hold on to that 3rd and final position coming into this event. It didn't happen. Mami surpassed her. Kokona moved up into 5th, so she'll grab that 3rd position. And Tina Dixon is standing by with the winner of today's competition, Sakura Yosuzumi.
Thanks, Todd. I'm actually with Sky Brown as well, who will also translate for us. 2 skaters out here representing 2 different countries, but aligned in skateboarding and really pushing each other out here. Sakura, I'm going to ask you, how would you describe your emotions after landing that 4th run?
何の感じしたそのライン決まった時？5は大会でまだ出したことがなかったので乗れてすごい嬉しかったです。She's never done a 5 in a contest, so when she landed it, she was super happy.
An amazing day for Japan, and you really led the charge out here. What does this mean to you to be able to show your sport in your home country?
なんか日本でどうやってどんな感じなんか練習 いや、日本にいるやん、オリンピックで、自分も日本から、それはどんななんか思い？
日本代表としてオリンピックに出るので、オリンピックでも全力を出し切れるように頑張ります。
もう一回言って。
オリンピックでも全力出し切れるように頑張ります。
She's gonna try her best in the Olympics, so she's really excited.
We're all really excited too, and Sky, I just have to ask you, to show the sport of skateboarding on the world stage, you showed us some big tricks out here. What does that mean to you?
I'm super stoked. Yeah, I'm so happy to see like so many girls pushing boundaries and closing the gap for, you know, boys, like, and it's just so cool to see. She inspires me so much, and I had a really fun session. I'm so happy.
Congratulations to both of you. Todd.
Thank you, Tina. Congratulations, ladies. Sakura Yosuzumi getting the win. Sky Brown finishing in second. And Masugo Akamoto finishing in third place here at the Women's Park Final. Dew Tour 2021 from Des Moines. What a showing. Paul Zitzer, the progression continues, and what a battle for Team Japan.
Right. The last time we saw a women's event here at the Dew Tour, there was one skater doing 540s. Now the game has changed. Sakura Yosuzumi shutting it down. Here, there it is, backside grab, 540, you heard it. This is the first event she's put that trick down. And, I mean, she's the only one doing the backside nose blunt revert. Look at the sheer joy. Love that.
61-7-1 on the fourth and final run. When we return to Des Moines, we will have the awards ceremony and, still to come, the Women's Street Final.
The Dew Tour experience. You sticking around for street? You gonna watch? Okay. All right. So the King Lucy is going to join the booth here in a little bit with Vern Lair, and they're going to take you through the Women's Street Final. So it's all finals all day here in Des Moines. So we're going to take a little bit of a breather here, and we'll be back with our award ceremony for Women's Park Final. Stick around, boys. We'll be right back.
There's so many rad sensations within skating. Grinding is one of the most cool sounds probably in this world. The grinds and the ollies, the snapping of a tail. This is skateboarding, this is fun, this is rad. So stoked. That's perfect.
Good right there?
Yeah, yeah.
So why are you getting the mermaid today?
I don't have a good answer for that.
No? Well, it works.
Yeah. I grew up on the North Shore of Oahu, one of the best places in the world to grow up if you want to be a surfer. I always loved surfing, I loved the water, but I was never competitive in it. And all my friends that are still pro surfers to this day, like, they were so good at like age 6. When I started skating, I realized that I have that same passion that they have for surfing, that I have that for skating. And that's like really where I found myself, and like I found my people, I found what I love to do, and this is my thing. This one back here, my first tattoo with you.
Yeah.
Still probably one of my favorite tattoos ever. It's so good.
That's awesome.
So sick. And then
we did the camera.
yep. A lot of the skate videos that I've watched over and over and over are all from like the 80s. Looking back, a lot of the tricks I do, I don't even think about it, but I do a lot of their tricks and stuff like that. Watching these 80s skaters skate in the 80s and also now, and that's kind of like where I get my inspiration from. Since I became a part of Team USA, I'm training, but I'm also like, make sure I'm having fun. If I'm not having fun, there's no point. Skateboarding is to have fun at the end of the day in my eyes, like, and that's it.
The Brazilian, the Mexican, the Japanese, American, everybody in the end are truly united.
To be able to represent America and represent Hawaii as well would be really special.
I get to compete for Great Britain, but be in Japan. I mean, that's just a dream.
The Olympics is an opportunity to bring.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our award ceremony out here for Women's Park Final here at Dew Tour Des Moines. And before we bring our podium finishers up to the podium, I would like to thank Nicole Peterson from Toyota for being our award presenter. Thank you, Nicole. And with no further ado, your top 3 out here for Women's Park Final. In 3rd place, in 2019, she was the Dew Tour Long Beach champion. Backing it up today with another podium here in Des Moines. Let's hear it for Japan's Masugu Okamoto. One more time, please put your hands together for your 3rd place finisher, Masugu Okamoto. And in 2nd place, her first Dew Tour podium, representing Great Britain. Let's hear it for Sky Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together again for Sky Brown, your 2nd place finisher. And your champion here for Dew Tour Des Moines 2021 on the road to Tokyo. Utilizing a 540 for the first time in her win out here today. Let's get loud and proud for Sakura Yosozumi, your champion. And one more time, put your hands together. Congratulations, omedetou gozaimasu to your champion, Sakura Yosozumi. And a round of applause one more time for your podium out here for Women's Park Final and all the athletes competing in the final. And we've got more action from the women coming up next with the Women's Street Final here at Dew Tour. We love you, Des Moines.
Yeah. Yeah. Wipe out and get right back up. Get up. Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like 2 trucks. Come on. Hop on and do what you want. Yeah. True freedom, they need us to stunt. Backside 180s to front, yeah. And we know struggle like we knows grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skated DIE, how we living? Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go hard or go harder. Yeah. That go far or go farther. Yeah. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll. Peace.
Beautiful day in Des Moines, Iowa, as we get set to crown a champion Dew Tour 2021 in the Women's Street Final. That course has been beset with moisture all week long, but today the weather gods love some skateboarding because the sun is out, the temperature is up, and the course is beautiful. Olympic qualification on the line, as this is a global Olympic qualifier. Max 3 per country, and that's the rub, Paul Zitzer, is because there's some nations here that could put 6, 8, 9 into each discipline, but you're only getting 3, and that's the most, especially for Team USA, Brazil, and Japan. Well, we've been waiting for this format for a long time, and this is how it's going to all go down. 8 athletes have made the final. So it's the 2-5-4 format. So it's 2 45-second runs, and those scores are a possible 10 with an ongoing leaderboard. But then things get a little trickier, Paul, because let's get the 5 tricks and the best there.
Right, but we're going to see that leaderboard jump around in this event as things progress. It's really cool to see. We've only seen these skaters take runs so far. Now they're going to have to put down some best tricks.
Absolutely loaded field here in Women's Street Final. Final preparations, final photos being taken. Nice to see the sun out. This is completely different, and I got to give credit up to these athletes because they have had to skate in mist, in rain, weather delays, cloudy skies, and now the sun is out in Des Moines. It's Des Moines nice here. Todd Harris, Paul Zitzer, what a great way to cap up an amazing 2021 Dew Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have the best skaters in the world about to take to the course. And we talked about, you know, only 3 skaters per country are going to make it. Brazil is such a great story here, you know, tonight with so much talent. Raissa Leal coming out, Leticia Buffoni, Pamela Rosa, the world champion. We're going to see him skate today.
Leticia Buffoni, part of that trifecta of Brazilian talent that, man, you could be looking at an Olympic podium right there, as they have just been on point all week here in Des Moines at this massive skate park just completed. I'll tell you what, the fans have taken to it. The weather has pushed some people aside, but people came back last night, 10:30, to watch the men's street semifinals go down.
Yeah, that was a crazy contest. I want to shout out California Skate Parks for designing and building this course. It's amazing. And shout out to Des Moines Subsec Skate Shop. They all played a part to bring this park to Des Moines, and it's going to stay here. And I want to get on that course.
88,000 square feet. It is amazing. Here's the start list for the women's street final here at Dew Tour 2021. Poe Pinson making the field. Laura Brueggemann, you see Kate Oldenboven, Haisa Leal, Julie Bruckler, Rose Vetslant, and Leticia Buffoni, and then Pamela Hossa, of course, rounding out. But the Brazilians are so strong in this field.
The names aren't getting any easier. But yeah, what a great field. I look forward to watching the Brazilians battle it out because they have totally different styles, different backgrounds and histories. Any one of them could win it. It's all about putting it down. 45-second runs and best tricks. It's going to be great.
2 runs, 45 seconds full time. So not like in park where if you fall it ends. It's 2 runs and you get the full 45 seconds, so make the most of it. And then it's the 5 tricks. So how do you think this changes the strategy, Paul, that we've gone back to the 2-4-5?
It allows for more error in the run section. You're going to have to come out, put down a run, get a score, but you're going to want to drop a big score in the run, so take some chances because any one of these skaters can make up points in best trick. If they've got strong tricks to put down, it's top 4 scores from anywhere on the course count.
Yeah, a lot of math to be done by the judges that we got here at the Dew Tour, so we'll sort it all out as we go on the ongoing scoreboard. Poe Pinson, the 16-year-old from Florida, will get things started off, and then it is all international with Belgium, Netherlands, Brazil, Austria, and then wrapping things up with the 2 Brazilians at the end with Leticia Buffoni and Pamela Hossa.
And I think to answer the strategy question, Todd, there's more just of a go for it need here. You're in the final. You did it. Now you want to win. You want to get on the podium. That's going to mean you've got to do your best, period.
Playing with house money now as Poe Pinson will get things started off. One of the youngest competitors in this field other than Haisa Leal, who is 13 years of age.
And Poe just had a great showing at the U.S. National Championships at the Barracks, 2nd place finish. Her skating has matured over the last year so much. It's the case of we haven't seen these skaters compete in a year. A lot of them have gotten much better. Poe is one of them. She shows great poise on the board, very confident, casual style, precise, and technical.
Little step off there with the final 3 seconds, so it was a very methodical opening run for her, playing the strategic way. But as we've talked about before, in this final, it's no time to hold back. If you've got a trick, you better unleash it.
Right, and if they're going to hold back at all, it's going to be in the first run. And from there, good or bad, you're going to have to step it up and go all in. Kickflip over the bump there for Poe. She did a lot of tricks, but falls we've seen count heavily against skaters here at the Dew Tour.
So Poe Pinson opening up with a definite throwaway for her, a 2.11. The judges want to see a full run, eliminate those falls, and your score will go up quickly. Good news, though, for the street competitors, there's still another event to come, unlike in park where that is it. There's another event coming up in a week's time in Rome, Italy, so they'll have an opportunity to garner some more points, so no ability really to name a team just yet for your nation.
Laura Brueggemann on course, 2nd ranked skater in Belgium. She's had a great run in competition, a lot of 2nd and 3rds. Looking for her first big international win.
So Brueggemann coming off even earlier than Poe Pinson there, but remember, it's the full 45 seconds, so you can remount and get back after it. But those falls just weigh so heavily, especially after someone has a full run. The judges are like, well, listen, they're staying on the whole 45. You need to stay on the whole 45.
Right. Scores, your scores are going to drop immediately first for 2 reasons. You fell on a trick, and then it interrupts your run and flow, and you're probably going to miss another trick time-wise. Your time's going to run out before you get to that last trick you'd planned. So it's a double whammy.
Brueggemann even a lower score than Poe Pinson's 2-1-1. The 1-8-8 becomes a throwaway for her, so it comes down to that final run for her, plus the 5 tricks. Now, Kate Oldenboving out of Netherlands, just 16 years of age. So we've seen 2 16-year-olds and a 19-year-old drop in. No 20-year-olds yet.
Young field out here. Women's skateboarding is on a there's just so many new women in the field that a lot of them are young. Now the men's street final, we've seen a totally different scenario. It's old school out there. But, you know, I spoke to Kate's dad. This was pre-pandemic, and he was just talking about his approach, not his approach, but their approach sort of to Kate's view of skateboarding and a path to the Olympics, and that they weren't focused on that. They're just trying to say, hey, look, keep having fun, Kate.
Yep.
Don't let all the pressure get in the way of a good time. And what comes, you know?
That's some sage advice from her father. So Kate Oldenboving finishing off that run with a nice trick there. The 16-year-old will look to that second run plus the 5 tricks. So far the score is relatively pedestrian with a 2 and a 1.88.
There's a backside board slide. Down the handrail. You're gonna see a lot of those. I like that. The nose slide, mixing it up. Less room for error when you're just on the nose of the board. She makes it happen.
Kate discussing what she needs to do, and miraculously Poe Pinson's 2-1-1 still leads, and that's going to change here in a hurry as Raíssa Leal of Brazil, 13 years young, the youngest competitor in the field and one of the most powerful skaters on a street course.
Yeah, arguably the most talented female skateboarder in the world.
You should be able to wreck the internet at 13.
She's just, it's unbelievable, her talent and skill. She can do it all. The only thing she's lacking really is experience in contests. It's not that she can't pull it off. She has. She's won events. She knows how to do it all, but she doesn't have 10 years of experience skating against the world's best. So you learn something every event you go to.
But you talked about women's skating, the progression where it's going as her run comes to an end now in the final. Do you think of someone like Raíssa Leal who could win the gold medal in Tokyo? No, wouldn't be a big surprise. And then you think of a Sky Brown who could win the gold medal, and you're talking about 13 and 12-year-olds on top of the podium at the Olympics.
It's shocking. How do kids really get good fast, Todd? Backside Smith grind. Raíssa, she's so good at these rail tricks. And she's so light on her feet, just flowing through the tricks. She doesn't stomp them down. She carries her speed on the landing so well. It's like she weighs nothing. Smooth backside 50-50 grind down the hubba. She's just playing around, just warming up, Todd.
And I would say, is that a safety run for her? Is that kind of an open conservative run for her?
That's as easy as it gets for her. She's so good. We're gonna see a lot more.
So 4-5, Raíssa Leal. So she jumps into first place ahead of Poe Pinson and Kate Oldenboving. Big smile on the face of the Brazilian as we've got 4 competitors to go here in run number 1 of 2. 2 runs, 45 seconds, full time, plus 5 tricks, your best trick. Julia Brooklyn, we saw her in the semifinals come down to a final run, and she just drilled it.
She sure did, Todd. I feel like that was the run of her life yesterday.
100% agree.
I think she could do it again, though. She just looks like she's confident and comfortable on the course this weekend. She's ranked #1 in Austria. No surprise there. Similar scenario that happened in the semifinals for Julia. She bailed that kickflip, threw her off. She came back on her next run and put it down. All day, 360 flip over the hip.
Lock for her.
She got a little loose on the ride out, ended up kind of off the course. See if she can finish with maybe a switch, hard flip. Nope. Not run number one. She's going to have to save it.
She's the veteran in the field, the 31-year-old from Vienna, Austria, Julia Bruckler. So she will look to that run number 2 plus the 5 tricks as Haisa Liao leads the way with that 4.25. Bo Pitson, the American, sitting in second, and Kate Oldenboving sitting currently in third. Down to the final 3 competitors in run number 1 of 2. It'll be Rose Svetslot, Leticia Buffoni, and Pamela Hossa of Brazil. I think everyone's excited to see those final 2 Brazilians drop in and see exactly what they do to set the stage.
Now, we've talked about the year off, Todd, from competition.
Yep.
Some people really took advantage of it. Rose is one of them. You see the progression in her skating. Come a long way. She's ranked number 2 in the Netherlands. Northern European skate scene.
You were talking about that.
Is pretty impressive.
And coming from a nation, when you said, oh, Netherlands, great skate nation, they wouldn't be thinking of skateboarding. They'd be thinking of long track speed skating. That is kind of their go-to, that and cycling. And here she is putting skateboarding on the map in the Netherlands.
And you wouldn't think a place with brick streets and sidewalks would produce a lot of great skaters, but no, they have great skate parks there. They've had a great skate scene forever. And that helps. You need that. You need the support. You need to be around great skaters.
Rose off to a nice start here.
Putting down a big crooked grind. Trying the backside 50-50 grind on that handrail. Not getting both trucks on. Oh, that was nice though. Good recovery. Coming back with the frontside nose grind down the hubba.
She's going to run out of time as the rule is you have to leave. The trick has to start or be initiated before the clock hits 0.
Got to pop the tail, Todd.
Pop the tail before you hit zeros.
All right, another look. Frontside lip slide across the flat rail. And then Rose keeps it going. Frontside board slide. That was her big trick. The crooked grind down that massive 11-stair hubba for Rose. Best trick of her run. And that was supposed to be a backside 50-50, meaning both trucks were supposed to be on the rail. Instead, she went into the dreaded Willie grind. One truck on, front only with the dipped back end. Nobody wants to be in that position. That's something you get made fun of by your friends, Todd, the Willie grind.
Rose checking into second place with that 2.70. So it's down to the final 2 competitors in run number 1. This is an explosive skater as they come. Leticia Buffoni from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, and Leticia is the fiercest competitor in the women's field. She has the most experience. She knows how to deal with absolutely everything. You know, we've seen her skate injured. We've seen her take horrific slams in competition. She always comes back, and she says she loves competing.
Yeah, I love that term that you use to describe her, a ferocious competitor. I mean, she's the nicest person off. Get her in a competitive situation like right now, she's locked in.
Absolutely. And she has a really deep bag of tricks that she's consistent at. And as we know, Todd, consistency is so crucial. You can be the best skater in the world times a million, but if you can't stay on your board, forget it.
She was one of the first ones out there at open practice this morning. When the sun was out, it was hot. She stayed almost the entire time. And Leticia with a solid first run. We'll see where the judges put that with another run still to come, plus the 5 tricks.
Yeah, and there's no specific area, Todd, where she doesn't excel. Right. You know, it's not like, oh, she's better in the run and then she can't do the best tricks. No, she can do it all, and she's going to stay on. That's why she's so hard to beat, because she's always consistent. Blasting the big old ollie over the stack of dew, making me thirsty.
So Leticia waiting to see what her score will be, and she'll prepare for that second run. Temperature really changed. I mean, it's gotten so warm today. Did she get her nails done? Look at her showing off something. Oh, okay.
She is flashy.
2-0, so Leticia top 5 right now with another run to go.
Warm up for Leticia.
Pamela Rosa, or as they say, Pamela Hossa in Portuguese. My Portuguese is not as good as it used to be. 21-year-old. I know. Thanks to my sons, I got a little Portuguese.
World champion on the course, Pamela Rosa. And she has great strategy. Like Leticia, she always breaks out some surprises, and it's usually a huge trick. We may not see it here in run number 1 or 2 even. We don't know. Could be in best trick.
And I've come to learn from her, though, never count her out. She can be in last place with 1 run to go, still win the competition.
Nice. That's a big frontside lip slide.
She was going to work. Oh, yes. Pamela Rosa's time expires.
I like the finish with the backside disaster on the quarter pipe, too, showing the judges she's not just a hubba / rail skater.
Right.
She can do it all.
So Pamela with a great opening salvo. Will it take over the top spot, currently being held down by fellow countrywoman Haisa Liao with a 4.25.
Now, none of these skaters have put the hammer down yet. They're all being smart, building confidence, getting a score on the board as we move into the second runs. Why would you do anything but? Frontside feeble grind, down the rail, a lot of variety from Pamela. There's the A-frame rail lip slide and the big crooked grind. Some claps to finish it off. Nicely done, Pamela Rosa. That's why she's the world champ.
So 1 run complete, her score comes in, no surprise. She goes into first place with a 4.79 with 1 run still to come, plus the 5 best tricks. So the 2-4-5 format being instituted as the athletes will re-rack, and we will get back after it with the second runs here in the Women's Street Final Dew Tour 2021 from Des Moines. Todd Harris, Paul Zitzer. Great week of competition as all eyes now for the street competitors will turn to Rome with 1 more competition before they head to Tokyo in the Olympic Games. There are the standings. Poe Pinson, the lone American to make the field, currently sitting in 4th place with another run to go. But, you know, if someone had said, oh, Pamela Rosa and Haisa Liao will be leading after run, it would be like, yeah, big surprise.
Right, I agree. I'm a little surprised about Leticia being where she is in 6th right now with that score of a 2. Her run was a bit conservative, but I feel like it wasn't that conservative. You know, she's not even at half the points of Pamela or Haisa. Poe Pinson back on the course. She's going to want to put in a full 45-second run, of course, and she can do it. She's proven that she is a consistent and technical skater, and she's got a lot of variety and tricks that other skaters are not doing, like the backside 50-50 down the handrail.
Talking about Team USA and what's at stake, of course, 3 positions available. Nice trick from Poe Pinson.
360 flip fakie.
The names you need to know on that will be obviously Mariah Duran, Alexis Sablon, Alana Smith, who's not competing here. And then it gets a little murky, like who's going to be in that 3rd position? Is Poe Pinson obviously doing herself a big ups by making the final here?
Absolutely. So a great run from Poe Pinson. Stepping it up, staying on, 360 flip fakie on the bank. Backside 50 down the handrail in this run. There's the frontside 50-50 grind. Pretty standard on a hubba, not taking a big risk, but the backside 50-50 on a round rail, it's 5 times as hard. Todd?
So this should be a better result. Yeah, 2.51, so she bumps up into 2nd place before we get to our next competitor. Let's check in with Tina Dixon,
who has actually made Des Moines his home. Mike, walk us through that moment when you're like, you know what? I'm going to move here.
Well, I've loved the city for a long time, and we were looking to relocate, my family and I think we picked the best spot we could have ever picked.
How has this city embraced skateboarding?
Well, I mean, you're here, you're seeing it. It's smiles everywhere, thank yous everywhere. It's amazing to see this skate park is a dream come true.
Yeah, I walk around and everybody's so friendly and so happy, and to have your family be here and also the support for skateboarding, just sum up this city for those who really don't know much about it.
It's a very friendly city, very beautiful city. Hey, look, they put the biggest skate park in the country downtown on the river. That shows what they're about here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of kids skating this park after this event, Todd.
Yeah, Tina, I've learned all week, Paul, Iowa nice. That's how they roll here in Des Moines.
Can we talk
Iowa
about
nice.
Mike V is an absolute legend. I want him to move to my town.
Exactly. When Mike V comes to town, skate parks follow.
Yeah, he's great.
So we just saw Poe Pinson bump her score up into second place with that 4.62 on the 2.51 combined. So she's looking pretty good with 5 tricks still to go. As you mentioned, coming off the U.S. Championships where Mariah Duran finished in first place, Poe Pinson sitting in second, and Samaria Brevard finished in third, who did not make the final. So now the math really gets a little sticky for Team USA as Laura Brueggemann comes off there. Who's going to be in that final spot? And a lot of that will shake out after Rome.
Right. I think there's still too much skating to come for us to really be able to make a prediction. But talking about Laura Brueggemann right now, what you see the difference between a Poe and a Laura.
Right.
Laura's coming in firing off tricks at speed. You know, Poe is skating a little slower, less powerful, but more technical. Laura's just out here going for it, though. And unfortunately, she came off the board, but I like what I see.
Laura Brueggemann, just 19 years of age, out of Belgium. Looking for a good performance here, hoping those 5 tricks can bump her up just a little bit.
And we've seen here all week, Todd, judges have been very stingy with points. I mean, they're
people,
making
but
these
stingy.
They're not from Des Moines.
They're not Iowa nice when it comes to the scoring. Kate Oldenboving will be the next to drop in. You talk about the skate scene in the Netherlands. There's a score coming down, so you combine the two. Laura Brueggemann now sitting on that 3.82 combo score. The Netherlands got a good skate scene, as you talked about, and their team is going to be really good at street. Talk likes of Candy Jacobs, of course, Kate Oldenboving, and Svetlana.
Yeah, it's amazing the depth of talent coming out of the Netherlands. I really like Kate's start to the run, a backside 360 ollie at speed, and just keeping it going. A really unique trick there. Doing a sweeper with some 360 varial action. I'm sure it has a name. I'll consult some of my pretentious friends later. They'll tell me what it's called. Every trick has a name, but some of them don't matter. All right. Wow! Half-cast no slide, 270 out. Insanely technical trick to finish. Wow, that was great.
Way to cap things off for Kate Oldenboving. A great run for her. We'll see what the judges do with that. Great stories, though. You talked about Candy Jacobs being kind of a legend at 31, and now this young crop that she's kind of mentoring on their way.
Absolutely. Candy Jacobs is a powerhouse. She's been ripping for years. It's the new generation, though. You see that. Sweeper. Some sort of maybe around the world. All right, nose slide down the handrail. I like that. Way more than the backside board slide. The backside board slide is the most staple move, but you switch it up a little bit, a nose slide, way harder.
Yeah.
Way more points coming her way for that.
2.74 for Kate Oldenboving, so that gives her a total of 4.77, which has her in second place, still behind Pamela Rosa, who's only taken one run. That just gives you an idea how big that score for her, 4.79 on run 1 was. Aisa Liao now. Let's see what she can do. She came off a great first run.
Yeah, she's just going to start doing what she does, which is the hardest tricks. After putting in a solid first run, of course, she's going to add to it. She's great at flipping her board onto rails and hubbas.
And nitpicking here, I know you liked it. What does she not do well? Where do you think she needs to work on it? If you said, okay, you've got 6-7 weeks to the Olympics, work on this. That's a head scratcher, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I guess I would say work on your contest experience. That's it. That's it. That's all she can do. There is no. She's just tiny. I guess power maybe.
Yeah.
But what she lacks in power, she makes up for in lightness, and she floats. She's ethereal.
Yes,
Todd.
Good word, ethereal. Aisa Liao with the ethereal run on run number 2 with Pamela Rosa there to greet her. That was a great run, smile on her face, feeling pretty good. Something to build on with that 4.25. And folks, let's not forget, she's 13.
Look, frontside feeble grind, the most difficult rail tricks, and making them look easy, because I'm not convinced they are hard for her. I think you know, this is pretty standard stuff for her. Backside 5-0 down that 11 stair hubba. That's massive. And she just breezes through backside lip slides. All hard stuff. And right, Todd, she's not making it look difficult.
No. It looks too easy. Yeah. Look at that, 4.62. So she goes into first with a combo of 8.87 for Raisa Liao.
And she set herself up perfectly for the best trick section. With 5 tries, all she's going to have to do is make 2 tricks, and she's going to be looking good for a potential win.
Julia Bruckler now out of Austria. Had a strong performance in the semifinals when she was down. It looked like she was going to make it in, and she came back with a final run, which was stellar to just crush the field. Yeah. See if she can put that magic back again.
That'd be great to see. Yeah, she is a strong skater. Setting up for the kick flip. We saw her turn it around in the semifinals with that trick.
Yep.
But here, we've seen her bail it in both runs. And it's one of those things, Todd. Now she nails the 360 flip, but anytime you flip your board in a contest, they may not be the hardest tricks while you're just out skating, but the consistency is always going to be an issue, especially when you're even mildly nervous and your legs, your muscles are firing a little quicker than you're used to. It's really easy to misjudge the timing on flip tricks. And we see this kick flip. It hits her feet properly, but when she lands, the foot just bounces off the board, I think, and that's just timing issues could be because of nerves, but you know, that just happens. That's skateboarding.
Trailing foot dragging off at the end there, and it causes her to go down. So Julia Bruckler's 2 runs are now complete with a combined 2.24, which has her in 7th place. But let's not forget, 5 best tricks coming up. You know, everywhere you turn, there's a sensational Brazilian skater in Des Moines this week. It's amazing.
Anywhere in the world you turn, that can be the case, because Brazil has so much talent.
Yeah.
And even more than we talk about, even the talent comes from the passion.
Yeah. Before we get to the final 2 Brazilians to drop in on their second and final run, it'll be Rose Svetslat from Zeist, Netherlands, just 20 years of age. Saw her icing up that right arm earlier. Hope she's good to go.
And as a skater, you want to, you know, point out at least it's not a leg, or a foot, or an ankle.
Yes.
But it still doesn't help. But once they read your name and it's time for you to put down 45 seconds, the idea of pain or injuries goes out the window, and you just want to go for it.
Yeah, gets into the back seat a little bit. They're off balance.
I think she clicked her back truck on the end of that hubba coming off of that. Backside 5-0 grind. That was nice. 1 truck. Oh, frontside nose grind down the hubba there. She's struggling a little bit, but hanging on. So it's not ideal. It's better than falling, but not the run she was hoping for. You want to just get into that flow, and she couldn't find it. Each trick was just a little off.
Those disruptions, falls that just kind of take you out of your flow, as you were talking about. As Rose was looking for something big, he gave her a combo score. Right now, the combo score to beat is an 8.87 with the 5 tricks still to come.
There's a front side board slide down the handrail. That one was clean. Another look.
Yeah.
Easy for Rose. Good stuff. Not her best, but
yeah, good enough to bump her up into 2nd place for Rose Svetslat of the Netherlands, with the 5 tricks still to come. Now we're down to the final 2 competitors. It'll be this young lady, Leticia Buffoni of São Paulo, Brazil, first, and then fellow countrywoman Pamela Rosa will wrap things up.
So the judges sent her a message on the first run. They say, we're not giving you any extra Leticia points. We're going to make you work for it. Maybe we deducted some, because I don't know.
Because they know what she can do.
Yes.
Yeah, she's going to get out there and tear this up on the 2nd run. Leticia Buffoni.
Nice. Taking a chance there. 360 flip. Tech move. Nice. Front side tail slide down that hubba. We've seen a lot of 50-50 grinds. The front side tail slide, a little tougher.
So hard.
Keeping her speed going with the front side lip slide. That's the setup. That's what we talked about.
Got away from her, yep.
The trick she was trying, she didn't get into. So you might think, why'd she bail a backside board? Well, she was trying a feeble grind. And when you expect one thing to happen and something else happens,
we'll see if that made it into the run. Paul's favorite feature, the giant case of Mountain Dew. Leticia's like, it's all good. I got the 5 tricks still to come.
Yeah, that run had the fall, unfortunately, and we've seen the judges not respond favorably to any kind of falls, but she did great tricks. Backside lip slide and the 360 flip. Anytime you flip your board in your run, you're taking a chance, you're telling the judges something too. You're going for it. Front tail, nice. But
that's it.
Yeah. The back truck's supposed to get in on the rail, and it didn't. And so your balance is set up for one thing to happen, and then all of a sudden your balance is wrong because that didn't happen. There's the big ollie over the case of Dew.
Leticia still with a smile on her face. You know she's going to excel in the best trick part, so she bumped to a 4.34 to 6th place with that combo. And she will turn her attention on to the 5 best tricks representing Brazil. Final competitor in the 2-run format plus 5. It'll be Pamela Rosa, the reigning world champion, already sitting on a 4.79. So without even taking the second run, she's in 3rd place overall. That's crazy.
Right. I'm interested to see what she brings here. Look at how fast she's going. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that was a 50-50 grind, sure, but she had to gap out to it.
And it's those little nuances that the judges love to see. That's where you get those extra points.
If you can switch up your line, and if you can hit things on the course that no one's touching or hit them from a different spot, that is what the judges respond to. They don't want to see you do the same thing as everyone else, even if it's the most difficult thing. But yeah, beautiful. Again, A-frame lip slide. So she's bumping it up to the big obstacles, keeping her speed, flowing through the crooked grind. Wow.
Huge. Right down switch, and what a performance by Pamela Rosa.
She knows what she's doing.
No question about it. The reigning world champion. Yeah, that was a strong run. Look at this. Her score already way up there, and she's going to add to that.
Yeah, talk about setting up for the best trick. Because remember, these scores are cumulative. Your top 4 scores added together is what you end up with. Beautiful. Backside lip slide. Front side board slide. That's as easy as it got for her in her run. Big lip slide on the A-frame rail. Taking a chance, and the big finish. Cricket grind down the 11th stair.
You can just close your eyes and listen to that and go, that was a great run, just by the sound of it alone. Pamela Rosa with a fantastic final run. This is going to be a big score, and she's going to have a monster combo 2-run score as they are now dropping her second run, and it is going to be 5.14 for a 9.93. So Pamela coming out of that 2-run format way out on top, 9.93. Haisa Liao sitting in 2nd place, and Rose Svetlot sitting in 3rd with a 4.84. Everyone else with a bit of work to do. All right, Paul, let's talk about what comes up next. So the 2 runs are complete. Now it's the 5 best tricks. How does it play out?
You got to put down 2 of those best 5 at least, even if you have 2 good runs. If you don't, you're going to have to do more than that.
All right, before we get to that, let's check in with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, and Todd, just being here on deck, you really get a sense of how focused Pamela Rosa is, obviously one of the favorites. Now, remember, this is the first major event back since the pandemic. So a lot of these skaters have had to adjust their schedule and adjust where they skate. Someone like Pamela actually built a small setup in her garage, included ledges, a flat bar, and also working on her mental game during that downtime.
So the Brazilians, they come to Des Moines and they dominate Des Moines. Right now it is Pamela Rosa and Haisa Liao on top with amazing scores. Man, they are just a nation of powerhouses. And we go back scene look with TikTok and the Brazilians and Paul Zitzer. They have just loved this park. They are crushing this park, and they feel right at home, bringing a little taste of Brazil to Des Moines, Iowa. More of the Dew Tour after this.
So we just spots, solid runs, laid the foundation. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with some epic best tricks. Don't go anywhere. Try some of my Mountain Dew Zero Sugar. It is tasty. This is the solution. Awareness, an amazing positive energy. And we're wishing you guys much love and all the best. The more we do events like this, the more awareness gets raised and the more solutions to a big problem gets. Just one day at a time, 1 year at a time. If you keep coming back to this event every year,
Well, in celebration of Dew Tour, Toyota and Dew Tour have teamed up to give one lucky winner a brand new 2021 Toyota Corolla Apex and a limited edition Summer Dew Tour Des Moines prize package. All you have to do is go to dewtour.com/Toyota Sweeps for entry details. Here we go as we have reached the best trick part of the women's street final. The Brazilians on top right now after 2 runs with Pamela Rosa, Raíssa Leal, and Rose Svetslat of Netherlands. Now we go to the 5 best tricks. And Paul, this is where it gets really tricky. The judges want to see, they want to be wowed. So where is the strategy? What do you do when you come into a competition like this if you're in the middle of the field?
Well, hopefully you don't repeat any of the tricks that we already saw in your run, because we know if you did them in your run, you probably have them really consistent and locked down, and it's not your hardest tricks. We want to see progression, tricks we haven't seen. On probably the bigger obstacles aren't going to hurt, but you can stay on the smaller obstacles if you get technical. But we're going to run through the order 5 times. Each skater gets a crack at a trick each time, and you're going to have to land at least 2 of them to finish with 4 scores, but you really want to land 5 and just keep building up the difficulty and adding to your scores. But again, only your 4 overall best scores count, and those are all added together for your final score.
Right now, Brazil has the top 2 spots with Pamela Rosa right there and Raíssa Leal on the left side of your screen. They are amazing on skateboards, and early we had a chance to catch up with the Brazilians and find out what motivates them to greatness.
We are from third world and everything is so hard. Most of us are like coming from a very like poor family and like very humble like youth. So you get hooked on skateboarding and you just do it for fun, but then once you see like, oh, there's a career involved, I can do this. So there's only one option, make it or make it, you know, so you just go like all in.
It's like everything is hard out there. Like it or not, you have to be better than other people every day, you know? Like, I don't speak English that good, I'm not American, you know? And then a couple of skaters, they're starting to know, like Rodrigo TX, he made it, he came here, you know? I was like, damn, it's possible, you know?
Most of the Brazilians, they don't have access to a lot of cool things. So they gotta make coolness with what they have. You know, it's my different style and my different self of what I can do with this, my interpretation.
My city is like 80,000 people. It's like super small. And now, last year I got like 2nd place on the world ranking, and they send me money to do a skate park. Don't have skate park in my city, and now what they gonna do, you know? Just because I'm in a ranking, it's crazy.
I've been competing my whole life, and I'm always competing for Brazil. But we never had that, like Olympics before. Like we never had to wear a Brazil jersey. The Brazil team, it's really helping us. It's the first time that we train as a team. It's the first time that we have a coach. So everything's like super new to us. and I can't wait to be in the Olympics and represent Brazil.
Forget the soccer. Brazil is all about skateboarding, as they will take so many talented athletes with legitimate, serious contention for medals. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah, across the board. Men's street, men's park, women's street, women's park, all the way around. It is amazing, and it all stems from that passion. They love it. They get so much support from their country just in passion alone.
I love the story about the small town. You finish as high in the thing. It's like, oh, let's send them some money so they can put a skate park in. They're seeing where there can be some growth and it'll benefit the youth, and so it goes in. So here's the competition format. This is the 254. Now we're on after the 2 45-second runs. We are down to the 5 best tricks.
Pope Henson starting out with the frontside Smith grind. Putting scores on the board. You gotta make tricks, so it's smart to do 2 tricks that you're going to land, and then try some stuff that is a little more iffy. A frontside Smith grind is not the hardest trick you're gonna see from Poe. It's just putting a score down, but a solid trick.
Laura Bruggeman now next up. So this is going to go rapid fire. It'll go 1 through 8, then it'll start again, and we'll do it 5 times through for the best score. Laura Bruggeman again with a consistent but conservative first trick.
Right, frontside 5-0. But where you typically see giant scores in best trick is on the big section. If you're willing to risk it, you get the scores. It's harder to land when you do the big tricks. Now this is somewhere, like, you know, that's not a big trick and it's not highly technical. So it's not going to get a great score, but again, she's just trying to get scores and put another trick down before she moves on to her hard stuff.
Kate Oldenboving now. A little bit of a misstart. We're going to give her a mulligan on that one.
Contest nerves.
Yeah.
But yeah, the trick officially counts once you crack the tail and try the trick. Frontside nose slide. See, that's a really difficult trick because you're sliding on the nose towards your heels. You got to really regulate that trick with your shoulders. If you turn them, you can't get out of the trick. You see her trying to stay facing a little bit forward to ride out of it.
That seems like it could go so wrong in so many ways. If the board comes off your feet too quick, you're going face down.
Yeah, and
with a rail.
A lot of times too, when you poke that trick into a nose slide, it sticks or it shoots out. It's a finicky move. So Raíssa
Leal of Brazil now.
Watch this. Whoa, frontside blunt.
So much for conservative starts.
Okay, I was curious. It looked like she might be heading towards a frontside board slide to just grab some points. No, she goes over the rail, locks the tail onto the rail. And so now she's committed. Oof. And makes it.
And that back foot looks so close, like it might come off, and she's able to stay on. So a great opening trick for her as Julia Bruckler now. This is maybe an opportunity for her to shine. I mean, we know she has that one trick that she fell on both runs. Do you go back to that? Do you go back to something even bigger?
I'd like to see something bigger, but right now she wants to land on her board and ride away. So she's trying the Smith grind. She was a little bit in the back seat with too much weight over her back foot. And you know, it doesn't mean she took off wrong. Sometimes you lock into a trick and it grinds or slides quicker than you expect it to due to too much wax on the ledge or whatever. Rose wet sloot in. Here we go. Let's see what she has. Frontside feeble grind. Very nice.
That's luck. With a nice opening run and a make. So Bruckler are the only ones so far not to get a make on that first hit.
Yeah, but we see a lot of backside feeble grinds. It's relatively easy. Frontside feeble grind, a little trickier. You're dipping the front truck over the rail, getting the back truck on the rail. A lot can go wrong with that one too, Todd.
Yeah, she's going to look to see what she can do. And a lot of it's going to be reactionary in the point of what is Leticia Buffoni and Pamela Rosa going to do.
I think Leticia is going to do something big and stay on. There you go. Yes. Frontside 180 over the case of Dew. That's a classic Leticia best trick. move that she puts down early. It's good for points.
Yeah.
And then she's going to build off of it.
You knew something good was coming when she gave all this speed. Look at this. Perfectly executed.
Frontside 180, landing backwards. That's the trick there. That's a trick. It's easy to stick on the landing and not roll and get pitched off.
Pamela Rosa now taking a look at this. She needs a 2.28 to move into first place, which is, yeah, that's well within her wheelhouse. Oh, yes! The reigning world champ comes out and drills the first one.
So I talked about there being a lot of frontside board slides on handrails in this event. She does the big spin into it. Here, the board's gonna do a shove it under her feet. She locks into a perfect front board. That's risky.
Yeah.
If you don't get the board on your feet, you're in a bad spot, hovering over a rail with no board. That's gonna be,
look at that, 4.15. So Pamela Rosa, 14.08, out in front by quite a margin. You know, playing with the confidence of being the reigning world champion, she just seems so comfortable on this course.
Right. I like where this is headed with Pamela in first and Heisa in second.
Pope Benson now will be next up. So that is 1 of 5 complete in our 2-4-5 format. 2 runs, 45 seconds, and now 5 best tricks.
Now, we haven't seen Pope Hinson in the finals like we've seen from some of these other skaters, so we don't know what she's going to do.
And you don't know, do you know how deep her trick bag is? I mean, can she go as deep as Buffoni or Rosa and have those kind of things that would give her the points?
Can anyone? I'm not sure.
True.
We'll find out, but this was the backside 50-50 grind on the handrail. She did that in her run, though. So it's a smart strategy, but it's not a winning strategy.
Sure.
It's just stacking points, setting up for maybe a winning strategy later.
So 157 on the second trick with a 183 on the first trick. We might not be talking a lot about Team USA and the Olympic spots yet because there's still another event to come in Rome, and then the team will be named. But Pope Hinson did herself a solid by making this final. Oh, Laura Brueggemann having issues there on her second best trick attempt.
So she was trying the frontside blunt on that flat rail. We saw Heisa do the front blunt down the rail. The one on the flat rail is going to be easier because you have a bump up to it. It's always easier to bump up to a trick because you know, you don't have to ollie as much.
Right.
Doesn't take as much power, but it can still be difficult to aim out of the bump. Maybe a little wilder out of the bump, but still, she's going to have to stick that in her next try.
3 more best trick attempts. Kate Oldenboving.
There you go.
Oh, a little something extra.
Yeah, I like that. So she did the board slide to 270, shove it out. And what's interesting about that was the line to get to it. There wasn't a straight path to that rail. She had to do the ollie up into the wedge. So that you got to control that to be even in a position to set up for this trick. See right there? And then the board slide up, shove it out, and she makes it clean. I like that a lot.
And managing momentum there, not to come to a complete stop, but have enough momentum to kick out of that. That was impressive. 205 she gets on that second trick. So Kate's moving up the ladder just a little bit, currently sitting in 4th place. Everyone right now chasing Pamela Rosa, Brazil. Heisa Leal sitting in 2nd place, who's ready to go now on her second attempt of 5.
Oh, wow. Frontside nose grind down the big rail. I think she can do these tricks every try.
In her sleep. It's just, look at this. It shouldn't be that easy.
Perfect. So now she is set up to go wild over the next 3 attempts because she had 2 great runs and she's put in
2 good tricks.
2 good tricks.
So 14.35, which means she goes into first for the time being. It's really a battle between her and Pamela Rosa right now. The 2 Brazilians going back and forth. Good time now for Julia Bruckler of Austria to get things going. She needs a trick. She needs to stick it. 5 best tricks. She's had 2 falls.
And this turns into a head game really fast. because it's not so much about trying to win at this point. It's you don't want to go home with 2 bad runs and a bunch of bails and best trick.
Just cannot find the proper balance. She's coming off that back every time.
Fully committed.
Yes, 100%.
You're right, Todd. It's just balance.
Let's see where she catches. Yeah, it's the front foot this time.
Yeah, skateboarding. It's amazing how far it's come. That's the norm. I mean, if you look at kids skating out in the streets, that's what you see all day. Makes every try. Crazy. Rose. Big frontside 50-50.
Okay.
Okay, so taking more of the physical risk, not so much the risk of flipping a board where it becomes an inconsistent trick, but more like you're putting yourself in danger for the trick with the 50-50 on a big rail like that. It can slip over and go real bad.
That was the fall for Julia Bruckler, and just moments ago, this is Rose Svetslot of the Netherlands.
Yeah, she just got up onto that rail, but hung on and made it clean.
Such great balance. You see how it looked like she was falling backwards off the rail and was able to manage to ride it the whole way through. So down to the final 2 here on run number 2 of 5. Best trick, Leticia Buffoni, and then the reigning world champion, Pamela Hossa.
Oh, beautiful frontside tail slide down the 11 stair hubba. Now, see how smart Leticia is. She did the frontside tail slide down the hubba in her run, but not on the big one. So, very smart strategy. Sticking it in the run, building confidence on the small hubba, pumping it up to the 11th stair in best trick.
Yeah, she wants to be part of that Brazilian party at the top of the leaderboard, a 3.57. So Leticia now sitting in 3rd, and it is all Brazil all the time in the top 3 positions.
Yeah, not a huge shock, but
no.
But with this much talent in the finals, I mean, there's no guarantees that that's going to be the way it stays either. But they're looking strong. They're definitely looking confident and polished.
And Pamela now will be the one to wrap up this second best trick run of 5.
She's still in 2nd, even without this trick. Oh, that was a robbery, contest robbery.
Contest robbery. She lands it and then comes off.
Yeah, she just had a little too much weight, I think, over her toes on the ride out, or maybe she didn't quite get her board fully rotated back to forward, coming off. That happens.
All right, so everyone's got a score. 2 scores out of the best 5 plus the 2 runs. So the 2-5-4 format, 2-4-5, easy for me to say. Poe Pinson in there now. She's got to start picking things up, and she goes for a little tougher trick and just can't get it done.
You know what? That trick, there's so much to it. She's trying to kickflip nose slide. Kick flipping to nose, there's not a lot of room there, and when you land on it, you got to deal with the slide then too, and you get into the slide late because you're waiting for your board to finish flipping. There's a lot there. I want to see her make that on her next go. Okay, taking a chance with the frontside feeble grind, which is relatively stable on a flat bar, but she's trying the back 180 out of it, so adding the difficulty at the end. But unfortunately, she didn't really lock into the trick properly, so the end wasn't going to go right.
So you'll see the score coming up, it'll say did not improve. If you don't improve on those first 2, you're going to take away nothing. And you see they're starting to try harder tricks, obviously, and obviously not drilling them as like they did in the first 2. But man, this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out when we get down to tricks 4 and 5. Asa Liao currently the leader with a 14.35.
Yeah, now it's time for her to just let loose.
She's trying to drop that 2-1-5. I think that might do it.
Fighting the landing, I thought she was getting off her board. She hung on like a trooper. Kickflip frontside board. So we saw Pamela Hossa do the big spin front board. Heisa here kickflipping into the front board.
And then the save.
Now, the back foot
just the heel. I mean,
yeah, and it's crazy. She didn't get a bad toe drag, even with her back foot barely on. Her toe tapped, but you know, you wouldn't put that in your video part, as they say, but that's a contest make, but you take it. That's a big trick.
100%. Aisa looking to drop that 215, and I think that's going to do it. Give her a little more room up top as we jump up to Julia Brookler, who's in desperate need. Now, she's got 3 opportunities to put 2 good tricks down.
Yeah, she needs to put a trick down right here for confidence alone.
There you go.
Bolts.
Okay.
That is a great kick flip. She snaps it. It comes way up to her feet. She catches it early. That time she had plenty of time to get ready to set it down. Watch this. Snapping the tail. Great flick. Boom. On the feet. That was made on takeoff.
Okay. So there's life as Julia Brookler able to get that one down to 259. Just to give you an update, Haisa Liao's 3rd trick was a 418, so she does drop that 215. Her lead now 16-3-8.
Nice. Rose dropping the crooked grind on the big rail. Taking all kinds of chances. Yeah. The bump up to that one. See, a bump up can help on a flat rail, but then bump up to a down rail, that's another story. There's more going on. There's a lot of angles there to navigate. She makes it happen.
And a nice improvement for her as she drops that lower score, gets a 3.25. So an improvement for Rose as she moves into 3rd overall, bypassing Leticia Buffoni, who will drop now.
All right, it's time for Leticia to bring out her big tricks. And I mean, we've already seen some of her big tricks, the big front 180 and the front side tail slide, but she has a lot more to give.
So Leticia does not improve, so she holds on. She was trying to drop that 2.80 to go with that 3.57. So that's a scratch or a pass on that. So now Pamela, wow, look at this. She's going to drop that 0. She gets a make here, and her score is going to go crazy.
Right. She's in 2nd place, even with only 3 scores on the board. There it is.
She should improve.
Gap up to crook. So we saw her do that in a run.
Right.
You know, so if I'm going to be critical here, if I'm talking about what the judges are thinking, they're going to say, well, we saw that in a run, so it's not one of her best tricks, but it is a best trick. She just put it down. It's great. It's going to get a good score. How's that going to shake out for the leaderboard? We'll find out.
Look at that. Replacing that 0 with a 4.50. So Pamela goes into the lead, 18.58 now. So all on even terms as we move back to the top now. It'll be Poe Pinson, the 2.54 format.
Oh, she puts it down. The
Gets it
kickflip
this time.
down slide. Interesting. She didn't fully lock into the nose slide. You saw the tail of the board dip down. The back wheels, I feel like we're almost going to hit the ground, but that does not matter. She made it. That's a super tech trick. Flipping the board and locking it into a nose slide, riding out, sloppy, but technical. Hey, so listen, Todd, doing those types of tricks for best trick, I mean, it's such a greater risk in the consistency factor compared to the big moves on like a big hubble, like a gap out and tail slide or something.
Boardman now.
Oh. Trying that trick, going back to the front feeble 180. Hard trick.
If you have a miss, are the judges okay with you coming back to that same trick and getting a make?
In fact, it might actually earn you a little bit more on the make just because you're going back to it. You're taking that chance. No deduction.
So Kate looking to drop a score, move up, and can't get it done there.
That's what I'm talking about, these highly technical tricks. There's just so many different ways they can go wrong. There's less room for things to go wrong when you're just doing something big, like a big gap out to a lip slide or a big handrail. If you get into it right, you're pretty well set, but with the super tech tricks, it's a different game.
Aisa looking to drop that 215.
Oh, she takes the backside Smith grind to the big hubba. she's just great.
Yeah, the Brazilians are having themselves quite a day here in Des Moines. They just can do no wrong right now. Pamela Hossa leading with the 18.58. Haisa Leal about ready to move up a little bit more, and she stays in second with a 17.30.
Beautiful. Backside Smith grind. Down the big hubba.
So she's down to a final trick, but she's got such good scores. Her lowest score now to replace is a 4.18. Brookler now looking to put together another solid trick.
Whoa!
That's solid.
Okay, a 360 double flip. All right, we saw in her runs all week, 360 flip over the hip, 360 flip over the hip, and I thought that's what she was setting up for. But she blasts a 360 double flip, board flipping 2 times.
Yeah, this should help her cause as she's basically replacing a scratch. Feeling good there with a 7.80, so that gets her out of the cellar for the time being, sitting on a 7.80. Rose now.
Oh. Okay, she was going for the front nose grind down the big hubba. That's front truck only grinding. So you see, you know, that's where the points are.
Yep.
The points are on the big stuff. But it's really hard to stick those landings. If your weight is a little off, you can get pitched.
Leticia with her penultimate trick. Put it better this time.
So if we're going to compare tricks on that hubba, Haisa did the back Smith. Leticia did the crooked grind. Everybody would tell you the back Smith is a more difficult trick. There's more to it. You got to get up over the hubba. The crooked grind, you can more jab that front truck onto it. A little less commitment there, but still a great trick. And she sticks it.
So she does replace the 2.80 with the 3.15, and Leticia back into a podium position. So the Brazilians own positions 1, 2, and 3 with a run still to go after Pamela Hossa finishes this 4th run. I mean, look at her problem. How do I replace a 4.15? Everyone else is going, I'd love to have that 4.15.
What's she gonna do though? That's a big score. But Pamela has so many tricks. Okay. That's heavy.
Yeah.
Gapping up on that A-frame rail to backside lip slide.
Okay, so now we are down to the 5th and final trick in the 2.54 format. Remember, we had the 2 runs. We're taking your 2 best tricks in this format, and that's how the champion will be crowned. Right now, it is Pamela Hossa of Brazil with the 18.58. Haisa Leal sitting in 2nd with a 17.30. And then there's a big gap down to Leticia Buffoni, who sits in 3rd. Top-placed American Poe Pinson currently sitting in 5th place with a 9.22. Okay, take a deep breath. You got one trick. You got one trick you go to. It's like playing horse. You got to put the E on there. What are you going with?
Are you talking about if I'm giving them advice,
if you're giving
or
advice?
I'm skating?
Yeah,
I mean, like what your question
here's
is.
Here's the situation. If you're Pamela, do you take a big risk on that? She's gonna have the last say.
Yeah, you
know
go
whether
all
she
out.
needs to go or not.
She should go. They should each go for their absolute best trick that they think there's some chance of them making. That's what they need to do. I don't know exactly which tricks they should go for. That should be up maybe to one of their close friends or a coach who knows their skating really well. But yeah, you put it all out there right now. There's no reason not to.
Yeah. So Laura looking to replace some lower scores on run 1 or 2 or trick 1 or 2. Across the board, you're just looking to replace something that is the lowest on your scorecard.
Coming in with a lot of speed here. That was a different approach to that rail. It doesn't pay off. She went for it, though. Yeah. That's what you got to do.
Well, everyone's swinging for the fences now, knowing what Pamela's sitting on with an 18.58. It might come down to the situation she didn't have to take her last run because she's already in the clear. So Kate Oldenboving now looking to replace a 105.
Coming back. Half cab. Oh. See? Half cab, nose slide. Big spin out, 270, shove it out. However you want to call it. technical trick. Lot to do there, lot to think about.
A lot going on. Aisa Liao now. Look across her board. What does she replace? 418.
Oh! Stepping it up, trying the heel flip front board.
She can't get it done, so we're down to the final 4 competitors with an opportunity to make some movement. Aisa Liao will sit on that 17-3-0. So the best she can do right now is second place.
Interesting to see what Julia tries to pull off here.
Oh!
I don't know if she was just going for an ollie over the stack of dew or if there was something else that was happening there, but it went wrong.
Yeah. Well, the big question now is, can Rose Svetlot break up the Brazilian podium? Pamela Hossa sits in first. Aisa Liao is done. She's in second, and Leticia Buffoni still to go. And it'll all come down to this.
She's trying to drop that 2.7. That's her low score. She can do that, and she's right behind Leticia.
He's better than a 2.70 to get a bump.
Yes.
Okay.
That should do it,
Keep
Todd.
the drama going.
All right.
Well done, Rose.
Frontside nose grinding down the 11th stair. Hubba, that is a heavy move for the final trick.
So Leticia will set up as we wait for the score to come down for Rose, who is looking to drop the 2.70.
Ooh, look at this angle. All right, taking another look. Ollie up, locked in, front nose grind, down the hubba. I feel like she might have clipped her back wheels on the way in, but that's not gonna matter. She stuck it.
Nice way to end the competition for Rose. Netherlands with those 3 positions in the Olympics, where she could end up. Yeah, nice position, 3.90. So she moves into 3rd place, breaking up the Brazilian podium. And that means Leticia Buffoni, with her final trick, needs something better than a 2.34 to get an improvement.
Anything she tries and lands, you got to assume it's going to be good enough. She knows what she's doing.
Oh, no! Oh, Leticia.
Tough break there.
Yep. Leticia Buffoni went for it on the final trick. Does not improve, so she will stay on that 11.86, just behind Rose Svetlot. But that means that Pamela Rosa, this is a run for glory. She's claimed the victory, and now it's, what do you want to do? And Chris Gregson's like, you know, I want to document it.
Yeah.
Can I go with you?
Shout out once again to the best follow filmer in skateboarding, Chris Gregson.
The reigning world champion, sitting on an 18.58, the last competitor to go. She doesn't need this, but she wants this.
There it is! That's why Pamela Hossa is a world champion and the winner of the 2021 Dew Tour. Gap up, backside lip slide like nothing.
Women's street final, really never in doubt. Pamela was on point from the first run to the last trick.
And you know, she had to fight that one. She actually kind of overshot the rail. She was sliding really close to her front truck on that and still manages to come out of it clean.
So of the 7, the 2 runs and the 5 tricks, she only had 2 misses. I mean,
good.
She was just so consistent. Ends things off with a 3.40, so a combo score 18.58. Pamela Hossa wins the Dew Tour, followed by Aisa Liao 17.30 and Rose Svetlot 12.96, just outpointing Leticia Buffoni. Put the pressure on her on that last trick. As the Dutch can celebrate, they've got someone on the podium. Getting 2 in the final of the 8, and then Poe Pinson finishing in a top 5 position. That's a great performance.
Absolutely.
What a showing all the way around on the women's street final competition as we send it down to Tina.
2019 champion, then we have a pandemic, and coming out of that, Pamela Rosa comes back to Dew Tour and wins. How much did you want this win?
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much, Dew Tour. I love you, Iowa. I'm happy to be here. Girls today so killing. Yes, Brazil, thank you so much. Thanks, Pamela. Beijo, mãe, te amo. E é nóis. Aê, caralho.
Look at this. Pamela, what can you say about street skateboarding, the women, Brazil, and the potential for the Olympics?
I'm fine. Thank you so much, Team Brazil. Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah.
Enjoy this. Congratulations.
Yeah, Team Brazil, they are going to paint the town green and gold tonight here in Des Moines. That is a tough team. Although Leticia Buffoni did not finish on the podium, you look to Tokyo and that squad of Pamela, Haisa, and Leticia, come on.
Right, they all did what they set out to come and do, making tricks, impressing the crowd, 2 of them landing on the podium. What's interesting, Todd, is that Haisa only missed 1 trick in best trick, and she was still beat out by Pamela Hossa. So that tells you a story.
Yeah, her lowest score, 215 for Haisa. Pamela's lowest score, a 415. So just dominant, no question about it. The Brazilians came to Des Moines with a mission, and they accomplished that. Leticia Buffoni finishes off the podium, but she has her sights set on bigger things. Remember, they've got 1 more event to go, and that's coming up in Rome for the street competitors, unlike the park. But, man, I was impressed with what Leticia was able to accomplish when she stuck things.
Absolutely. She's a professional. She knows what she's doing. She's a veteran. But when you have skaters like Haisa coming up, doing tricks like kickflip front boards, pressure's on. She's raising the stakes with every single event. Pamela Hossa she's got the tricks, the style, and the consistency, and she's willing to risk it. Lethal combo.
And the youth is served. You got Pamela Hossa, who's 21 years of age. You got Haisa Leal, who's 13 years of age, and then the elder stateswoman, if you will, Leticia Buffoni, who's 28, and she is just helping the next crop of Brazilian skaters up. So they are no question a force to be reckoned with as we take a look once again at the final standings. Pamela gets it done. Haisa Leal gets second, and Rose Svetslot getting 3rd place. Wow, what a performance. Congratulations again, Leticia Buffoni. Poe Pinson, top 5 finish for her coming off that performance at the U.S. Championships.
Yeah, and that's going to set herself up to be in contention for Tokyo heading into Rome.
Congratulations all the way around. Despite some weather delays, despite some rain, the course was amazing. 88,000 square feet of joy here at this amazing skate park right on the waterfront in beautiful Des Moines, Iowa. It will certainly be a mecca for the entire Midwest. Anyone within a 2 or 3 hour drive, they're going to definitely want to come here and session this place. So now it's time for the awards ceremony, celebrations, Instagrams, Twitters. They're going to probably want to get a picture with Paul Zitzer. It's going to be amazing.
I think it'll be the other way around, Todd, but I appreciate the love and support. But congratulations goes out to Brazil, especially Pamela Hossa putting it down.
Jump on to TikTok at Dew Tour, and they are posting. It was an amazing performance. Mother Nature cooperated. The rain stayed away. The wind was negligible, and it was just a beautiful day of competition. Coming off an amazing women's park performance and right into the women's street. We talked about at the top of today's broadcast that the women's progression in skateboarding has been unbelievable. And with a big event like the Olympics coming up in less than 2 months' time, I think you're going to see even more progression, because with 1 event to go in for the street skaters in Rome, and then it's all attention going to be focused on that. You know some stuff's going to be happening, some heavy sessions, some heavy practicing is going to be going on before you get to Tokyo.
You got to stay healthy, you got to stay focused, keep eating right, skating. It's all going to come down to Rome for a lot of these skaters, but a few of them have it locked up. And I'm sure Pamela Hossa, Haisa, they're looking good. We'll be seeing them, I'm pretty sure, in Tokyo.
Still some work to be done for some other nations, especially in Europe, as 20 spots will be taken to go to Tokyo to compete as skateboarding makes its inaugural showing at the Olympic Games. Congratulations to all 8 women who made it into this finals. We were talking about the open qualifiers and the semifinals. Those cuts just seem to get more and more difficult. So once again, congratulations to Pamela Hossa, Haisa Leal, and Rose Svetslot for getting onto the podium, and Poe Pinson finishing the top 5. We send it now over to our good friend DC.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your award ceremony out here for the Women's Street Final. Before we get underway, big round of applause for all the athletes throwing down there in the final. And now your podium, your top 3. In 3rd place, doing it on the final trick of the event, representing the Netherlands. Let's hear it for Rose Svetslot. Her first major podium, and she put it down when it mattered on her final trick of the event. One more time, hands together for the Netherlands, Rose Svetslot. And in 2nd place, representing Brazil, let's make some noise for Haisa Leal. Just 13 years of age, our youngest finalist, and getting up on the podium, represented Brazil. Make some noise again for Haisa Leal. Parabéns, congratulations. And your champion, backing up her 2019 Dew Tour Long Beach champion performance on her quest, her road to Tokyo, representing Brazil. Let's get loud and proud for Pamela Rosa. And again, let's hear it for your champion. Congratulations, parabéns, Pamela Rosa, on your podium out here for Women's Street. And hands together for your podium again, and all the athletes out here competing in the Women's Street Final here at Dew Tour Des Moines. Coming up next, we got 2 more finals for you, Iowa. We got men's park finals, followed by men's street finals, wrapping it all up. We love you. Happy Dew Tour Des Moines. We'll see you over at the park for the men's park final next.
Very good, Jordy.
Ready?
Yep.
What's the first tattoo you got?
The first tattoo I got is on my wrist. I got it in Spain with my mom. The next one was in Hawaii, my ribs.
Oh, the hula girl.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, just like a little Hawaii.
Yeah, yeah. Hawaii represent right
Yeah.
there.
Bonsai back in the day it's like such a different place than now, I feel like. And I was like the little girl.
There's no other little girls skating at the time?
Mm-mm. I was the only girl at the skate park. It wasn't until I was probably like 14 or 15 when I came to California and realized there are girls. When I saw other girls skate, it was so cool because I had never seen that. Coming to California and skating against like all the girls that I looked up to. Back then, it was very, very competitive. A dog-eat-dog world, like it was gnarly. All the older girls were like super mean. So I try to not do that. Try to not be a mean girl. At that time, like when they were being mean to me, like it sucked. Like these are like the people I looked up to the most. But nowadays, it's a different story. Like there's a lot more contests, there's a lot more going on. It's not like that anymore, thank goodness. Nowadays, there's so many little girls, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I know what it's like to get picked on and that sort of thing, and I really have said since then, like, I don't ever want to be like that. I want to make a little girl that's coming in feel as welcomed as possible and feel like they belong. We're all here for the same thing. We're all here to just skate and have fun, and I'm so thankful that I'm able to make a career out of this, and you know, the more the merrier, in my opinion.
Where I grew up, it was pretty rough. I've seen a lot of things that most people haven't seen before in their life. Seen people get shot at, people killed. There's a lot of dangerous things that happen around town, but when I come here, I feel very safe.
It's like a really big part of my life. Keeps me out of trouble, just makes me really happy.
If a bad thing happened to my day, I can just go skate and my day gets better.
It's really fun around here skating. Once you get to know everybody, they're become friends.
The park gives you something to look forward to when you wake up in the morning. It's an outlet from just the day-to-day drama that goes on all the time. It's amazing.
I think that the skate park really did help define kind of who I am. In life, you fall down, in skate park, you fall down, but when you get back up, you're making a promise to yourself that you can always get back up no matter what challenges you're facing.
Words can't describe how much gratitude I have for these skate parks.
It just feels good to have something really, really cool. Yeah, and it feels good that Tony cares and that all of you guys care.
You have a group of people, they all want to have change. You can do it. Don't give up on hope. We're living in it right now. As we stand here at this skate park, we are literally living in change. Don't give up on the dream to change the community that you live in, because it can happen.
Thank you, Tony Hawk Foundation. This park is like a real important park to me.
Skate Like a Girl provided a place for me to reclaim something that meant a lot to me in my childhood. It was the thing I was most passionate about when I was a teenager. I stopped skating because I didn't really think there was space left in it for me as a trans person. Skate Like a Girl has provided that space and created a sense of inclusion in skateboarding that I've never really had. When you walk into a space like that's owned by ours, like WT Sesh, you'll see immediately that like people are looking out for each other and people are making space for beginners, and it's not shunning people from trying new things, which I think is the most fearful part of showing up at a space designed for skateboarding. So what does it look like inserting yourself into a space like that? And like, we create a welcoming environment for that to be possible.
My name is Kristen Ebling. I am the executive director of Skate Like a Girl. Skate Like a Girl is a community-based organization that's focused on creating more accessibility in skateboarding. What we try to do is take an approach of who's not really showing up, who doesn't really have space, and talk to those communities and get their feedback and find ways to create space for them in skateboarding so they can enjoy it just as much as we do.
To me, Skate Like a Girl means community. It's also been everything that I've needed it to be at every point in my life.
Seeing other people who are like me doing sick stuff, so I'm like, yo, I want to do that too.
Very good, Jordy.
Ready?
Yep.
What's the first tattoo you got?
The first tattoo I got is on my wrist. I got it in Spain with my mom. The next one was in Hawaii, my ribs.
Oh, the hula girl.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, just like a little Hawaii.
Yeah, yeah. Hawaii represent right
Yeah. Bonsai back in the day it's like such a different place than now, I feel like. And I was like the little girl.
There's no other little girls skating at the time?
Mm-mm. I was the only girl at the skate park. It wasn't until I was probably like 14 or 15 when I came to California and realized there are girls. When I saw other girls skate, it was so cool because I had never seen that. Coming to California and skating against like all the girls that I looked up to. Back then, it was very, very competitive. A dog-eat-dog world, like it was gnarly. All the older girls were like super mean. So I try to not do that. Try to not be a mean girl. at that time, like when they were being mean to me, like it sucked. Like these are like the people I looked up to the most. But nowadays it's a different story. Like there's a lot more contests, there's a lot more going on. It's not like that anymore, thank goodness. Nowadays, there's so many little girls, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I know what it's like to get picked on and that sort of thing, and I really have said since then, like, I don't ever want to be like that. I want to make a little girl that's coming in feel as welcomed as possible and feel like they belong. We're all here for the same thing. We're all here to just skate and have fun, and I'm so thankful that I'm able to make a career out of this, and you know, the more the merrier, in my opinion.
Yeah, wipe out and get right back up. Get up. Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like 2 trucks. Come on. Hop on and do what you want. Yeah. True freedom, they need us to stunt. Backside 180s to front, yeah. And we know struggle like we knows grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skated D.I.E., how we living. Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go hard or go harder. Yeah. That go far or go farther. Yeah. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll. Peace.
Welcome back to Dew Tour Des Moines. It's the moment a lot of you have been waiting for, the greatest show on concrete. We'll be heading over to the park for the men's park finals. So far, it's been an incredible run by our top 8 skaters. Survived multiple savage cuts to make their way into the finals today. Of course, this is an Olympic qualification event. Huge stakes on the line for our skaters ready to drop. Chris Cote here with Todd Richards, talking competition format for the park finals. We're going to bump things up. 4 runs, 40 seconds, skate until you fall. Todd, this park has been providing the perfect canvas for these skaters.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options in here, and there's a lot of different styles within this top 8 of skaters right now. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see what the judges begin to reward with. There's a lot of crazy obstacles in there. You can see that plexiglass wall over that Toyota. Then there's also that Mountain Dew kind of extension wall that's above the flat bank. If you can utilize all these things, utilize the transfers over on some of the rails in what we're calling the loaf, the Dew loaf in the middle, you can potentially get those points. But the coolest thing is really, you know, the age differentiations and all the crazy styles we have here to contend with.
All right, well, let's talk about our 8 finalists. Starting off with our top qualifier from yesterday, just happens to also be the youngest skater in the finals. Gavin Rune Botker, representing Team USA from Oceanside, California. Zion Wright from Jupiter, Florida, has been absolutely ripping. He could be the ultimate spoiler in this event. If he wins this contest, he could stamp his ticket to the Olympics. Jagger Eaton, as we all know, This guy is a contest machine, Todd.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, you can definitely tell, like you're talking about these contrasting styles, he has more of like a street style that he's taking into this course. He's been a street competition chomper for a while, and right there we see Tom Shar. We also see Corey Juneau. There's some heavy shredding that's about to go down.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible men's park final. Here's your start list. Tate Carew, Tom Shar, Corey Juneau, Liam Pace, Jagger Eaton, Oscar Rosenberg, Zion Wright, and Gavin Rune Bodker. So we're breaking this 8 up into a couple different areas right now. We've got contenders, we've got disruptors. Right now, Tom Shar is looking like one of the potential favorites to fill that coveted 3rd spot on the USA Olympic team. He needs a big result here. He needs to hold off basically everyone else in this final in order to get his spot. Here's what's at stake. Heymana Reynolds in that top spot. Corey Juneau and Jagger Eaton currently in 3rd. Tom Shar, Tate Carew, Liam Pace, Gavin Botner, Zan Wright, they've all still got a chance to get that 3rd spot.
Yeah, so it's really going to come down to putting together a crazy glory run. And I'll tell you right now, just watching practice and watching a guy like Zion kind of just flow through this practice, he has the right mindset right now. It's going to be really interesting to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, Corey, Jagger, and Tom Shar pretty much been battling it out the whole year for that for those 2 spots. Heymana Reynolds got an early lead and just held on to it. Didn't even really have to compete in here. His lead was so big. But the story we'll be watching, definitely the idea that Zion Wright and Gavin Bodker could come out of the depths and potentially be the disruptors and grab that last 3rd and final spot. It's a huge story we'll be watching through the final.
It is a big story, and it's also, you know, you talk about the Olympics and typically like sports that compete there, a lot of times it's the underdogs who do well. No one's expecting them. They don't have all the spotlights and pressures on them to go and, you know, suck up all the media. Zion could quietly sneak in here and just put it down. And also, you know, you can't discount Gavin Bodker. I mean, he's so young, 14 years old. I feel like he's been in the game for many, many years, and that's really because since 10 years old, he's been doing big 540s and, you know, caballero flips like that. It's just going to be crazy to see these contrasting ages working against each other out here, all for those crazy points.
Yeah, one of these kids that you would see on Instagram and go, oh, that's cute, this kid ripped, but now, undeniable, a force in skateboarding. At only 14 years old, Gavin Bodker, I wouldn't be surprised if he won this contest. Let's put it that way.
He has every single trick, and he's also, you know, watching right here, Chris Gregson do that follow cam. He's got something for every wall. He's a super smart competitor, and at 14 years old, being able to think like that is really crazy. It shows how focused he is to be really competitive park riding.
So Gavin will be dropping last since he was the highest qualified skater. Your competition format changes up a little bit for the finals just because, you know, we want more skateboarding. 8 athletes, 4 runs each. 40 seconds, skate until you fall. Your best 1 run counts. Scores out of a possible 100. And the leaderboard will be updating with each and every run. Basically, we were looking at yesterday and the day before. It was all about qualification, getting yourself above the cut line. Well,
yeah, and
this is what it's all for.
And it was crazy, too. I mean, we've had some insane weather. Today, the weather way better than it has been, a little bit more predictable. But for the past couple of days, there's been a lot of start-stops in this competition that maybe can suck the mojo out of you before you even drop into your run.
So you're looking at the lineup, 3 skaters out of San Diego, California that, of course, well, 4, including Gavin Bodker, who's from Oceanside. And I mean, that tells you right there, still Southern California, epicenter of skateboarding. And here we go. We are into the men's park finals, starting off with Tate Carew.
Now, Tate, I was watching him in practice. He has a different line than he was doing earlier in the week. There's that blunt slide through the corner, just perched up there on the lip, sliding through that corner perfectly. There's that varial flip, indie grab into the body varial 540. So a couple combos right there that are really hard. Alley frontside air. Then a revert from the shallow to deep end. It's a great run so far. A little backside bonus right there, throwing it back to the 80s. And an invert to basically cap off this run. So a little bit different than the run that I saw him practicing. I bet he just wants to put a score on the board, see where it stands, and kind of build the scale off of that.
great way to start. Tate Carew right there, laying down the full 40-second run. You don't, you know, we've seen big scores come with a fall at the end, but I think here in the finals, I mean, it's going to be all about getting that complete run, mixing up your tricks, and using the whole park.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you're going to have these combos where you're putting something everywhere. There's that varial flip indie over, comboing that into the body varial backside 540. That's a great combo. You're flipping your board, you're rotating your board during rotational moves. And then down here at the end of his run, just a little 5-0 grind to cap things off.
That's a big score to start. That would have easily qualified him from the first couple of days. 77.27 to start us off for Tate Carew. Always focused. Tom Shar dropping in.
Here we go, Tom Shar, one of the favorites to make the Olympic team, arguably one of the best competition park skaters on the planet. Here comes Tom up into that Smith stall, pop back in off that flat bank, right into the tail grab, backside 540 and zings out.
A rarity to see Tom Shar fall. That is that's bizarre because we've seen him do that 540 automatically at every contest he enters.
Yeah, Tom he's so consistent. That's one of his traits. Look at that right there, ollie up from the hip into tail slide, and then there's that pop out to Smith stall, ollies back over the deck. And then here we go, there's that tail grab, backside 540. It's a lot harder to keep your feet on when you're grabbing tail like that. You just see him right there in the back seat, zings out. Not able to compete that run, but he's got 3 more chances at it.
Well, as it stands now, Corey Juneau is safe. Looking like a lock for Team USA at the upcoming Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Corey Juneau, one of the smoothest styles you will ever see on a skateboard. He's got his own unique bag of tricks. Corey Juneau is in the park.
You want to talk about flow and someone potentially that won't even grab his board the entire run. It's so crazy how he flows. There's that backside tail slide covering a lot of distance. Backside lip slide to back that up. He is so at home balancing on the lip. Corey looking through these corners here, trying to find something. Nose grind in and through that corner, carrying a lot of speed, a lot of blocks covered. Backside nose blunt with a big pop into it. Corey looking for something here at the end. Ollie over the loaf and a heel flip indie attempt right there. Not able to put it down. I kind of feel like Corey maybe got a little bit confused during that run. He kind of had some vacant areas where I feel like he could have had some more tricks in there. But what he does do, he does perfect. Standing up, backside tail slide, covering 4 or 5 blocks of coping right there. There's that front side ollie, no grab, just guiding it, finessing it with your feet to meet the transition. And this nose grind right here, balancing up on top of the lip all the way through the corner. Super difficult to navigate a corner like that. Just that sound alone, that is the sweetest sound to a skateboarder, grinding on pool coping like that.
That was perfection right there, that nose grind. So Corey Juneau, he's got a 60.89. That fall at the end definitely costing him some points. But what I like to see is he's sticking to the similar run that he's been doing throughout the week. And guess what? We're not mad at that because that run is amazing. So hopefully he can land that last trick. From Corey Juneau, we're going to go down to Tucson, Arizona. Liam Pace is in the park.
He is one of my dark horses to take this home today. Liam has got a trillion tricks, and he's able to, you know, do the powerful moves like that Indy 540 from deep to shallow end.
Traveling too.
Has to match a different transition as well. Frontside 180 into the flat bank. Caballerial disaster. Landing in the middle of his board right there after a rotating trick. Super difficult. 360 with the Indy grab. Big body jar, smashing the tail on the lip. A lot of precision tricks from Liam Pace. Equally at home on the lip as he is flying above it. Capping off that run with a great nose grind. Liam Pace.
The crowd goes wild, as they should.
Look at that hair. Sammy Haynar, I'm going to be calling him from now on.
That was a statement run right there. Opening up on his first run of 4. High speed, every trick we wanted to see.
Ollie up to truck, combos straight into a tail slide, covering a lot of distance. And there's that ollie up into Smith stop, popping in and into that transition, that flat bank, and then straight into this. Indy backside 540 from deep to shallow end. Two different sides of transitions right there. It's hard to match. There's the Indy backside 360. Straight into the body jar. Watch that tail. Smashing on the lip. Fully squared up. That's a dangerous trick to learn. We saw someone really hurt themselves earlier this week on that trick as they fully locked up on it. And here's another precarious piece of balance work. The front side blunt. So all in all, really technical run.
Yeah, and the score follows. An 81.11 for Liam Pace. Here we go out of Mesa, Arizona, representing Team USA, Jagger Eaton.
How's that? Fakey ollie over the lobe, straight into the switch frontside ollie. You're not going to see anybody else doing that kind of a combo. Alley-oop frontside ollie into the flat bank and into that lip slide. So truly different combinations we're seeing here. Jagger Eaton. There's the backside 180. So definitely using that island feature way different than everybody else. Backside nose blunt, balancing on the lip. Frontside Smith grind through the corner. Has time enough to adjust his pants. And then the nose grind, backside revert. Super technical, especially when you're traveling in that direction and you have to have faith that you're gonna pop in the opposite direction and it's just gonna be there for you. Super difficult trick. Unfortunately falling on that one last trick, but I think it was at time.
I want to say that was after time. Some ridiculously hard tricks from Jagger Eaton. I love that he's saved a few things for us here in the finals.
Yeah, I think that was a fakey ollie. Could have been a switch ollie over that. I didn't really see where his wheels hit when he took off. There's all these subtle differences now as a commentator you got to really pay attention to, but this line right here, backside 180 ollie into a half cab. 180 no grab from fakey, pops that around. And there's that nose grind going for the backside revert in. He's super difficult.
He's taken a lot of the tricks he's been doing throughout the week and just added a little bit to each one, making every trick that he's doing that much more difficult than the tricks he was previously doing to get here. So the score is going to come through for Jagger, and it's going to be a 74.43, enough for third place for now. Remember, this leaderboard that they're all looking at is live, and it's going to be updating as they drop. Current standings have Liam Pace on top of the 81.11. Oscar Rosenberg, multi-time world champion skateboarder out of Malmo, Sweden. Here we go. Oski is in the park.
You want to talk about these contrasting styles. Oski's more like freestyle jazz. He is all over this thing. You never know what you're going to get. Big lip slide up that onto that extension. 50-50. A lot of these skaters have their runs planned out. I'm not sure Oski really does. I think he's just kind of freewheeling it at all times. Backside nose blunt. Looking for some speed here. Oh my gosh. Little truck bash with a grab in. Oski keeping it going, keeping it flowing. Frontside nose blunt into a backside 360 on the big wall. So Oski really doing some different tricks. The Indy back truck bash up there on the extension.
Just keeps it rolling. Oski is one of these guys where if you ask any skater, street, park, in the field, and you say, oh, what do you think of Oski? They'll say, oh, he rules. My favorite. Yeah. He's just one of these guys that undeniable, amazing skateboarder.
There's the frontside stalefish, grabbing with that backhand. Stand up, frontside grind, 5-0 into the corner. Watch this right here. Snaps out, hits that truck while simultaneously grabbing his rail and popping back in. And right there, that's probably the most pedestrian trick that we saw him do that entire run. Then pops that up into a nose blunt, balancing on that nose, popping back in, meeting the transition, and there's the backside 360. Really, really blind trick. A lot of moves in that run.
Big moves in that run and on the leaderboard. Run number one for Oscar Rosenberg comes through a 78.66. He'll jump into second place. He has no qualms with disrupting this Team USA battle, and I love that about Oski. Coming up next from Jupiter, Florida, Zion Wright. Let's not forget, even though Zion is one of the lower ranked people on Team USA right now, he does have an option. If he wins, he's in.
Big Z has been floating around this course all week. He's so fun to watch just because how happy he is. Starting this run off strong. Big ollie almost into the flats over the loaf the wrong way. There's no coping there to bounce off of. It's all street ollie. Backside, backside body jar right there. Nice big frontside air, comboing that straight into this corner with a little Smith grind. Frontside blunt, kind of losing a little bit of momentum, but he's got enough for a big heel flip into air right there.
5 seconds left for Zion Wright.
He's got one more move. Backside 360 with the indie grab straight into the backside melon 540. Standing tall on that landing. Zion Wright. That's how you start it off, and the boys are hyped.
That was more than worthy of that celebration. Zion Wright, you can tell he's been feeling it since day one of Dew Tour Des Moines. The momentum just keeps on flowing with Zion Wright.
Check it out. There is the nose grind, frontside crooked grind over that, straight into the backside air, and that was just the beginning, getting this run started. There's that street pop,
oh my,
up and over the island the wrong way, almost landing in the flat, almost wheeling out. So that first combo, a lot going on. Zion frontside air, then comes into the corner with the Smith grind through. Another shot of that frontside air, grabbing around that knee the way you're supposed to. You don't want that thing to be stinky. Then there's that heel flip indie grab. So nice. There's a 360. Grab him with his backhand, the indie grab over that. Perfect rotation, then comboing that straight into the backside 540 melon. Grabbing that board, keeping it on his feet with his front hand behind his front foot. So just at time, nailing the backside 540.
The horn blows in mid-air. That means that trick counts. The judges have spoken. Boom, 83.73. A new leader. Zion Wright has taken the top spot.
All the homies are stoked. You see right there, Alex Sorgente, unfortunately not making it into this final, but giving the love to Zion Wright.
83.73. He knew it. Zion knew it. He knew it when he jumped out of the park. He knew that was going to be a big score.
You know, you can just tell that someone is feeling it all week. You're like, this dude can win. We were feeling that back on Thursday when we saw the first practice.
Gavin, Rune, Bodker, born and bred to shred. This kid has been doing it since he was 5 years old.
This is what happens when you inject an energy drink straight into the fetus. You get this right here, a mini shred that is on fire. Alley-oop air into, wow, that backside air to backside disaster. A lot happening there. You can catch on the lip. Nose grab, 360, straight into the big 540. Oh, and unfortunately, the 50-50 grind over that feature, the rainbow rail on the island, not able to hold on to it. Uncharacteristic for Gavin. I've seen him do that all day long in practice.
I don't remember seeing Gavin fall throughout this whole contest.
Well, here's something to take into consideration. When you have someone put on a show, like we just saw Zion Wright do, he can kind of suck all the air out of the room. You know, you start to get worried. Do I have a run that can compete with that?
Yeah, how could you not be shook?
But this is the beauty of this format we have today. We have 4 runs for these guys.
Score drops 41-37 for Gavin Bodker. He's got 3 more opportunities. Right now, the leader, Zion Wright, sitting on that 83.73, basically giving the judges exactly what they want. That number warranted and well-earned by Zion Wright. So here's what we're looking at for now. Zion in the lead, Liam Pace in second, Oscar Rosenberg third, Tate fourth, Jagger 5, Corey Juneau 6. And then we go down the line with Gavin and Tom Shar. So keep your eyes, of course, on the battle for third place. Zion's just warming up. You cannot stop him from skateboarding.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a pretty good way to run it right now, is just stay warm. Just stay warm and loose. You can always tell. I mean, Zion's dancing around. He's talking to everybody. Can't stop him.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
We are into the thick of it. This is Dew Tour Des Moines. You're watching men's park final. We've just seen some incredible first runs go down. Now it's time for run number 2. Zion Wright has set the bar in a big way, an 83.73. Doesn't even need 4 runs to warm up. He's already on fire. Look at the list of American hopefuls behind Zion Wright. This is a big battle, not only to win Dew Tour, which is huge, but also towards Olympic qualification. Chris Cote, joined by Todd Richards.
And I just got to reiterate, Chris, the format here, it only takes one. Only takes one run to do it. So potentially, we may have just seen the winning run already, but I want to think that we're just going to be building on the energy that happened in run number 1.
I think we're just going bigger from here on out. Run number 2. We go back to the top of the lineup. Tate Carew, 16 years old from San Diego, California, fighting for a spot on the Olympic team. Skateboarding will make its debut in the upcoming Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Will Tate Carew be there? Well, he's got a big hill to climb, but first, you got to try to win Dew Tour. We know he's got it in him. We'll see what he's got here. 30 seconds on the clock.
All right, so already in there, 1-footed tail grab around the corner, a blunt slide, popping that in, precariously balancing on the tail of your board. There's that varial flip in the air into the body, varial backside 5. So a very similar run that we saw him do on his first attempt through. Kickflip Indy wants to land on that plexiglass wall, but unfortunately for Tate, wasn't able to get it back on his feet. But it's cool to see him switching up his line a little bit. He knows what Zion threw down. He's got to kind of try to chip away at that score.
We wait for scores to come through for Tate Carew. 40-second runs. Now you're about to see park wizardry. Tom Shar, this guy has been a dominant competitor in everything from big bowls to park events to mega. Tom Shar does it all. His first run was a 24.58, not indicative of how good he is. We'll see if Tom Shar can put it together right here. 40 seconds on the clock.
All right, Tom Shar coming in, starting things off big, alling up onto the plexiglass. Smith stall, popping back into the flat bank, so got some stuff going. Now it starts to heat. Tail grab, backside 5, lands a little bit too low. Now, Tom is used to skating some big transition. I mean, he's well adapted to skate everything. But some of these walls, they're not that big to be doing these crazy big moves like the tail grab backside 540. These are small walls. There's that ollie up into tail slide on the plexiglass wall. And there's that ollie out. Smith stops, stalls on top, pops it back in to that flat bank, and that's comboed straight into the tail grab backside 5. Look how far down the wall he lands. It's all about compression. The transition right there, unless you land a little higher, it becomes a little bit more difficult to land that perfectly.
Well, he comes through the 24.48. He'll be back to the drawing board. From there, let's go to the deck. Chris Pastris with the vibe check.
What's up, guys? And yeah, talk vibe check. Zion Wright seems to be having the most fun down here. You see the stress from a lot of the other skaters. A lot of Olympic implications, so much on the line, but Zion seems to be taking it in stride. He's dancing to his music, he's skating flat ground, he's smiling, he's laughing. So it seems like fun is a factor, and Zion is definitely having fun here today with that first run score.
When Zion is feeling confident and having fun, watch out. He just skates that much better, and he seems to be even skating to a level that is Zion-esque, I would say. Can't wait to see what Zion has next. But before we get there, Corey Juneau out of San Diego, California. This guy has style for miles. He is a threat to take out this entire competition. Here we go.
A completely different approach to this bowl. Backside tail slide, high speed, straight into the backside lip slide, covering a lot of distance. It's so hard to be able to balance and travel that far on the lip. Corey Juneau looking for something here on the big wall. There's that nose grind. Nollie pop into the corner, so perfect. Big backside nose bump, huge pop out. Back Smith looking for something here to really put an exclamation point on the run. Flash and roll through the corner, frontside rock and roll slide with another ollie, and that is time.
And that's the trick I think Corey Juneau's trying to fit into that 40-second run.
But you know what the thing is? I think he gets lost. There's a couple vacant walls in there, and I think he just needs to tighten up that line a little bit. Corey's, you know, he's got all the tricks. He just finds there's some dead spaces in this run that kind of don't lend themselves to Corey's style of skating. There's the backside tail slide covering a lot of distance. This is my favorite trick I've seen in the past week, that nose grind through the corner. And watch it here, the balance work.
If you're new to skateboarding and you're watching Corey thinking, well, that looks easy, every trick he's doing is beyond expert level. He just makes them look that easy.
That's right. So it's just these contrasting styles of these skaters. Corey Juneau, typically, you see him just ripping around the bowl without a care. Today, maybe there's a little bit more care in the air.
66.14 for Corey Juneau. That has him up in 6th place for now. Coming up next, from Tucson, Arizona. This guy is a park destroyer, Liam Pace. He is currently in 2nd place with an 81.11.
Liam Pace, ollies up to grind, straight into that tail slide. He's one of these guys who has every single trick and then some. Front side Smith stall, right into that Indy backside 540. You heard that squeak of his wheels right there, not able to square up with the landing. Kind of landed a little sideways.
When you're looking at doing one of the most difficult tricks in all of skateboarding, and right before you go up, you have a little kind of squirrely feel to your board like we saw right there, that can really throw you off. And it looks like skating in a bit of pain, but you know, pain, skateboarding, they go hand in hand. Liam's used to it.
And the telltale sign of if things are going kind of weird is the squeak of the urethane, like just squealing to maintain traction on the surface. And when you're doing a 540 and you hear that squeak on the way in, your body is over rotating.
Right there.
Watch here. Indy backside 540 comes around, he's spotting it. But you see he didn't completely square up with that, landed kind of low on that transition, and that's also very difficult to go from the deeper side into the shallow side. But you saw his back foot almost jackknife as he goes down that waterfall, that rollover section. And there, just the gravity got him, squished him in the bottom of that transition.
Liam's 2nd run will be a non-factor. So we go from Tucson, Arizona to Mesa, Arizona. Jagger Eaton. This guy grew up in a skate park. And it shows because he is a dominant competitor. Here we go, Jagger Eaton's on.
There we go, backside 180, straight into that switch ollie. Crazy combo. Jagger frontside alley-oop ollie, guiding the board with his feet, no hands on deck. Backside lip slide through the corner. Love the back tail. Crooked grind over the lobe, so a lot going on. Backside 360 ollie, incredible difficulty. Here we go, 10 seconds left. He's got some time for something big. Frontside Smith grind. Is he going to get a chance to do the nose grind, revert through the corner? No, opts for a different line. Backside 540 ollie over the hip. That was a bump up from run number 1. The only criticism that I can have is maybe he slowed down a lot into the backside 540 ollie, kind of landed a little bit flat. But look, I'm just splitting hairs, and I know the judges are too, because these scores have been particularly critiquing over the past week. There's the backside lip slide.
They're looking at every nuance.
There's
the tricks they're doing.
Ollie into the crooked grind over that. Backside 360 ollie combo. You see that extension of the front foot, just pushing the leg down to meet the transition. Front Smith through the corner, a lot of speed. And then a different line. Sets himself up for the backside 540 ollie, a trick pioneered by Tony Hawk, and he actually just did his last one that he will ever do not very long ago.
If Tony Hawk says a trick is hard, it's really hard.
Believe
He'll
that.
tell you that. Jagger Eaton waits for the scores. Remember what he's skating for. He's skating for a spot in the Olympic Games. That is huge. 79.66 for Jagger Eaton. That'll get him up into 3rd place.
And you know, it was a spectacular run, but I think the judges were on point. They kind of took away a little bit for how much he slowed down coming into that. So if he can bump up that speed, it could be a way bigger score.
Now we go all the way to Europe.
Well, Scandinavia, to be precise.
Yes, you're correct. Oscar Rosenberg Harburg from Malmo, Sweden. He's a graduate of the Bryggeriet Skate School.
I want to go to
an
skate
incredible
school.
program. It's actually a high school where you get to skate.
Wow. Ollie up to frontside lip slide on that extension. That is no joke. Oski looking for some more love here. Ollie kind of over that hip style. Backside nose blunt. Oski trying to find something else here. Popping up into the backside sugarcane. A trick pioneered by Buster Halterman back in the day. Into an alley-oop air. Some oh my gosh. Big spin backside disaster. A lot going on here.
Oh, the crowd's going nuts.
Wow.
As they should be. Oski has just laid it down again.
I can't wait to see the replays of some of those tricks.
And, you know, with this whole field, Oski is, you know, he's a true street skater. All these skaters are doing it for the love, of course. The contests are kind of just the icing on the cake. And for Oski, you know, when you're that good and you're that consistent and you can really just will any trick you want, that's why he does so good in contests.
It's more like when you're just really comfortable on your board in whatever position the transition gives you. There's that backside nose blunt. I just can't wait to see this backside sugarcane. There it is, pops up and over. All these tricks are named, you know, skaters have pioneered all these tricks. Buster Halterman coming out of Pennsylvania pioneered that trick back in the day. It's incredibly precise to land with that on your truck. Basically, you have to have really good aim. There's the backside 360. And there's the quick 180 up and over the island. And then tries to get that shove it in the air to fakie. But still, damage was done on that run. Zion's happy about it. That's true skateboarding. There's not a lot of planning going on. It's wacky, it's wild.
You know, the best part about this, too, is when this contest is over, I guarantee you all 8 of these guys are still going to be skating. They're going to be skating in the streets. They're going to be back in the park. We saw it last night. I know after the semifinals, you know, the whole crew is skating around town.
Yeah, and it's true. And like also, you know, you can't discount the big spin backside disaster in that run. There was so much going on. A crescendo it built to.
Little pause, silence comes over the crowd, waiting for the score for Oscar Rosenberg.
Wow, there we go.
A new leader, 86.10. We knew this finals was going to get lit up, and it has. Oscar Rosenberg now, representing Malmö, Sweden, has just dropped a hammer of creativity and flow.
Totally different approach to this course. Really freeform. It was insane, and it was rewarded as such.
So with this, Zion and Gavin are in what we like to call a win and you're in situation. A win here for Zion Wright could, for all intents and purposes, put him on the USA Olympic team. Got a lot of skateboarding yet to come. Zion Wright will have 2 more opportunities.
Here we go. This is a big run. Zion can mix it up here. Frontside feeble grind, or Smith grind over that. Big ollie once again, the wrong way over the loaf.
The scary way.
The scary way is right. Body jar, smashing that tail on a backside air on the way back in. What?
That's something new.
That was new, adding something new to his run. He's kind of off his line right now, so this will all be made up.
That's just their, you know, muscle memory there. You get off your line and you go, okay, go into the files of tricks. And Zion's got 1,000,000 tricks. He can do it any time. We saw it right there. Didn't quite get that full 40-second run. But Zion will have 2 more opportunities after this.
He came into it with a plan. Backside Smith grind over the rainbow. Straight into the backside air. Good combo. And there's that ollie. Boom. Pops with his wheels. Lands in the backside Smith grind position. Backside air right there. And then straight back over the island in the middle. But this right here, nose grind, comes in fakie. Now he's moving kind of off his line, pops into a fakie, almost a fakie 5-0, but kind of comes off of that a little bit weird and tries to get the frontside pop shove it there on the flat bank, but he's not able to do it. So could be shadows of something that's coming in run number 3 for him. There's a little bit different moves, but he's just so comfortable. He can just kind of freeform it as he goes.
Well, what's really fun to see with 8 skaters here in the finals is, you know, they're not gunning for each other per se. They're just trying to better the run that they laid down previously. We'll see if Gavin Botner can do that. I have no doubt he'll improve. 41.37 on his opening run. He's got 40 seconds in this park to prove it.
Alley-oop backside air, straight into the air to backside disaster, lightning fast. Backside 360 nose grab into basically a McTwist, the inverted 540 dropping that front shoulder.
20 seconds left, so far so good.
Backside ollie over the island. There's a boneless disaster, so mixing things up. Much better run for Gavin this time through. Lean 360, sets himself up for this switch melon grab over the island and not able to combo that into his 360 after that. So there was a lot going on.
I'll throw it out there. If he gets that final trick.
That's the same run that he qualified with.
Yeah, he'll be up in the 80s if he can get that final trick. The maturity, I mean, the competitive smarts, and just the incredible skateboarding. I mean, this kid is well beyond his years. He's 14 years old and already skating like this.
That's right. Big scoop on that backside 360 straight into the McTwist. Mike McGill pioneered that trick back in, I believe, 1984. So think about that one. That trick has stood the test of time.
And it's twice as old as he is.
That's right. That is.
I'm not good at math, but that's, yeah.
Yeah,
it was invented well before he was born.
Stick to commentating. I like this line right here. Backside ollie on the other side of that loaf, and then straight into the front side boneless, clacking his board on the way in. Oh, drops the front foot on the lean 360, and then pops that over to fakie and sets himself up.
That was closer than I thought.
For the caballerial heel flip indie grab. So that's a power line.
That was a power line for sure. Now, if you're a huge Gavin Botner fan, like we all are, and you want to see him in the Olympics, don't worry, because at the next Olympics, he'll only be 17 years old. Well, their skaters slashing away at this park. The current standings after 2 runs. Here are your standings. Oscar Rosenberg in the lead with an 86.10. Zion Wright in second, Liam Pace in third. Each skater will have 2 more runs to try to bump their scores up. You're watching the Dew Tour from Des Moines, Iowa. Chris Cote here with Todd Richards. You're watching Dew Tour live from Des Moines. This was from the women's highlights. The women's park finals went off. We saw some of the most incredible skateboarding we've ever seen. Of course, this park brand new, so a lot of the skaters didn't really have the opportunity to do a lot of practicing, but I tell you, they showed exactly why they are the best in the world. The women's park finals was completely amazing.
You know, I'm so I love watching the progression that happens in every single event at this point. You know, just a couple years ago, it was unheard of to see women doing consistent 540s. Every single competition now, we see the level raised. We see Sky Brown right there. Unbelievable. Ended up in second today. Just great combinations all the way through this park. That front side 360, no one is doing that. And Sky Brown just handled business, ended up in second place today.
And you're watching skateboarders that will no doubt be global superstars in less than 3 months, as they all will be competing most likely at the upcoming Olympics.
You know, the women out of Japan, they were just on fire. They're battling as well to see who's going to go to Tokyo to represent.
Sakura Yosizumi got the win. High-tech, high-speed, high-flying skating. She's just getting better and better. And that is a testament to how far we've come in women's skateboarding. All right, so we go back to men's park finals. California Skate Parks has created one of the greatest skate parks on the planet, 88,000 square feet, right here in downtown Des Moines, Iowa. We're focusing here on the, I'd say, the most advanced part of this incredible park. The Lauritsen Skate Park is basically it's a wonder of the skateboarding world.
I mean, it's over a quarter of a mile of concentrated radness. That's how I would describe it. You know, you talk about 88,000 square feet. You can't really imagine that, but you can imagine skating over a quarter of a mile, and there's something to do the entire way.
Yeah, it's about, what, 6 football fields.
It's insane.
Of radness. Well, each skater gets 4 runs. The best 1 run counts. 40 seconds. Skate until you fall. So we go back to the top of the lineup. Tate Carew from San Diego, California on his 3rd run.
Tate Carew looking to put something down here. The pressure is on. Nice combination right there. The one-footed tail grab, kicking that front foot off while simultaneously grabbing the back of the board. Tate looking for some speed. There's that varial flip into air straight into the body varial 540. Couple rotation tricks in a row. He bailed on this. His 2nd run gets it this time. Kickflip Indy reverts in the flat into an El Gariel. Another move pioneered by a legendary skateboarder. This one, Eddie Elguera. Backside 540 ollie. If he can stick that in that line.
We're looking at mid-80s.
Mid-80s.
At least.
Big points. Mixed up his line a little bit. He knows that he has to risk it for the biscuit. Check it out right here. Frontside tail slide, combos that over here off the hip into the flat bank, kicking that front foot off, letting it dangle. And here is the varial flip to Indy grab. Puts it on. And then straight into the body varial 540.
You can't say enough how treacherous this park really is. I mean, it's perfect, of course, but it's deep, it's steep, and these skateboarders make it look so easy.
Yeah.
Trust us when we say this is a advanced level part of this skate park. There are beginner areas all over the place, but right here, this is actually the same type of terrain that they will be skating in the Olympics. So there is a formula to what these parks have to make them the world class.
Certain features have to be present. That's kind of how it goes.
As we roll through men's park finals, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more. Run number 3 out of 4 for the men's park finals. You're watching Dew Tour Des Moines. Stay tuned.
But look, it ain't even crowded. It's sunny. That's the thing, is like, you see those guys are out, they're ready to go. Right? Yeah, there's that American that just wins the 10 minutes. So, I would like to see, we've seen all kinds of stats out of this weekend about the qualifications and stats. The 8 week ago, excuse me, the Associated the Park and cost of this thing. I would like to know the amount of towels that have been purchased at all area stores here in the Greater Des Moines area throughout the course of time that we've been here. We're sold out. You can't buy a towel. There's a family somewhere at Target right now trying to buy new bath towels. I'm like, what the hell is going on? There's no towels.
Let's get a chant. USA! USA!
Team USA is definitely the most stacked crew.
This is kind of where skating's from, so it's just the place to be. If you're skating, this is probably the hardest country to go for.
To represent the Olympics for the U.S. in general is obviously extremely tough. You're going up against some of the best skaters in the world.
Oh my God!
It's crazy to think about that I'm up on the top of it, because all these guys I've skated with since I was young, they beat me in contests. We've like gone back and forth. It's an amazing feeling.
I think it's a big eye-opener for people that we're just not hoodlums. We're like actually dedicated ourselves to something that we love.
You know, it's a sport. We're all athletes, and I think it just brings skateboarding to more households.
Massive!
There's 4 people underneath me that are just a couple thousand points behind me, so this next contest, the Dew Tour one, is going to make a big difference.
It's going to be tough, you know? One more event.
I'm competing against a lot of my friends because we've been skating together for years.
It's going to be a good contest. Everyone's going to be definitely going for it. It's the last one, so the Dew Tour's the last chance to make it.
The Brazilian, the Mexican, the Japanese, the American, everybody in the end are truly united.
To be able to represent America and represent Hawaii as well would be really special.
I get to compete for Great Britain, but be in Japan. I mean, that's just a dream.
The Olympics is an opportunity to bring something for your country.
I'm not only representing USA, but coming from Hawaii, there's so much pride. Who would have thought that I'd come from this little island in the middle Pacific to skating for my country and also my island, you know?
I think the Olympics is going to impact the world in ways no one ever thought it could. It's basically putting skateboarding on this pedestal for the whole world to see.
You're showing skateboarding to a broader audience, new people, younger girls.
I think it's only going to help skateboarding.
It's going to introduce skating to so many people, millions of people.
Everybody who's in those top spots really worked hard for it. It definitely pushes me to try to stay up in the top 20.
I'm just trying to keep not too much pressure on myself, trying not to think about it too hard.
I want to go. Let's get it done.
It's me and my best friend Bryce. We talk about it and laugh all the time that we met each other when we were 8 years old and now we're competing to get in the Olympics.
It'd be a dream come true, I feel like, after so long.
Sharing the same space, sharing the same area, and sharing that same passion.
It's the Olympics. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I can't wait to go, you know. I want to go so much.
There's so many rad sensations within skating. Grinding is one of the most cool sounds probably in this world. The grinds and the ollies, the snapping of a tail. This is skateboarding, this is fun, this is rad. So stoked. That's perfect.
Good right there?
Yeah, yeah.
So why are you getting the mermaid today?
I don't have a good answer for that.
No? Well, it works.
Yeah. I grew up on the North Shore of Oahu. One of the best places in the world to grow up if you want to be a surfer. I always loved surfing. I loved the water, but I was never competitive in it. And all my friends that are still pro surfers to this day, like, they were so good at like age 6. When I started skating, I realized that I have that same passion that they have for surfing, that I have that for skating. And that's like really where I found myself, and like I found my people. I found what I love to do, and this is my thing. This one back here, my first tattoo with you.
Yeah.
Still probably one of my favorite tattoos ever. It's so good.
That's awesome.
So sick. And then
we did the camera.
Yep. A lot of those skate videos that I've watched over and over and over are all from like the 80s. Looking back, a lot of the tricks I do, I don't even think about it, but I do a lot of their tricks and stuff like that. Watching these 80s skaters skate in the 80s and also now, and that's kind of like where I get my inspiration from. Since I became a part of Team USA, I'm training, but I'm also like, make sure I'm having fun. If I'm not having fun, there's no point. Skateboarding is to have fun at the end of the day in my eyes, like, and that's it.
It's going down in Des Moines. You're watching the men's park final of Dew Tour. 8 of the best park skaters on the planet competing. Of course, for Dew Tour glory as well as Olympic qualification. You got 20 athletes per discipline. Max 3 per country per discipline. 5 participating continents. Each must be represented. For park skating, this is the last chance to qualify for the upcoming Olympic Games.
Yeah, so pressure is definitely on some of these guys, and we've seen in a couple beginning rounds, maybe that pressure is kind of getting to them. I don't know. We've had some interesting weather here all week long. We just went through a storm here a few minutes ago. I feel like it's an Alanis Morissette song. Is Rain on Finals Day one of the lyrics in that song? No.
Possibly. Here's what's at stake. Himana Reynolds way out in the lead. So many points, cannot be overtaken. Didn't even have to compete in the last chance qualifier. But for Corey Juneau, you know, he is right there in the conversation. The big talk is about that third spot. Jagger Eaton, Tom Schaar, Tate Carew, Zion Wright, and Gavin Bodger. If you win, you could be in. Tom Schaar will be dropping into his third run. Each skater has 4 chances to put together a complete 40-second run filled with tricks, difficulty, danger. It's all happening right here. Dew Tour Des Moines. Tom Schaar's in.
And no one has more expectations on him than Tom Schaar. He is the one to watch out here in the park, as always. Frontside Smith stop, popping back into that flat bank, right into the tail grab, backside 540, gets it perfectly. Tom now looking for some moves. He's going to pack this run full of heavy moves. It's a puzzle, and each piece needs to fit, and that means keeping speed and putting the right piece together in the right spot. Frontside Stalefish in the corner. Oh, Goes up for the nose stall to pop back in fakie. That would have been a new move for Tom. I haven't even seen him practice that move. So pressure is on for the fourth and final run for Mr. Tom Sharp.
That's what I was talking about, the danger element that skateboarding is providing. And as a show of camaraderie, you know, Team Brazil yesterday, they made it known they're rooting for Tom Shar. And Tom Shar right there couldn't get that complete 40 seconds down. He will have one more opportunity. Sitting at number 2 on the U.S. team for now is Corey Juno. He'll be up next as we wait for the payoff for Tom Shar. He'll have one more chance.
You hate to see it. You know, it starts to weigh down on you, this pressure. You know, everyone's been talking about Olympics for so long. This is it.
Corey Juno, he's in.
Corey Juno, flowy style. There's the backside tail slide, covering a lot of real estate there on the coping. Frontside alley-oop ollie, and then straight into backside Smith into the corner. A lot of balancing on the lip. Backside lip slide up there on the 7-foot wall. The combos, heel flip, oh, and steps off. Unfortunately, Corey Juno right there, he's got the pressure on for the fourth and final run as well. But what he did do right, standing up tall on that lip, not scared of sliding at high speed across the coping. We want to see more of that. That's where Corey Juno just really shines. Look at this, backside tail slide, full lock in, pushing as hard as he can with his back foot, covering a lot of distance, combos that into the alley, frontside ollie into the flat bank. There's the back Smith in through the corner. Ollie's up, 50-50, and then wants to get the heel flip indie grab. Grabs it with his trailing hand after flipping the board with his feet, but not able to get it on his feet, so just runs out of that. So he knows what it takes. He's come through in a pinch before at Dew Tour. We'll have to wait to see if he can get it done on his fourth run.
You know, when you watch Corey skate, it's a reminder that skateboarding is an art form.
Also a reminder that you're really bad at skateboarding.
Just that he's really good, Tom.
Yeah, that's right.
You're still good. Coming up next, representing Team USA from Tucson, Arizona, this is the high-speed attack of Liam Pace.
Liam Pace, my quiet dark horse here. Frontside tail slide after that ollie up the truck. Oh, and goes down on the ollie to Smith.
Third run, not the charm so far.
No, so far, not going good for these riders. A lot of pressure, a lot of Olympic talk, as I said. There's all kinds of crazy coaches and stuff here. Things you don't typically associate with skateboard competition, skateboarding in general, but these guys have to adapt not only to these formats for the Olympics, but also everything else that comes with it. It's going to be a wild ride for these guys for who makes the team. But you got to get there first. Liam Pace has got one more chance to do it. He's got every trick in the book.
Yeah, as we were reminded yesterday, Pedro Barros says we all do this for the love, but when you start to talk about the O word, that's when the pressure comes in. Here we go, Jagger Eaton.
Jagger Eaton's got a very unique line, already started it off. The couple heavy moves. There's the alley-oop ollie, guiding it with his feet. Wants to kickflip backside lip slide, so he is feeling the pressure as well. Wants to up the ante of tricks. They see right now that Oscar Rosenberg out of Sweden is in first with some truly wild tricks, and it's really putting the pressure on some of the other skaters. Jagger Eaton.
You know, it's cool because it adds to the drama. You know, this is a skateboarding competition, so there are elements of pressure, drama, points, prize money, trophies, all that stuff. You know, when you peel back the layers, you know, we are watching brilliant skateboarding, win or lose, fall or make. These are some of the best on the planet, and here's one of them, Oscar Rosenberg, Malmö, Sweden.
Your favorite skater's favorite park skater. That's really what it is.
And that, you know, that's a cliche that absolutely works for Oski. Here we go. You're probably going to see something completely different than his previous runs.
And that's what I can't wait to see. Getting things going, a couple tricks there. There is the ollie up to lip slide off the hip, getting on top of it somehow because you've got to boost up and over that to make it. There's the 50-50 over. Oski looking for some speed. Ollie going the wrong way over the island into backside nose blunt. So fast tricks, a lot of combos, keeping his speed up. Here's the ollie up to backside sugarcane, precariously perching himself up there on top. A lot of precision in that trick.
Oh, throws to revert.
Big spin, backside disaster to revert, to backside 360. Oscar just upping it one more time, and there is the pop shove it into grab fakie.
Did I mention skateboarding as an art form? Because that right there should be on the wall of the loop. That is beautiful skateboarding.
Oski, you never know what you're gonna get. His skateboarding is so free form. It is skating park in its purest form. What are you gonna do? I don't know. I'm gonna drop in and see what happens. That was insane. There was so much going on. There's the big spin, moving the board with your feet, and then backside revert out of that after landing on top of the lip. A lot going on. Backside 360 after that. Here's the ollie up. Watch. Covers distance from the hip, gets up on top of that extension in a lip slide, balancing on his board in the middle. Frontside ollie to tail, backside nose blunt. So a lot of tricks packed into a 40-second run. That's what the judges want to see in this combo right here. The backside sugarcane, backside ollie, over rotate to land on your truck in a frontside Smith grind. That is called a backside sugarcane, made popular by Buster Halterman back in the day, and he combos that into that big spin backside disaster revert. So Oski is going to get an even bigger score on this run, I believe, just by virtue of how insane it was.
And I think I can speak for anyone saying that I could watch Oski skate all day.
Oh, the precision it takes to smash that back truck onto the coping up there. He's a wizard.
We're waiting for scores to drop for Oscar Rosenberg. His third run in 83.75, so the judges liking that second run a little bit better, 86.10. Maybe it was just a little bit cleaner. The subtleties, really what the judges are looking for. Everyone's going fast, everyone's going big. So they are really, focused in on the details of every trick done. Still, Oscar Rosenberg at the top of the heap with an 86.10, and now we're going to Jupiter, Florida's Zion Wright, third run.
Starting off in the nose grind to backside air combo to that big ollie over to disaster. Wow, I can't wait to see the replay of that one. Body jar, smashing the tail on the backside air on the way in. Very fast, committed to his tricks.
Fast and loud, like we like it.
Zion, frontside air into the frontside 5-0 over the hip. Wants that pop shove it on the flat bank. Utilizing those street skills in the park situation. Combinations. I mean, wait until we see the ollie over the island the wrong way. I believe he landed in disaster on the coping, so basically landing in the middle of his board, adding that much more difficulty to it.
Pretty much death-defying skateboarding right there.
Okay, here's going this way. Nose grind over. Backside air. Scoops that one. There's the, well, we're not going to get to see it. Bummer. There's the frontside 5-0 over the hip, and then the attempt at the frontside pop shivot. Wants to catch that with his feet, and that would add just another layer of difficulty. There's the frontside air. That was over there into the frontside 5-0 off the hip. Another look at the pop shove it.
There's a phrase in skateboarding, ATV, all-terrain vehicle. That basically means you can skate anything. And Zion is really in the elite levels of ATVs.
Truly.
Second run comes through, 73, or third run, 73.18. Zion will hang on to that 83.73, currently in second place. Let's go now to our 14-year-old. This is Gavin Butker.
Covering some distance on the alley-oop, straight to the backside air, backside disaster, landing right between his trucks. All weight on the board. Backside 360 combo into the McTwist 540, dropping that front shoulder, differentiating it from a regular 540. It's these subtle differences the judges are going to be looking at. There's that frontside boneless, landing in disaster. Middle of the board instead of the smooth transition onto the bank. Gavin looking for some more moves here. One-footed lean air 360, popping into the switch melon grab, into the caballerial heel flip, and gets it this time. Backside 360 judo air to end off that run. Gavin Bodker was looking for that run, and he gets it. Backside tail slide, shove it maybe for a little bonus trick. That was the run. The 14-year-old smashing it down, getting it done on run number 3.
Des Moines is going off right now, witnessing Gavin Bodker at 14 years old, skating out of his own skin, absolutely destroying this park. That run right there was his, I mean,
the combo.
Everything was there.
Distance covered on the alley-oop backside air, traveling the opposite way, he's rotating. And then watch this, lands right between the boards. So fast to be able to go in and keep your speed. Backside 360, combos that into the McTwist 540, dropping that front shoulder. Front side lip slide, covering a little distance. There's the lean 360 with the 1 foot off. And there is the Caballero heel flip indie grab. And then into a backside 1-footed 360. The judo kicking that front foot off. Hiya! That was a great run. Gavin Bodker is going to have a big score, I think.
That was really fun to watch. Your current leader, Oscar Rosenberg, waiting to see if he needs to improve on what he's already done. Gavin Bodker waiting to see where his fate lies. Score comes through, 84.33 for Gavin Bodker, moving up into 2nd place, knocking Zion Wright to 3rd, Liam to 4th, Jagger 5, Tate 6, Shar 7, Corey 8. So.
And more importantly right now, the leading American on the scoreboard in this heat, and that has crazy implications as far as qualifying. The young 14-year-old just getting the job done.
You know, as a skate fan going to the Olympics, I'm cheering for all nations, but I would be happy as an American to have Tate Carew representing, I mean, anyone in this final, obviously, but skateboarding is in great hands. Whatever country you're from, as we saw earlier, Dew Tour brought over 50 nations together to compete, to fill those final Olympic spots in park, in street. Zion Wright would be another incredible representative, not just for Team USA, but for skateboarding
just
as a whole.
That's right. Every once in a while, you know, the Olympics, we talk about it with snowboarding, now with skateboarding. You want to have these guys that represent the sport perfectly, going in there to show the world what we can do, along with the attitude and style. Zion's one of those guys.
We're well into men's finals. Your current leaderboard set for now after 3 runs. We're about to witness the 4th and final runs for our 8 men's park finalists. Your skater on top right now is Oscar Rosenberg. He'll have one more opportunity to defend that top spot. We've got some hard-charging Americans with Gavin Bodker and Zion Wright chasing him down. You're watching Dew Tour live from Des Moines. We'll be right back. Welcome back, skate fans. You're watching Dew Tour Des Moines. We're deep into the men's park final. As it stands now, from Sweden, Oscar Rosenberg in that top spot with an 86.10. Chris Cote here with Todd Richards, and we have been watching some absolute mastery of park terrain. Starts right here, Oscar Rosenberg, and in 2nd place, 14-year-old Gavin Bodker.
All kinds of different styles, different approaches, interpretations of the puzzle pieces of this park course.
And here's what's at stake. Team USA trying to figure out who will be competing in the upcoming Olympic Games. Heymana Reynolds, he's safe. Corey Juneau, he's right there. Top 2. So the 3rd position is really what these skaters are fighting for right now. Jagger Eaton, Tom Shar, Tate Carew, Corey Juneau, Gavin Bodker. If you win, you could be in. There are your standings after 3 runs. Oscar Rosenberg in that top spot. 14-year-old Gavin Botker in second, Zion Wright in third. Everybody with one more chance to make a big impression on the judges. You got to go fast. You got to go high. Do your grinds extra long. This is where you leave it all out there in the park.
So here we go. Tate Carew for his final run. This is it. All or nothing. Tate Carew starting things off. Tail slide at high speed into that one-footed tail grab into the flat bank. Tate's been kind of mixing his lineup a little bit as we go, seeing what works and what doesn't. There's that varial Indy flip over the island, straight into the body varial 540 every single time. That is a crazy combo to do. Kickflip Indy onto the Toyota flat wall. El Gariel, once again, the 360 hand plant from fakie. Super difficult move. Not a lot of people are doing that, so the judges may take notice of someone doing an older move. Backside ollie 540 into the beam plant up there on that flat wall, and he is out.
He knows that was a solid run, beginning to end.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, was all about figuring out what needs to be done and hitting it when the pressure was on. The ollie backside 540, nothing holding on to that board but his feet. There's the one-footed tail grab, 50-50 around that corner. But it was later on in this run where the magic began to happen. There is the varial flip Indy grab, straight into the body varial, where his board basically stays in one place and his body rotates around it. Kickflip Indy, so a bunch of flip grabs. And the ollie backside 540. No grab, no hands on the deck, all finesse with the feet. It takes a lot of commitment, and then comboing that into the bean plant. That is the basically a boneless grabbing with your opposite hand. And he is out. That is the best you can do. Get out while you're still on fire.
Something to be said about the, confident kick out of the park. Just a good, clean finish.
Heel flip Indy. Look at that right there. Even gets to grab tuck knee, that quick revert into the El Gariel. Eddie Elguera pioneered that move back in the early 80s. It's incredible that it's still making its way into a park final and then straight into the backside. Scooped backside ollie 540. That's when he uses his tail below the coping to initiate the rotation. It's all about keeping the grip on that board. Confidence. You see Tom Schaar congratulating him there because that was a heavy, heavy run.
Well, with his fourth and final run, the score comes through, moving up into fifth place with an 80.17. Tate Carew, 16 years old, out of San Diego, California. A strong finish for the young skater representing Team USA. So this next run, this has really global implications.
It's really heavy because of the weight of expectation has been on Tom Schaar, just from skateboarding in general. You want to talk about someone who's been dominating parks for a very, very long time. Tom Schaar has been the one to watch. Tail slide up on top of that bank. There's that front side Smith stop, popping back in. This is going to be a 540 tail grab. Gets it this time, a little bit in the back seat. Let's see if he can regain and do something big for the judges. Kickflip Indy into the flat bank. Front side feeble grind through the corner. There's that stalefish, Tom Schaar. He's going to have to bring something heavy. Contrasting styles. There's the nose stall, popping back in, fakie. Switch frontside grind. He's got time for one more move. The fakie disaster. Will that run be enough for Tom Schaar? There were some very different moves in there. All those tricks right there are after time. Difficult moves. No stall, popping back into fakie on that flat bank. Truly difficult. No one is even messing with that.
Well, power skating will never go out of style, and right there was a display of pure power skating from Tom Schaar. Every air, as high as you can go.
Ollie up to frontside tail slide on top of the Toyota feature. And here is the pop out to Smith stall. Now he will revisit that obstacle during this competition, during this run. Kickflip Indy grab into the flat bank. Straight into the front side feeble, locks into that all around the corner. Here we go as he pumps in. It's Tom Schaar stalefish. Say that 5 times. There's that 50-50 grind over the rainbow rail.
I would have been fine with sharpish.
A sharpish?
Oh, works.
Frontside blunt in the deep end, but unfortunately, I think those two moves were after time. So Tom Shar.
Did Tom Shar do enough? Judges deliberating.
Run number 3. Yeah, he did have the backside tail grab 540, the most difficult 540 we've seen done here today.
Was that a run worthy of a spot on the Olympic skateboarding team?
Man, there's so much pressure on these guys. They're not used to having to deal with this Olympic baggage.
These guys mostly all chasing Jagger Eaton. Tate Carew will not be able to catch him, but congrats to Tate Carew on a huge Dew Tour finish, 5th place.
It's always hard to live up to your own expectations. I did love what he did in that run, that no stall, popping back in fakie. The judges are gonna have to take that into consideration because it was truly different than everyone else's runs.
Another waiting game. I mean, you can feel it, the energy from the park as we wait for the score for Tom Shar. Was it enough?
Let's take another look at some of the highlights of his run. There's that kickflip Indy into the flat bank. You see that catching the board with his hand, slapping it back on his feet. There's that stalefish, grabbing with his trailing hand behind his back foot. They keep looking, the judges, when we're seeing these replays, they're looking back at things.
Score comes through, his highest yet, a 79.98. It's enough for Tom Shar to jump up into 6th place. So remember, these guys are chasing Jagger Eaton, who will be dropping in shortly. And now we'll see. So this is what's at stake. Corey Juneau, he's in 2nd place on the World Skate standings for Team USA, so he's got to be feeling pretty safe to be competing in the upcoming Olympics. This is his 4th and final run. So far, he has skated brilliantly.
Here we go, Corey Juneau looking for some speed. He likes this backside tail slide right here. Does it once again, covering a lot of distance on the lip. Backside 5-0, frontside alley-oop ollie, no grab, traveling the opposite way that he's rotating. Locks into a backsmith into that corner. Corey Juneau, another one of these, backside Smith grind, steps off. So that will do it for Corey Juneau.
Corey Juneau, his high score, 66.14. 8th place will have to do it for Corey, but either way, we just got to see 4 incredible displays of skateboarding from one of the smoothest out there. Corey Juneau, always a pleasure to watch skate.
You know, this course definitely lends itself to some of these skaters, not all. I feel like Corey Juneau with a tighter course with maybe not a lot of flatter sections would be more accommodating to the style of skating that he does, because to keep that speed up, not a lot of dead walls, you don't want that. But someone that has a completely contrasting style to his is this kid right here.
This is Liam Pace. He's got an 81.11, just out of that podium position in 4th place. His 4th and final run coming up. Liam has been, he set the bar high on his 1st run. His 2nd and 3rd run didn't go his way. We'll see if he can put everything together here on his 4th and final run here in Dew Tour Des Moines. This is Liam Pace.
Another one of these all-terrain rippers. Liam Pace needs a huge run right now to bump himself up. Smith stall up there on top of the flat bank, straight into the Indy 540. Much bigger than he's done in previous runs. Backside Smith grind, locking into that, putting that rail down. Frontside 180 and caballerial disaster. Spinning 360, smashing the board back on the way in. Indy 360 over the loaf. Heel flip Indy. There's a lot going on for Liam Pace this run. Frontside blunt as he comes down to the final seconds. Was that run enough? There was a lot going on. Liam Pace just chaining hard tricks together, making these super difficult look easy. He wanted that run, and he got it. The question is, how is that going to sit with the judges?
Yeah, Liam was hyped on that run, and he should be.
Let's talk about that. No one has done a caballerial disaster. Spinning the board 360 degrees with your feet while coming from fakie and then smashing it in to the lip. No one's doing that. There's that frontside Smith stall, setting him up for this. The deep to shallow Indy 540, carrying a lot of speed. There's the Indy 360 over the loaf. And then comboing that straight into Actually, kickflip Indy. I said heel flip Indy, that's a kickflip. Kicking that board away behind him, into the nose grind bump, over into the front side blunt. So that combination of tricks right there, there was a lot going on. And also just capping that run off. This was after time, but a nose grind, perfectly done. That was a beautiful run. There was so much going on. Unique tricks to Liam Pace. It's gonna be good.
Score comes through for Liam Pace, 82.04, does improve on his highest score, but just not quite enough to crack him up onto the podium. As it stands now, Oscar Rosenberg still in that top spot. Gavin Vodker in second, Zion Wright hanging on to third. Jagger Eaton, he wants to shut the door on the rest of this crew. He's in third place on the Team USA standings heading into Tokyo. If he can fend off these hard-charging Americans in this final, he could be stamping his ticket. No pressure for Jagger Eaton. This is only the pathway to the Olympics. A huge, huge undertaking.
He and his coach, legendary street dog, Neil Mims, have been working on runs to play to what the judges want. There's that backside 180 to switch ollie.
Cannot fall, he cannot fall.
He cannot fall. Alley-oop frontside ollie. Backside lip slide and comes off the board. So now, crazy situation of points.
Just add to the drama. Jagger Eaton right there, you know, again, a rare mistake. He is so consistent. He is such a strong competitor.
It is going to be the backside lip slide that is haunting him in his sleep. You see right there, getting consoled by Neil Mims. There's so much pressure on these guys. All they've done is train for this moment.
The difference between 6th and 7th place is 2,500 points. That's less than the difference between Tom Schaar and Jagger Eaton right now. So a lot of math happening.
It's
a lot of drama. We love it.
It's so rough. You know, it's like for these guys, they skate all their lives. All of a sudden, the Olympics comes into the picture. No one ever pictured skateboarding ever to go to the Olympics, and it's kind of like turned the spirit of skating on its head. But these guys, if they're willing to play the game, glory is on the line.
Well, for Oscar Rosenberg, you know, he is right now just a one-man wrecking crew representing Sweden.
They're all, look at these guys. They're crunching numbers.
This guy can make it harder on everybody if he increases his score. I mean, right now, sitting on an 86.10, flawless so far, and so consistent.
Well,
he's got an 83 and a 78 to back up that big score.
Here's what I'd like to telegraph about this run. He's already on top, so what that means, we're gonna get a real freeform Oski run. He's pretty comfortable in the lead right now with that 86. Here we go. Ollie up to frontside lip slide. Such good style, great control. A lot of finessing of that board into the 50-50, looking for speed, pumping around that corner. There's the frontside ollie. Alley-oop to frontside nose blunt. I think he wanted to slide that a little bit.
We leave some time on the table there, about 10 seconds for Oski, but
still in the lead, 86. Now, when you think about that score compared to what Gavin Botker did, that was Gavin's best run so far. Zion Wright's best run so far in 83, so they're gonna have to bring some serious spice to this next run.
Well, our two top qualifiers will be coming next. So when we come back, the conclusion of men's park will happen here from Dew Tour Des Moines. Fourth and final run for Zion Wright and Gavin Botker. Who's gonna take it? We'll see, coming right up. It all comes down to this. You're watching Dew Tour Des Moines, and we're into the men's park finals. We've got 2 more skaters to drop for their 4th and final runs. We've just witnessed history in the making. The points tell us Tom Shar has just moved slightly ahead of Jagger Eaton to potentially take that 3rd Olympic spot for Team USA. 2 more skaters to drop that could upset the balance. Zion Wright and Gavin Botker yet to drop on their 4th and final runs. Chris Cote here with Todd Richards. This has lived up to every expectation and more.
So here is the state of affairs. Zion Wright, Gavin Botker, if they win, they are in. They are representing the United States for skateboarding in the first Olympic Games where we've ever seen it. Massive pressure for these guys. Who is handling it more on the deck right now? I'm going to say it's this dude right here, coming out of Florida, Zion Wright.
Last chance for Zion Wright. 40 seconds.
Oh my God! Backside 540 over the lope to start things off. Completely different. Zion Wright just needs to hold on to this run. Indy 360, backside 540.
Keep going.
This is drama, ladies and gentlemen. Holy cow, giant frontside alley-oop. Basically just needs to stay on his board. Zion Wright right now, you want to talk about someone who just brought it when it needed to be brung.
10
Big
seconds.
Frontside grab, grind over. Frontside blunt, playing it smart. Didn't go for that frontside pop shove it, and into the heel flip Indy, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna say that's it.
Zion Wright.
I'm gonna say that's it. That was the gnarliest run we have seen. The 540 over the lope. The boys are going crazy.
People are freaking out, and they should be. That right there was incredible. Zion Wright has done it again.
Completely unexpected. I saw him trying to rotate that in practice. I thought he was just over-rotating a 360. Big Z brings it on that run. That was incredible. That was skateboarding.
You got Jeremy Foy, Alex Midler, the emotion, the feel. I mean, the vibe is up here in Des Moines. We've just witnessed, I mean, something iconic. What Zion just did right there was out of this world.
Please, give me the replays. I need to see the backside 540. No one, I don't even think he landed that once. Double grab, grabs nose, then grabs Indy, rotating 540 degrees into the Pop-Tart. Popping out fakie with the frontside grab. Wow. We are seeing some crazy stuff that we ain't never seen before here, kid. Look at that right there, popping, and that it didn't stop. It started off with an exclamation point and then ended with one as well. Backside 540, Zion Wright, ladies and gentlemen.
Just skating with ferocity, style, flow, power,
and
technical
intent. He wanted that spot. Look at this. Let's watch the whole run again.
All day. I'll watch
Double
this
grab.
all day.
540 straight into the Pop-Tart there on the big wall. All he had to do basically was stay on with some pedestrian tricks.
This
Indy
is
360.
He knew right here what was happening.
You know what Eye of the Tiger is, Chris? That is not only a song by Survivor, but it is also the way you make it to the Olympic Games. I can't believe we're gonna see this kind of creativity at the Olympics. Skateboarding has been a sport that has deserved to be there, whether it wants to or not, for years. And Zion Wright is looking real good to represent for the USA. Heel flip Indy to end that run. Kazoom!
Inspired, brilliant skateboarding right there. I mean, that run had everything.
It really did. It had every trick, technicality, spontaneity, creative lines, perfection. Zion Wright, the ATV out here today, popping that frontside blunt in. But I'm telling you, the damage was done early on and capping it. Heel flip Indy, kicking that board away from him with his front foot. All style, all grace.
This whole park was shaken. 88,000 square feet. A perfect skate park, shaken to the core.
If he doesn't move into the lead with that run, there is seriously something wrong. That was insane. The boys are so stoked. You know, I kind of feel bad for Gavin Botker now because
He's just had all the oxygen sucked out of this room.
It's like showing up when the party's over. Now it's time. Everyone's holding their breath to see what is the score going to be for Zion Wright. I mean, win or lose, that was some of the best skateboarding we've seen all week.
Let's
we
see
wait.
it. I have a feeling this is going to be a Jigo score.
Now it goes from as loud as it gets to silence. We wait for the score to drop for Zion Wright. Of course, the drum building. Here he comes. 91.04. Zion Wright takes the top spot from the depths of World Skate Rankings all the way to the top.
I love y'all, man. I love y'all. I've been putting in work for this shit, man. That ass putting in work.
Gotta love him. Gotta love Zion Wright.
Ah, that is crazy. Now, it ain't over though. We have one skater left, the one that qualified on top.
Even Oski, who just got knocked into second place, knows he loves it. All right.
Reset.
Come back to earth.
Reset.
Well, we've seen it before. Gavin Bodker, we know what he's capable of. He's 14 years old. He's already skating well beyond his years. And now he's got to do it after witnessing history from Zion Wright. They're going, everybody just calm down. We got one more run.
One more dude is in this.
This kid's got to be tripping.
Feed off of this. I mean, when you're 14-year-old, your food group is candy. And I hope he's eating a bunch because he's going to need a super sweet run. I'm going to trademark that for later. Would you like? Yeah,
I
okay,
can't
great.
imagine what he's going through at 14 years old. He's shown us, you know, he's already a veteran contest skating, but he's going to have to use everything he's learned about just keeping his calm. Here we go, Gavin Bodker, 14 years old, representing Team USA, is in.
14-year-old, fried nerves, burial, body burial. I mean, oh my gosh, it's gonna have to come in this run for Gavin, already starting off differently. Big backside 360. 540, dropping that front shoulder, making it the McTwist over the rainbow rail. Backside ollie. Fast frontside disaster out of that boneless. Gavin's gonna have to bring something special here towards the end of this run. One-footed lean air. There's that fakie pop over that into the Caballero heel flip indie grab. Matt does it. Oh, back tail, shove it.
Answered every question we had with that run. He has an incredible ability.
Oh man. Oh man, this is something special here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Gavin Bodker just had the run that he needed.
I can't hear you. The crowd's going wild.
Opening that run up with the alley-oop body burial into the bank, changed things up a little bit.
Sitting on an 84.33 for his previous run. He did add a few elements to make that run a little bit more difficult.
Now I got to be really anal about the points. As an analyst, I could be an analyst right now. We got to look at what do these points mean. Kind of actually like a alley-oop saran wrap right there, adding a little flavor into it. Backside air, smashing the disaster. Now the question is, are these micro changes that he put in his run enough to take down Zion Wright?
Was that the best run you've seen of the week?
It was the best run that I've seen Gavin Bodker do. Do I think it's enough to take down Zion Wright? Unfortunately, I don't. Zion had that 540 over the island. There's that back tail shove it.
There was more intensity. It seemed like just more hype. Although this run was incredible for all the same reasons, it's just Zion kind of took it to the next level.
There's that one-footed lean air, setting him up 360 to the switch melon grab over the island. Very difficult combo into the Caballero heel flip indie grab.
And don't forget, he's only 14 years old, so when the next Olympics comes around, he'll be 17.
But we're not talking about the next Olympics. We are talking about this one. And as we said before, if you win it, you are in. Gavin Bodker, run number 3. What are the points going to be? My gut tells me it's not going to be enough, but it may be enough to bump up into second place.
More silence in the park.
What do we see? 14 years old, handling the pressure. When I was 14 years old, I could barely say hi to someone, looking them in the eye.
Gavin Bodker's skating at an elite level.
figure 8.
All the homies are around Zion Wright, waiting to see if they can freak out.
It's about to go off in here either way. Zion
shirt,
waits
man.
patiently. I do want one of those shirts. I want 4 of them. I'd like to wear one each day of the week. Zion deserves it after the run that he just put down there. But now we're waiting for the scores for Gavin Bodker. It comes through. It's an 86. So Gavin Bodker does hold on to a podium position. Here's the reaction from Zion Wright.
Here we go. Big Z takes it home, takes home an Olympic spot.
Olympia right there.
The implications of today's win, insane.
Incredible. Zion Wright has to be on top of the world right now. Chris Pastras is on the deck with Zion Wright.
So Z came down to that 4th and final run. Amazing run. Started off with the 540. Describe what you're feeling right now.
Dude, words can't even describe how I feel, to be honest. I've been putting in so much work and just trying to dedicate myself to just skateboarding and this. So, yeah, I'm just happy. I'm stoked. And like Alex told me, he said, leave no doubt. So I had to go and put it down. So it worked out.
You seem to be having fun the entire time. Through practice, you were like listening to music, having fun with your friends. Was fun a big factor?
100%. That's what all this is about. Skateboarding at the beginning and at the end of the day is all about having fun, being with your friends, being able to build and just have a good time. So I'm stoked to be able to share this with the people around me, my friends and everyone. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Rob, Steve, everyone back home, man. Like, I really love you guys, so just thank you.
All right, amazing. Yes, Dr. Z, we love you. Thank you.
That was insane.
Congratulations.
Pure positivity. That is what we want in an ambassador for skateboarding. Zion Wright, throwing it down, 91.04, the highest run of the entire week.
And he ticks all the boxes. Such a gracious person in his win as well. I mean, Zion is a skater's skater. He is an ATV, just as good in the streets as he is in the park. We are looking at the beginning of superstardom. I don't think any of these guys realize what's coming down the line for the Olympics. Myself, I've been there, different sport completely, but I know what is about to happen, and it's going to change lives.
I'm about to get on the Zion Wright collectible train. I'm seeing Wheaties box covers. I'm seeing covers of Time Magazine. I'm seeing it all for Zion Wright. We've been saying it all week long. For some of these teams, for some of these team members for Team USA, it was all about win it and you're in it and nothing else will do. Well, Zion Wright just did it.
Unbelievable day for skateboarding. You see right there, a couple of the guys that really pioneered. Josh Freeberg, who pushed this sport into the Olympics. Ryan Sheckler, Jamie Foy, these guys are Zion's teammates, and it also just means so much because he's such a cool guy.
Well, this was the run that did it, that basically grabbed his dreams and made them a reality. Zion Wright with the 91.04.
Unbelievable run.
Brilliant.
Starting things off with that 540, and then it was just all making sure you get to the finish line. And for Zion Wright, the way that he's been skating in practice, the way that he's been carrying himself around the competition, I knew that he could potentially take this thing home early this week just by his attitude alone. When you have Eye of the Tiger, when you just are feeling it in your bones, no one's going to take it from you.
We saw a glimpse of it in the semifinals, and we knew something new was up with Zion Wright. And as he's showing us right here, speed, power, creativity, pure artistry in what he's doing on his board, high-tech tricks, flying out of the park. I mean, everything was there. That was the trick that sealed the deal at the 40-second mark. A true dream trick that put Zion Wright in the spot he's in right now. Ticket punch to Tokyo.
I'm a little choked up because I know what's going to happen. You know,
we've seen it.
It's so insane, the ride that Zion is about to go on, and you couldn't ask for a better person to represent skateboarding at the Olympics.
Zion Wright has just made history here at Dew Tour Des Moines, dropping the wildest, highest scoring run we've seen all week long. Men's park final just blew our minds. Team America might be set for the upcoming Olympic Games. Well, Dew Tour provided the spectacular show we all wanted. And Zion Wright takes the win. We will have an award ceremony and everything else you want to see coming up very soon. We're going to take a quick break. Right back.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Toyota. Let's go places.
And one more time, let's hear it for your third place finisher,
Young Gavo, Gavin Botker.
Oh, what an insane day of competition as we look at the awards. This kid, the 14-year-old, has made a huge impression on a lot of people today.
Absolutely. You know, skating above and beyond his years, a huge future in front of Gavin Botker. Do not forget that name. This kid is going to take on the world. He's already done it. I mean, look at the field that he beat to get that podium position. Oscar Rosenberg representing Sweden.
Now, something that you need to take into consideration. Yeah, he's, you know, currently not a lock, but it's a long time before the Olympics. Skateboarding is a sport where you push your body as well as progression in the sport.
You never know.
You want to be on deck, man. You want to be on deck in those points.
And we just witnessed history in the making coming from the bottom of the depth chart. Team USA, Zion Wright.
This kid coming out of Florida was having the best time out there all week long. Absolutely destroyed this course.
We told him at the beginning of the week, you win it and you're in it. And he said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and win it. He did that, a convincing victory. We're only skated to crack the 90s. Zion Wright, your champion, Dew Tour Des Moines.
Insane skateboarding. You want to talk about just really pushing the level and rising to the occasion when you really need to bring it. Zion just epitomized that this week.
I could see him wearing a gold medal well. That would look good on him.
It would look good on skateboarding. I can tell you that much right now. Because, you know, whether or not the ethos of skateboarding belongs in the Olympics, end of the day, rolling on 4 wheels with a piece of wood does not change. Zion Wright being a ripper does not change. But I can't think of anyone better to represent the sport than him going into Park.
I'm with you. And events like Dew Tour Des Moines, the course of the Olympics, is to grow and progress the sport of skateboarding, to make sure that in every corner of the planet, if you want to skateboard, if you've never seen skateboarding, you're about to see it. And hopefully, you know, these wooden wheels, as you say, will make their way around the world, and every corner of the earth will have a skateboarder present. And what a victory. I mean, an emotional win in so many ways.
My voice is just charred right now.
That's fine.
Insane day. So much went down.
Well, we knew with this brand new park being built right here in Des Moines, you were about to witness something special, and we got that and more. Incredible final. A 14-year-old who would not back down, Gavin Botker, got that 3rd place podium position, making a huge statement.
Yeah, and you know, at 14 years old, he's got a long time ahead of him. He seems like a veteran in this game, but he has got a lot of time ahead of him as well. And then we saw Oski, but it was all about this, the opener for the final run for Zion Wright. The backside 540 landing, fakie, rotating up, and that was just the beginning. Great run. Combos were all over the place. You see the alley frontside air there. The heel flip Indy was the exclamation point on an incredible run. Zion Wright, ladies and gentlemen, he is here, and America and the rest of the world is going to feel his presence soon.
Zion Wright gets it done. He is your Dew Tour Des Moines champion. He had just stamped his ticket to the Olympic Games. The Zion show was incredible, and the crowd got behind him from beginning to end. This place was going berserk.
It was insane. You want to talk about someone who feeds off the energy of a crowd. Zion Wright did just that, waiting till his final run to unleash the craziest moves, the 540, the kick out of the board for victory. He knew he had it. He knew he gave it everything he had and came home with the victory.
Your Dew Tour Des Moines Men's Park champion, Zion Wright, taking the title in a huge way. We've got more skateboarding to come. You're watching Dew Tour Des Moines. So far, an incredible event with so much more action. Right back.
So the question is that, we saw how snowboarding had some challenges, going from snowboarding to the Olympics. What are your thoughts around skateboarding going into the Olympics?
I feel like we won't really have that problem as far as staying unique, because we have a group of amazing people who really try really hard to keep that unique factor, and they put a lot of time and an effort to keep that. So I feel like as far as going into it and after, it will still be solid, and that will be the unique thing that people will take away, is that it is very different. You're looking at a group of amazing people who really try hard to keep those factors into play, and they're doing a great job. So.
You look at the history of snowboarding and what happened, it's going to blow up both sides. Both sides of skateboarding are going to benefit off this. And, the sides who are competitive, that want to compete for Team USA, it's been a goal, it's been hung on their wall. They've written down on paper when they were 7 years old and put it on their wall. Those type of athletes are finally get to do something they've always dreamed of. And I know most pro snowboarders now, and I know that they love competing, and I also know they love street snowboarding, going out and filming projects. And at the same time, you look how accessible skateboarding is. You look how accessible is what we do. You can go out anywhere. You can skateboard in your kitchen. You can go to a skate park. You can cruise down the street. You can do it anywhere. And I feel like that's why skateboarding is just going to be put on such a pedestal going into this.
Yeah, I would agree with both of them for sure. We definitely have a team that's making sure the cultural side of skateboarding is going to stay the same, but I also just think it's skateboarding is such an individual thing that it's really up to the skater as to where they want to take it. If they want to go for the Olympics, then they can absolutely do that. If they just want to go and cruise and just have fun, then they can absolutely do that. I feel like the core of skateboarding is always going to be there, and it's kind of just like a tree. The root is always going to be there, and you could branch out to as far as you want to go to. And I feel like that's the beautiful thing about skateboarding.
Yeah, skateboarding is definitely one of those special things where it can mean different things to different people, and no one can take that away from you. So that's a great question. All right, one more question down here.
I don't know, it's going to be different going back into it because nobody skated a contest for a year and a half now.
My biggest thing was just pushing through that and just being like, all right, I want to train like there is going to be a contest. All skate parks were being closed and stuff. It was hard to stay motivated,
Skateboarding is such a adaptive kind of thing.
And especially with how COVID happened and gave us all a year to practice. We didn't see anybody for a year, and then everybody's just back and just skating better than ever.
The pressure's on, but at least for me, I just try to not to think about it.
I think it's a little intimidating and nerve-wracking.
Just tell myself I got it and just picture my line.
I think everyone's been working on stuff for a year now, so.
Everyone is just killing it.
It's honestly happened way more natural than I thought it was.
I think it's going to be fun having a contest again.
Coming in switch.
All the girls got so much better.
Figuring out a park is honestly the best session.
But the spur of the moments, that's what the contest is about.
Contest skating is all mental.
But sometimes you're just in the mood to do hard tricks, and sometimes you have to do it because you have to do it.
The worst thing that can make you not land your run is getting in your head too much.
They call your name and they say go, and you got to be ready to fire.
So in my day and age, contests weren't very important. It didn't really put you in a higher level of your professional career. As we fast forward till now, and it's very important that you do well in these functions. Now we see kids that they have coaches, they have physical therapists, they are training place well. Each generation picks up where the last one left off. So if we push this generation to the limits, then the next kids are watching these videos and these contests and going, okay, that's what a pro skater does. It's in human nature to continue to progress. They're just progressing faster and faster. You watch these contests and these kids are crazy, and it's inspiring. Progression is a very important part of any sport, especially skateboarding. To watch this continued progression of skateboarding, it only ensures the longevity of it, and I think that's a great thing too.
Yeah. Wipe out and get right back up. Get up. Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like 2 trucks. Come on. Hop on and do what you want. Yeah. True freedom, they need us to stunt. Backside 180s to front, yeah. And we know struggle like we know it's grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skated D.I.E., how we living? Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go hard or go harder. Yeah. That go far or go farther. Yeah. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll. Peace.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2021 Dew Tour from Des Moines, Iowa, and the new hub of Midwest skateboarding, thanks to the incredible Lauridsen Skate Park here on the bank of the Des Moines River. Right in the heart of downtown, we have 88,000 square feet of concrete perfection, and you are going to see 8 of the best skateboarders in the world here in the men's finals here in the Dew Tour. And there's a look at the Olympic qualification overview. There's going to be 20 athletes skating in the Olympics per discipline. Only 3 maximum per country, Andrew, but every continent will be represented. Here's the competition format for the street finals. As we mentioned, 8 of the best skaters in the world. We have the 2-5-4 format, meaning each skater gets 2 45-second runs, followed by 5 best trick attempts anywhere on the course. And the key here is that the 4 top scores from each skater count. It's a cumulative scoring system. In Skate Street today, this is a veteran's game.
Getting better at street skating. Putting together a run when you're younger, you're just kind of like, these are my tricks, I'm gonna do them all, and you don't really think about it. It's not as calculated. That's something that I started to enjoy more as I got older.
Kids nowadays, they look at Instagram, they look at this stuff, they only want to do those things because those are trendy now. They don't learn the basics, you know? Why have you skipped, you know?
When you're younger, I feel like you don't really know what the judges want to see. You're just like, I'm gonna do the best, hardest tricks, and they better know that that's sick.
There's a lot of training involved. Like, you really got to stay on top of your game, and that adds up.
I feel that's the OG stuff. You know, we've been around for so long, and we see it all.
For being a little bit of an older guy, I think the oldest guy. No, I'm not. Okay, good.
Paul, Manny, Shane, all those dudes have been in Dew Tour and every other contest for like 10 plus years, so they have it dialed to just like snap of a finger, they're ready to go.
It's a patience game. It requires a ton of patience to compete in these contests. The young kids don't get that yet, but it's definitely a pleasure watching them skate because they go for it, and I like that.
I'm older than Manny. I'm 36, yeah. I'm older, so I am the oldest.
Hey, I don't care how old Paul Rodriguez is. It's so great to have him around. He was here all weekend at the Dew Tour. It's great to see him. Look at this. The average age of skateboarders here in the street final, 27 years old. It's a veterans game out here this weekend. And we talk about youth being what it takes to be good at skateboarding, but in the competition environment like this, Andrew, you need to have experience.
I think a great example, Manny Santiago, 35 years old. He is our oldest competitor here in the finals, but qualified in first place last night.
Yeah, that has been sort of the story of the weekend. Manny Santiago just putting it down for the veterans, doing us proud. And we have an incredible field here today. Let's talk about the skaters you're going to be seeing in the final. Felipe Gustavo will be first in, followed by that man on your screen right there, Shane O'Neill. And it is always so good to see him in the final because we know his talent, right? We know he should be here every time. He doesn't always get here, though. Nerves and who knows what's going on in his head all the time. The talent's there. He's got to get there. He's here today. Here's the start list. Felipe Gustavo coming in first for Brazil, followed by Shane O'Neill out of Australia. And then the two Americans, Nigel Houston and Jamie Foy. And then Vincent Malou out of France, Yuto from Japan, another Frenchman, Aurelien Giraud, and Manny Santiago, the #1 qualifier out of the semifinals. Just put it down in such a huge way. Andrew, you remember that run in the semis?
That was some of the best skateboarding I've ever seen. It was hands down probably the best run I've ever seen in person.
So here we go. Finals about to begin. First skater in. He was the 8th place qualifier out of semifinals. Felipe Gustavo, ranked 21 in the world, but 5th in Brazil. He has a chance to stamp his ticket to Tokyo here if he does well enough.
Look at him coming in, really calm, really composed. We're talking about it. We've got a lot of veterans out there. They know exactly what needs to be done. Kickflip crooked grind, making his way at that little out hubba. Look at that nollie flip crooked grind. Now, we've seen him go nollie crook in some of the other runs. I love seeing him put it all out there on the first run.
Yeah, taking big chances, because we all know you want to put a run in the bag, doing really hard tricks.
Oh, no! Switchback tail. Unfortunately, getting away from him. The positive here is it's all about your top 4 scores. Whoa! Switch flip front tail. Down that hubba. That was incredible. If he can put that all together, I think we're going to see a huge score.
But finishing with a trick like that, how important is that, Andrew?
I think it definitely wasn't something the judges would be expecting. Here's another look. Nice frontside flip down the double set. Felipe, he knows how to put together a really good run. He doesn't necessarily put a ton of tricks in the run, but every trick is really calculated. Look at that, nollie flip crook. It's where we saw it go wrong, the switchback tail. Probably a weight distribution issue. Yeah, just landed maybe a little bit too much on the balls of his feet. Slide now, but man, switch flip tail slide.
It's all quality with Felipe Gustavo. He's not out here for 100 tricks. He's here to put down
the best
tricks.
Absolutely.
And that's what we want to see, and that's why everybody loves Felipe Gustavo. Scores in 7.30. That's a decent run score. The judges have been hypercritical about falls this weekend here. You don't want to give him an excuse to give you a low score. Shane O'Neill on deck. We all know what he's capable of. He's 31 years old. He has been looking incredible here this weekend.
Starting off that switch big spin. I like that switchback tail on the out ledge. Nollie front board. Shane is another one. He is so good at these contests. I got to spend a finals one time with him and just listen to him analyzing everything. He knows the game so much better than anybody else. Switch flip back tail attempt right there.
And you know, you can see that in the way he skates. It's so precise. It's so calculated, right?
Absolutely. All right, crook up, nollie flip, backside big spin in. Just timing it perfectly. Unable to get that switch flip back lip. But what we saw yesterday was the 2 45-second runs. No best tricks. Today, we're going to see all 5 of those attempts. You can win this contest with best tricks alone. All right, there's a look at that switch backside tail slide on the gap to hubba. Shane is a skater that has the potential to win it off of best tricks alone.
Absolutely, but he's always been strong in the run section too. And listen, he's usually trying such hard tricks in best trick that a lot of times he doesn't make 2 out of 5.
Absolutely. And really, it's, you know, you want to get that one good run because your run scores aren't going to be as high as maybe some of your best tricks, depending on what happens.
So he's looking for a 7.3 or better, Shane is. We'll see how that run does. Nigel Houston on deck, kind of just squeezing in through the semis. He's going to be in the Olympics regardless, but he wants to finish the Dew Tour in a strong position. And we didn't necessarily see that from him in the semis, but I'm confident we're going to get that from him today.
Honestly, just seeing the way he did that 3-trick combo right there, he is looking a lot more comfortable out here today. I mean, the pressure that Nyjah is dealing with, it's unbelievable. I mean, we had a whole year off for people to just talk about who's going to win the Olympics. Nyjah, Nyjah, Nyjah. That's got to get to you. Big spin front board down. After that kickflip back lip, he's looking really comfortable. We got 10 seconds left. Frontside nose blunt coming in at the big hubba. And look at that back 180 nose grind. Oh, the switch blunt getting away from it, but you know what? You can see the confidence in that smile.
Because that run was almost perfection. The way he was flowing through it, like you said, Andrew, it looked like he felt like he was in control of it.
And it seems so silly, but just in the way that he was landing his tricks. Last night we saw some tic-tacs out of him. I mean, you know, last night was a weird night. We dealt with the rain delay, everyone ended up coming back. But today, he is looking really solid.
So would that fall at the buzzer hurt his score at all, trying to catch that 7.3 from Felipe Gustavo, you think?
I think he's going to be able to outdo it right there. We'll see, but again, Nyjah, another guy who does really well in the run section because he almost can't help himself. He's so good. But best trick is where he really flourishes. Look at that, back 180 nose grind, so well balanced. And then letting it go, but
and I don't think that fakie nose blunt is going to hurt because it's not one of his key tricks. It's sort of just like finishing.
Man,
I'm not sure where the buzzer went.
That was really comfortable. When he's looking comfortable, when he's looking confident, he's almost impossible to beat.
Score is in. Nyjah Houston, first place, 8.21. So Jamie Foy on deck, ranked 5th in the U.S. currently. He has a different mission. He's trying to earn Olympic points. He has a chance to get there, but he needs to catch some people ahead of him.
Lonnie McCoy and Deshaun Jordan.
So Andrew, we've talked about how only 3 skaters per country can make it to the Olympics. So Jamie is on Mario McCoy's heels. That's the skater he's trying to catch.
Ooh, but looks like nerves are kind of getting to him right now. It's difficult, you know, when you come out there, really well done. It's difficult to come out there, especially after someone puts down a heavy run.
Yeah, and Jamie, not typically known as a contest skater because he's so good in the streets, but as you mentioned yesterday, Andrew, he came up in contests, so it's not
Oh, look at that. So, it's not going to be the run Jamie's going to want. I like that right there. He's like, next one. But he's got a really unique bag of tricks, and the judges love that when it comes time for best tricks.
Yeah, if you're gonna have signature moves, they might as well be tricks that no one else does, because you're gonna have an easier time gaining points from those than the tricks that the judges have seen a million times. So Nyjah Houston on top with an 8.21 after his first run. Jamie Foy probably not gonna be in that range. Felipe Gustavo's in second and Shane O'Neill in third. And Jamie's score is in 6.09. That's good enough for third, bumping Shane O'Neill down into 4th place. But we're going to see moves across this leaderboard throughout the finals until everybody has 4 scores on the board. It's just going to be moving around like crazy. On deck, the Frenchman, Vincent Milou, one of 2 French skaters here in the finals.
Vincent was working on an awesome run in the semis. I love that 360 flip up. Whoa, 180 switch stroke on the giant gap to do hubba.
He is a powerhouse skater. Stomping tricks down.
Nice kickflip front lip. Kickflip over the bump to bump. I love this format because although the riders are definitely trying to get those good scores in, it's just a lot more relaxing. Look at that, kickflip front tail. He's not going to put all the pressure on that next run. He still has a lot of opportunity to get in there.
It's almost like a rebate. Like, hey, you know, here's a way to make up for it. So as we talk about the format, skaters get 2 runs, 5 best trick attempts, but only 4 scores count. They could all come from best trick. It could be 3 best tricks in 1 run. It could be 2 best tricks and 2 runs. Just depends where your strong suits are and how you skate that day.
And it gives the skaters an opportunity to be a little more strategic. Look at that 180 switch crook, so well done.
But a couple
Super
key
fast
falls.
Flick.
Yeah.
And then this kickflip front tail. His foot went right to where it was supposed to be, but he caught it a little bit primo on the side of his board.
So that 5.82 is good enough for 4th place, bumping Shane O'Neill down into the 5th spot, and Yuto Horigome, number 2 in the world, behind Nigel Houston. His most fierce competitor, no question, on the course. He's number 1 in Japan. He's like a miracle boy.
Look at that, switch front tail to start things off. When Yuto puts together a good run, it is really good. And it's because he's got, again, a unique bag of tricks. 360 flip, 50-50, down the hubba. That's the kind of trick that would probably get you up in the 7s or 8s if this was a single trick.
Oh, and he keeps it going with the nollie backside 270 board. He's one of the...
Oh, man, look at that. Nollie 270 back lip. This is a really good run right here. We got 10 seconds left. All right, coming in nollie. Oh, and he puts it down. Nollie back 180, switch frontside 50-50 down the hubba. An incredible run from Yuto Horigome, and I think that's gonna outdo Nigel.
So you're saying it's not all about the veterans out here today, because Yuto, he's a young kid. He's got many, many years to go, and he skates like he's been around forever.
He is a young kid, but man, he broke into the scene and just was like, what's up, everybody? I'm here. He dropped an anvil on it. Look at that, 360 flip 50-50, perfectly locked in. This is one of those great unique tricks, the nollie 270 to board.
And so is this,
And then
right?
he follows it up, nollie 270, and see the way his shoulders stayed like that? He was able to roll out switch. The control, that run was all control.
Yeah, so Nigel Houston's currently on top with an 8.21. Yuto trying to bump up into that top spot. He's another one. We're gonna see him in Tokyo, but every skater wants to finish every contest strong here as they work their way towards it. Still the World Championship still to come in Rome next month.
Look
there
at that.
Go, 9.06. Good enough for first. No surprise there, really.
Well deserved. Well deserved. That was an amazing, amazing run. And it's great to see, hey, that's what it's going to take. Unique tricks, flipping your board onto the obstacles, and you can't fall.
Aurelien Giroux, ready to roll. Number 1 ranked French skater.
He's another guy that can absolutely put the heat on Nigel out there. Frontside nose blunt. The last year has been incredible to watch his overall growth, his confidence. Hard flip front board in the middle of his run, in the beginning of his run.
So impressive. It's unbelievable. And right, this is his run. And those are tricks that can get great scores in best trick.
We've got 10 seconds left. Coming in with a lot of speed. Kick flipping up. Oh, look at it. He puts down the gap to back nose blunt.
What?
A flawless run.
What a way to finish. Yeah, flawless run, finishing huge. All right, how does that stack up? Nigel, Yuto, these totally different tricks, different approach to the course.
We got the nose blunt down, the hard flip front board. Let's see what else we had in there. This gap to back nose blunt. I personally don't think that's going to be enough to outdo Yuto, specifically because Yuto had more originality in there. Aurelien had a couple like wow tricks, but then some more, we'll call them normal. For it's a relative term here, but a frontside nose blunt versus a 360 flip 50-50 down a hubba.
There you go. Good call. Second place, 8.62, Aurelien Giroux.
But that was a great run, and I can't wait to see what he brings, because that is not as deep as his bag goes.
Number 1 qualifier out of semifinals. The 8th skater Here to go before we go back to the top of the order. Manny Santiago, #1 ranked skater in Puerto Rico. I talked to him before this final, Andrew. He said he's here to win. He's going for the win. And the question is, can he do here in the final what he did in the semis? If he does, look out.
Well, starting off, we've seen a fall, so that's going to be a strike against him. Kickflip crook.
He can obviously make it up.
Again, I mean, the format here really opens up so nicely with those 4 best trick attempts. Oh, going for that varial heel, potentially back 5-0 that we saw in semifinals. Unable to do it, throws it up to the crowd. That's not the score that Manny's going to want, but he's got a lot of opportunity to make it up.
Had you ever seen Manny skate at the level that he did in semifinals before?
I feel like we saw it one time, and it was at another contest. He skated absolutely incredible. It was like the clouds parted, the seas. You were just like, what is this? It was like he was on fire, and last night blew my mind. It was literally the best run I think I've ever seen in my life. But he's got to do it again today because this is the finals.
If he would have done it in the finals, wow. But hey, that's what it took to get here also. It was a crazy semi. We saw a few people really struggle to make it in, such as Yuto and Nyjah. All right, those are your top 7 scores currently. See where Manny lands. 5.62, only good enough for 7th place.
Not a shocker, though. If he can put that run down, he's going to have opportunity to get up into that 9.
Right, and as we mentioned, the judges have not been kind to falls during any runs here this weekend.
All right, run #1 in the books. We're going to get back to the top of the order. Felipe Gustavo.
So this is the Dew Tour. This is the second last event where skaters can earn Olympic qualifying points on their way to Tokyo. So this is huge, and Felipe Gustavo is one of those skaters that has to do well here. He's chasing Carlos Ribeiro, and Carlos did not make it to this final. So this is where Felipe has a chance to take over some points and possibly grab that 3rd spot from Brazil.
I love the way he skates these contests. I said it in the last one, but I just really appreciate the way he comes in and he says, I'm going to make every single trick count. Nollie flip crook, puts it down again. You know, we got 20 seconds.
If he falls on any tricks, though, they count. They count bad against him because he does a limited amount, right?
Yes, absolutely. Every single one makes a huge difference. And honestly, Felipe's not really the hustle type the same way we see some of the other riders out there.
Right,
it's more calculated.
Well, we've seen a skater like Kelvin Hoffler fall and then hustle and make the rest of his run and do great. That's not what we typically see from Felipe. When he falls, yeah, it's a big strike against him. He usually kind of saves it for the next run.
But we can't, you know, okay, 2 runs, neither of them are going to be the score that he wants. You cannot count him out. He's got a super deep bag, really technical tricks that could still win him the contest.
Right.
So his first run is the highest score. This is where we kind of get into strategy. So you might see some of these skaters come out and do the same run to post the same score, depending on how it went.
Right. And Shane's probably going to go that route and just try to make every trick because he knows he's got a solid run that he can do, but he's got to do it. That was good.
Whoa.
Kind of a fall, but not quite. Didn't lose any speed or any of his rhythm. That's what he was going to do anyway. Pop out and drop out.
Big spin for a board to fakie. Coming in for the switch flip back lift. Unable to make it happen. So Shane is going to put pressure on Shane. And it's going to come down to those best trick attempts. Look at the way he can just pull that out. No problem.
So unfortunately, Shane O'Neill coming off again on his 2nd run here in the finals of the men's street here at the Dew Tour. Shane O'Neill currently in 8th. He's gonna get a score that's gonna move him way up the leaderboard, but that's only right now because he has 2 scores. But yeah, we typically see Shane do really well in the run section, but when he gets a little off, he's hard on himself, right? And he can
Absolutely.
Sort of fall apart sometimes. Now he's got to get it back together for best trick because we know he can win with 4 tricks like that.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, can't count him out. He's got the tricks to win this.
So Nyjah had a good, solid first run. This is his second run here in the finals. Do you expect him to do much different?
I think you might see a little bit of extra flair potentially mid or towards the end of the run, but he posted a really good score, and that's kind of where you want to be. Because again, it's about those top 4 scores.
So stick with what works.
Yes.
Add to it.
Big flip back lip. Big spin front board. Man, this is a different Nyjah than we saw last night. Front lip to fakie. Oh, half cap back, Smith back lady. He does step it up. I think that has the potential to get him into that 9 range.
Yeah, with a finish like that, talk about half cap backsmith 180. Are people doing that? You don't see that trick.
That is so hard. So, okay, half capping, finding the. We'll talk about it when we get there. Let's look at this switch tail. That was a great run. Going to the hubba twice in it. We saw him start with that front blunt, the big spin front board, and this shows that experience. All right, here's another look. So half cap, the precision on that one. So difficult, but getting into a backsmith, the weight distribution on a backsmith is really difficult anyway, and to be able to half cab in and then backside 180 out, that hubba is very steep. So a lot of tricks on that. You've seen skaters almost land and then kind of slide out. It's because it shoots you into the ground. It's pretty steep.
So Nyjah's first run score was an 8.21. This is going to get him a higher score than that.
Yuto had that 9.06. I'm curious if it's going to outdo the 9.06 from Yuto. I love seeing him put the foundation out there and then build on it.
Right, because now you know he can try to give us his best, and that's one of the greatest things to see in skateboarding. When he's fired up.
Yeah, seeing him come into the best trick with confidence, with some good scores on the board, he's going to go all in.
There it is, 9.10 on run number 2, and that is good enough for first place, Nyjah Houston.
So that outdoes Yuto's score, but Yuto's got more up his sleeve. Before we get there, though, Jamie Foy.
Jamie Foy coming in 6th place. His first run score with a 6.09, and again, he's chasing Mario McCoy in the Olympic points race.
And Deshaun Jordan.
We saw Yuto bump Deshaun out of the finals with his run last night in the semis. So Deshaun is standing by, watching.
We got 20 seconds left. Jamie's putting together a good run right there.
Yes.
Looks like he went for the 180 switch crook. Might have landed in tail slide, but he stayed on. He's got 10 seconds left. Oh, unable to put together that full run. He was so close. But that's gonna be probably an improvement on that first run. He fell a couple times on that first one.
He is having fun out here skating with the best in the world.
Oh man, look at that. That back foot looked like it fully came off and he wrangled it back in. That was amazing. I love seeing Jamie out here.
2018 Skater of the Year. You're not alone, Andrew.
Scores in 4.89. So Jamie right now in 3rd place with a 10.98 overall. Lots of room though between 1st and 3rd right now.
And that means Vincent Milou is in 7th place. First run score was a 5.82. He has work to do, but he can get it done.
Wow, that is such an awesome combo. The 360 flip up going super fast, then the 180 switch crook. Nice kickflip front lip. Solid kickflip. Vincent's got such a good flick. Oh, I love that. Wally backside lip slide. so close on the kickflip front tail.
All right, he's got to finish strong here. Does he have time? Yes.
Oh, and he puts that down.
The signature Vincent Milou pop shove at 50.
That one is so difficult. Pop shove it naturally takes you the opposite direction, so you have to go at the right angle to make that work. All right, 180 switch crook. Look at that, kickflip front lip. Falling up to a nice back lip. And then, oh man, the way he does that, it's just so controlled and so cool the way that he catches it and then puts it down.
So Nigel Houston up on top, Felipe Gustavo in second, Jamie Foy in third. That's who he's chasing. Score is in, 6.30 on run number 2 for Vincent. Good enough for second place.
We're gonna see a ton of moving around the leaderboard right now. But if you want to get up into that top 3, I think the scores are probably going to be in that 8 to 9 range.
All right, with 3 skaters left here in the run section of the men's street finals on the Dew Tour, Nigel Houston up on top. Yuta Horigome in 6th place, but he only has 1 score. He's going to get another one here. Let's see how he does it.
Oh, he comes in switch, and he loses his balance on the landing. Board getting away from him. One thing that's important, this course is huge, so he just ate a lot of time up right there trying to get his board.
Yeah, there's no question he's going to have a tough time making up that fall in this run. If anybody can do it, he can. Look at that. Look at how casual.
50-50, so easy. It looks like he hardly popped. Oh, he steps it up right there. Nollie 270 to nose slide. Oh, he makes the Nollie 270 back lip. He's got 5 seconds left. Is he going to be able to get it in right here? The answer, I don't think so.
He did.
The rule here is you have to pop your trick before the buzzer.
Wow.
That fall's going to cost him. That would have been an upgrade from his last run.
It's like you said, Andrew, though. He had to chase his board across the course. That ate up tons of time. It wasn't just the fall. It was what happened after.
And it's just such a bummer it happened right out of the gate. Look at that. Landing a little too far back. That was so incredible. And that right there, if he takes that somewhere else on the course, has the potential to really boost him up. I'm excited to see where the judges go on this.
Yuto's first run score was a 9.06. This run obviously not quite as good with the fall.
Ooh, but still a really good score, 8.61.
That is a huge score for that run with a fall. First place. You can't fault the judges because the tricks he did to make up for the fall were
so
just
hard.
Next level. 2 skaters still to go in the run section. Aurelien Giroux on deck. First run score was an 8.62.
That puts him in a good place to get himself up into that top 3. He put down that last run, and I think this is where we're going to see him step it up.
Needs a 9.06 to move into the lead. He can do that.
Oh, look at that right there. 360 flip up, and you see the 180 switch 50 down the hubba. Hard flip front board every try. That's so difficult because he's got to hard flip, get it up over the rail, and then put it down.
Now, do you think we're going to see any of these tricks repeated from skaters in the best trick?
I think you might see Aurelien repeat some tricks, but on different obstacles. Nice kick flip up. We got 5 seconds left. Oh, the back nose blunt getting away from him.
He was on a roll. That run was shaping up to be a huge score. Missing a major trick at the end of your run leaves the judges with that in mind. So doubtful he's going to be up in the range. He needs to jump into first, but still
a good score. So he started off with that nice 360 flip. This is where he switched it up. We saw that nose blunt on the first one, but 180 switch 50-50 down. So much control needed for that. The hard flip. Look at that, the nose. He has to pop that so high as to not hit the nose on the rail. feeble grind with a big pop out. And then it came down to this last trick. Backside nose blunt, unable to get the wheels above.
So he's trying to build on his 8.62. See what the judges think. They got a lot to work with, and they're doing math. 5.89, not a great score, but still good enough to move Aurelian into third place, bumping Vincent Malou down into fourth. So he's still sitting in a good spot. And
right.
Manny Santiago on deck, coming off of 5.62. He wants to stay on.
And this is a tough part. You know, Manny is, he's such a vibe skater. I know that may sound silly, but when the mood's right, when he's feeling good, he's got the good music, he really excels. And that first run might have put him in a position where mentally it could have taxed him a bit. Nollie flip crook getting away from him. 15 seconds left for Manny. This means that it's going to all come down to the best trick for Manny Santiago.
And hey, that might not be a problem at all. Manny can put down nines all day long. And one of his favorite things to skate, obviously, is a rail or a hubba. We've seen him on Clipper recently. And
he's got the unique tricks that are going to get him the scores, but he has to put it down.
So surprisingly, the #1 qualifier out of semis, finishing in 8th. And we're going to send it down to the transplant to Des Moines, Mike V, standing by with Chris Pastras.
Yeah, so Mike, I've been skating with you for decades now. What's it like to see skateboarding heading into the Olympics for you?
Well, I started skating in 1984. There were no skate parks, there were no Dew Tours, and there were no Olympics. But I dreamed all of that. And it's like a dream come true, man. And in some way, I feel like a proud father, you know?
Amazing, and we've seen you skate a few Dew Tours. What's it like to be a spectator this time around and watch the level?
Well, I'm still stressed as if I was competing, you know? I love it, man. I just love to see where skateboarding's gone, and I'm just always going to be a cheerleader.
Yes, and let's see, I guess, what would you like to skate the most if you were out here joining the skaters and skating this course?
Oh, I'd be smashing up that Toyota, man. You know me, come on, bro.
All right, well, Mike, we're honored you're hanging with us. Don't go anywhere. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Hey, thank you, Chris. And I don't want to say Mike V's a legend. That's so easy. He is a legend, but he pioneered half of what people do in street skating today. He went through all the phases. There was the street plant in the parking lot, no complies, and then on and on. He's a great transition skater. He could do it all. Mike V, happy to have you here at the Dew Tour. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Zitzer alongside Andrew Cannon. We just brought in Ryan Scheckler.
What's up, guys?
Thanks for joining us in the booth, Ryan.
Man, happy to be here. Happy to be involved.
Yeah. How does the game change here now, coming into best trick with these great skaters as things stand right now with Yuto up on top?
Yeah, man, I think best trick is another opportunity for these guys to kind of take a little bit of pressure off themselves, especially if they had 2 good runs. They know that they can throw out 2 scores, so they can actually really go for their hardest tricks right now. And best trick for me was always fun because that's when you can actually go for it.
Right, and with Yuto Horigome up on top and Nyjah in second, those are your top 2 skaters. They're going to be putting down big tricks. Do you have any idea what to expect trick-wise?
Trick-wise, I don't, man. I literally don't know what these guys have been practicing, but I do know that they're going to go back and forth, head-to-head the whole way through. And, you know, I look forward to, like, seeing Jamie Foy pull something out. And Manny Santiago, especially after his performance yesterday, like, I want to see these guys all go for it, and best trick is suited for that.
Yeah, and we've got the best seat in the house for it.
You got any early predictions?
Early predictions, man. I mean, it's always kind of safe to go with Nyjah, but it would be rad to watch Jamie Foy or Manny take it today.
All right, so Yuto Horigome up on top with a 17.67, followed by Nyjah Houston in second, 17.31. Just so close behind. And then Aurelian Giroux in third, 14.51. He's got a little bit more work to do. You see the clouds rolling in. Look at that.
That's the rain.
That's ominous.
Yep,
yeah,
they're doing it to us again right now.
It's so weird.
It's sunny and raining.
Oh, man, I just feel so deeply for all the skaters right now. You're in competition. I'm stoked we're through the runs.
Right.
But this is such a tough spot
Talk,
right now.
and so Ryan Sheckler, you've skated in a million contests. Yep. How hard is it to go from being in the mindset of ready to take your run, then have to not be in the mindset and prepare to do it again?
It's super hard, man, especially when you get the adrenaline ready and you're feeling good and you're ready to start putting down one of those 5, best tricks, and then all of a sudden there's a halt in the game, and you want to make sure that you stay warm, but you don't want to overexert yourself and try to stay calm, but like not too calm. It's a real fine line of like staying in the moment and staying present. So hopefully these guys, these guys are the top pros in the world, so they know what they're doing, and hopefully they pull it out.
Now,
hopefully this rain stops.
Yeah, I mean, it has happened so many times this week. The Dew crew out here has dried this course so many times. They've been working tirelessly. Big ups to them. But also to California skate parks for building this skate park. I mean, it's meant to dry super quick. I mean, I don't know what they put in the cement, but it works, because if the sun comes back out, we'll be skating soon. So don't go anywhere. But I'm curious about Manny Santiago right now in 8th. I wonder. So he obviously didn't do what he wanted to do in the runs. Can he take this time to regroup and focus on best trick, or is Manny going to be sitting around beating himself up over this and just kind of stewing?
I think you bring up a really good point. We've talked with Manny throughout the weekend, and he mentioned it last night during his interview. He said, hey, I took the last year to really focus on my skating, but also focus on myself, kind of get my mind right, stay present in the moment. And I think that's what we're going to see from him. I think he's been very mindful this year, and I really hope that he's able to put it together out there.
I think so too, and he's definitely been in the streets a lot and practicing, and from what I've seen, he hasn't been going to crazy spots, but getting his tricks really quickly because of that mindset. He is ready, he is focused, and he's well practiced right now, so I could see Manny throwing down 5 for 5 out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Super stoked to see him in the finals,
yeah,
in the way that he is, in such a big way. But this is going to be interesting right now. We've got Yuto in the top, Nyjah, Aurelian. I would say any of those 3 could win out here and could potentially take it home at the Olympics.
Absolutely.
Who outside that top 3 do you think might be in for, could upset the apple cart at the top 3? There's some big names down there.
I mean, Felipe Gustavo, for sure. Shane O'Neill, you can never count Shane O'Neill out. If he gets on point and puts down 5 of his best tricks, he will win the contest. But like I said, man, this whole stack of 8 people, these are the best dudes in the world, and they're going to show it.
It's going to be a great best trick contest coming up. 5 tries at it. If this rain goes away, there's the #1 ranked American, Nyjah Houston, putting it down, feeling good out here. He's in 2nd. So thanks, everybody, tuning in to the Dew Tour. We'll be back with Best Trick.
Man, like, skateboarding is just family. We get along so quick, it's crazy. It's so, you don't see that any other sport.
It's very diverse, it's worldwide, like every continent on this planet has skaters.
You can be from Brazil, Mexico, South America, Japan. You can be from anywhere all over the world and just come together as like one when you're skateboarding.
It's always protected that aspect of like diversity. There's never been any pressure to like force that on people, Everybody skates, every gender, every race.
Skateboarding has always fought for what's right, especially here in the US. Skateboarding has helped bring light to a lot of issues.
We share from the same passion. It doesn't matter if like you don't enjoy his style. Who cares? It can't go to those directions.
With the Olympics now, there's so much more equality and so much more going on for the women's side as well. There was just a few women skaters. Now there's a lot.
There's really not much requirements to skate. It's all personal preference, and I feel like that draws a lot of people in the world to just gravitate towards it.
Anyone who steps on a skateboard and actually goes and skates and tries to learn and realizes how hard and difficult and frustrating this thing is, you form this bond because it's like hardship.
It's crazy they get so many different races, so many different type of people together in one thing. That's the reason why I love skating, It's like, it's awesome.
So the question is that, we saw how snowboarding had some challenges, going from snowboarding to the Olympics. What are your thoughts around skateboarding going into the Olympics?
I feel like we won't really have that problem as far as staying unique, because I mean, we have a group of amazing people who like really try really hard to keep that unique factor, and they put a lot of time and an effort to like keep that. So I feel like as far as going into it and after, it will still be solid, and that will be the unique thing that people will take away, is that it is very different. You're looking at like a group of amazing people who really try hard to keep those factors into play, and I mean, they're doing a great job. So.
You look at the history of snowboarding and what happened, it's going to blow up both sides. Both sides of skateboarding are going to benefit off this. And, the sides who are competitive that want to compete for Team USA, it's been a goal, it's been hung on their wall. They've written down on paper when they were 7 years old and put it on their wall. Those type of athletes are finally get to do something they've always dreamed of. And I know most pro snowboarders now, and I know that they love competing, and I also know they love street snowboarding, going out and filming projects. And at the same time, you look how accessible skateboarding is. Like, you look how accessible is what we do. You can go out anywhere. You can skateboard in your kitchen. You can go to a skate park. You can cruise down the street. You can do it anywhere. And I feel like that's why skateboarding is just going to be put on such a pedestal going into this.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with both of them for sure. Like, we definitely have a team that's making sure, like, the cultural side of skateboarding is going to stay the same. But I also just think it's like skateboarding is such an individual thing that it's really up to the skater as to where they want to take it. Like, if they want to go for the Olympics, then they can absolutely do that. If they just want to go and cruise and just have fun, then they can absolutely do that. I feel like the core of skateboarding is always going to be there, and like it's kind of just like a tree. Like, the root is always going to be there, and you could branch out to as far as you want to go to. And I feel like that's the beautiful thing about skateboarding.
Yeah, skateboarding is definitely one of those special things where it can mean different things to different people, and no one can take that away from you. So that's a great question. All right, one more question down here.
Welcome to sunny Long Beach, California. This is the 2019 Dew Tour, fueled by Mountain Dew. In this street final, we have 8 of the world's best street skaters. Andrew, who are you looking forward to see?
I'm excited to see Nyjah out there and some of these new guns. We've got Sora Shirai from Japan. Very, very exciting skater, bringing some fresh tricks to the course.
It's a 2-5-4 finals format. Each skater gets 2 45-second runs, followed by 5 best trick attempts anywhere on the course, and 4 scores count from anywhere on the course. Gonna be a lot of big tricks going down. Sora Shirai takes the lead with the 8.66. Aurelian Girard
skates super fast, and he goes for everything. Oh, the hard flip over the bump, down the stairs. Look at him catching it with his legs. Nice.
The defending world champion.
Right here, Nyjah Houston.
He's just got to pop his tail before the buzzer.
There we
does
go.
it. Cavalier
front board.
We move on to the second run here in the men's street finals.
360 flip. Oh,
wow,
hard flip back
what
180.
a finish.
Now up in first place, Aurelian. You've been saying, it's high 8s, 9s to be in that winning position.
And we haven't seen a 9 yet. Sora Shirai.
Oh.
Okay. Do you think he gets a 9 here today, and how hard is it? There it is. He does get the 9, and Sora Shirai is in first place.
Nyjah Houston.
Oh, wow. Man. There you go, 8.9, first place, Nyjah Houston. This event is huge. There are your current standings. Aurelian Girard up on top, followed by Nyjah Houston, not far behind, and Felipe Gustavo on deck. Needs a 5.4 to move into the lead.
Look at that.
8.60 does it for Aurelian. France is up on top.
He's drastically ahead of the other competitors right now.
Nyjah Houston's looking for his 4th score. He's in 5th place. A 9.64 moves him into the lead.
Let's see where he goes. Sets the feet up. Looks like the nollie heel nose one again. Oh, and he doesn't do it.
He has 3 tries left. He's in first place, and he's just building.
Hard flip back 180, going the distance.
Aurelian Girard leading the charge, 8.7 for Matt Berger. He's in second.
Oh, he does it! Kickflip back tail, big spin. Berger, 9.23. Matt Berger in second place. Sora Shirai needs a 9.38. It's gonna have to be unlike anything we've seen. Oh man, here we go. Could that be it? Paul, and at 9, it is not going to be enough.
There is only one skater left in this final who could take that top spot away from Aurelian. And is the one skater you don't want to see nipping at your heels, Nyjah Houston.
Setting up for, what is it gonna be? The nollie heel back tail attempt, unable to make it, and that right there is going to seal the fate. Here we go, coming in switch at the bump to Can Hubba. There we go.
A 9.04 puts him on the podium.
9.04, that moves Felipe Gustavo up into third place. Matt Berger now bumped down into fourth. And then this.
Aurelian Girard, the 2019 Men's Street Dew Tour champion, bringing it home for France.
Super stoked to be here, and it's a dream came true, you know, it's like, I'm so stoked, you know.
Welcome back to Des Moines, Iowa, the Lauridsen Skate Park. by California skate parks. This thing is incredible. You're taking a look at the park course where earlier today we saw one of the craziest contests go down of all time. Ryan, I saw you down on the sideline when Zion Wright was taking that run.
Dude, baffling. It was absolutely insane, you know, and it came down to his 4th run, and he pulled out that 540 with 2 different grabs to start it off, and right from that moment, we kind of knew it was on. Hit it with another 540, and then he was just on. You could just feel it in his energy. You could see how hard he was skating. Everything was way over the coping. And he put it down, and he won.
It's so crazy, and he's one of the best street skaters out, and you don't even think of him necessarily as a transition skater, but look at him, he's today the best in the world.
The best in the world, bro. Absolutely insane, and for the last, you know, 4 or 5 months, he has been really focused on skating park like this, and there it is.
I love that double grab. It looks so sick.
That's his signature, man. And he only landed that once in practice, and I thought he was just goofing around. And then he pulls it out when it absolutely counts, absolutely matters, and put down the best run that he's probably ever put down in the bowl. And, yeah, man, first place.
And with that first place, he earned 60,000 Olympic qualifying points, and it's just enough to send him to Tokyo. He's going to be representing Team USA at the Olympics. Zion Wright, congratulations. I was seriously getting emotional watching.
Yeah, bro, I was getting the chills the whole time because I knew it was that serious. I knew that it was like pretty much win and go. And from him to come out in the open qualifier, come all the way to the finals, and then put it down, he had to skate twice as much as the dudes that were preceded, and he had the biggest upset for sure.
And so going into that final, it seemed to be a battle for that spot between Tom Schaar and Jagger Eaton. Zion was going to have to win to get that Olympic spot, and you know, of course he can win, but do we expect that? Not necessarily until you saw that run. It's like, that was the best moment of the weekend. The place went crazy. He blew the roof off.
Oh, by far, bro.
And we're outdoor.
By far.
Well, and when the conversation started when we got here, it was like, does Zion have a shot? And it was like, well, he has to win.
Yeah.
Like, legitimately, everyone's like, it's possible, but it's kind of a long shot.
Party in the deep end.
Yeah, you can never count him out. And Gavin, man. Little Gavin was ripping. Absolutely ripping. Held on to the pressure, and it's crazy because I was watching him, man, and he's 14 years old, bro. And in between his runs, he's in the back bowl. There's another bowl behind this one, and he was taking runs the whole time while everyone else was he skated the whole time, and it was crazy, man.
Style. You know what that reminds me
energy
of? A young Ryan Sheckler.
I was trying to put myself back when I was 14, and I was like, man, did I skate that much? But we did, you know, we did, and it's really cool to see Gavin and how cool he is and how much love he gets from everybody on the course, and he's got a bright future.
It's going to be crazy when he really sprouts because he's still pretty small. So when he like sprouts, because he skates like a man right now. He's got power. So to see that kind of materialize as he gets older, as he gets bigger, it's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, but it's still one of those things where it's really hard for a little kid to get speed. No matter what, you have short legs. He can do it, but if you lose your speed, well, then you're kind of rink-dinking around. When he's big and has actual power, it's going to be over.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a look at the street course, once again, built by California Skate Parks. And just a huge shout out to Des Moines for making this happen. This is the coolest spot. Look at the view. It's on the Des Moines River. And I want to shout out Subsect Skate Shop. They were hugely instrumental in working to get this park built, along with the city. And, I mean, it took years and money to make this happen, and here it is. Congratulations to Des Moines for supporting skateboarding at a great time. So let's talk about where we are right now in the men's street final. Some highlights of what happened in the run section.
This was Aurelian run number one. He had that nose blunt down the hubba, hard flip front lip, put down a solid run, got him a score of an 8.62. Nyjah Houston.
Sitting in second place, Nyjah, just ahead of Aurelian.
Two really solid runs. That half cap back Smith back 180 to cap off that second run. Really put him over the edge with a 9.10, the highest run score we've seen so far today. Yuto Horigome currently sitting in first place, 360 flip, 50-50 in both of his runs. This was from his first run right here. Got him the score of the 9.06. Nollie 270 back lip, taking it back to switch, showing you how much control he has.
Which makes that trick so much harder.
Let's talk about
not going all the way around.
Yeah, man.
Unreal.
Going into best trick with Yuto and Nyjah in the top 2 spots, almost tied at 17.67 for Yuto, 17.31 for Nyjah. What do you think we're going to see from them right out the gate with best tricks? Are we going to see something we already saw on a run, or they're going to break out something brand new? You have any predictions or ideas?
I think they'll break out something brand new. I think these guys are both going to come out trying to get 9s the whole time, and they're capable of that. You know, they have bags of tricks that are insane, and a lot of these tricks that they are going to pull out, we have not seen them practice yet. They have them that good where they're just going to drop it for this, keep everybody surprised.
Let's talk strategy. You got 5 attempts for guys like Yuto, for Nyjah. They've both got 2 good scores on the board. Do you just go for broke out of the gate and go, hey, I need to put 2 tricks down, I've got 5 tries, or do you put those 2 scores on the board and then build from there?
I think you kind of go off of the first trick. The first attempt right now, they see if they can get up to high 8, low 9, and if that works, then I think they have a little bit more freedom to actually really go for broke.
Yeah, I agree. You're not going to want to go for broke on trick number 1 and all of a sudden find yourself in a little bit of a rut. If you bail it again in the second try, then all of a sudden so much pressure is on. But these guys know better than anyone what to do.
Oh, yeah.
Do they have coaches? Like, does Yuto or Nyjah have anyone helping them on the sidelines? Do you know?
I'm not sure. It almost seems like it's the skaters, like the fellow skaters that are telling these dudes what tricks they should do and kind of looking out for them. But I'm actually not sure if they have.
And thankfully in skateboarding, you can trust your friends because there could be some sabotage happening. Like, yeah, hey, Nyjah, do this. That's going to get you the
Just
9.
do the front nose. That's all you need, I swear.
That's funny. So the skaters are back on the course. It's looking dry. They're getting practice in, warming back up for the best trick section. Each skater is going to get 5 best trick attempts. The run section is in the books. It has been an amazing weekend out here all the way around. We've been here all week, really. Des Moines is a great place. People are out supporting skateboarding. The Brazilians tore it up earlier today, as they do. That's no surprise. This was women's street final. Leticia Buffoni doing what she's famous for, coming out and ripping.
I would expect nothing less from her.
She did end up off the podium in 4th place on the bubble, but great skating. She killed it. Pamela Rosa, world champion.
Amazing. She really brought it out there today. We've seen it this weekend. She showed everyone, hey, I've got some new tricks. I've been working on it. Get ready.
Yeah, she didn't mess around, and she was on point.
Yeah, she seems to be on another level these days, man. It's going to be hard to beat her.
She's getting a lot of pressure from Haisa. But as we talked about, Haisa doesn't have that experience yet. And there's Rose Zwetsloot from the Netherlands.
Such a good skater. That nose grind down the hubba, so difficult. We talk about it. That thing is so steep.
So rad to see the progression in the female skateboarding.
Yeah, Haisa right here pushing that level. We saw that kickflip front board. Look at the way she hung on to that.
So rad.
It was amazing. Pamela, nice big gap to crook. Putting it down. It was an amazing contest.
All right.
Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in here to the men's final. We are back. We got the 2-5-4 format. The runs are over and out. We have 5 best tricks coming up. There's a look at the current standings here with Olympic points on the line. Yuto Horigome up on top with a 17.67, followed by Nyjah in second and Aurelian Giroux in third. That's your current podium, but with all these skaters geared up for dropping best tricks, that can change in a heartbeat, and we're gonna see that leaderboard change a lot until everyone has 4 scores on the board.
Yep.
So it's a cumulative process here. You want 4 great scores, you add them up, and that's your final score.
And once you've got 4 scores on the board, you start to drop the lowest score from there, adding on that difference. Felipe Gustavo coming in for attempt number 1.
Let's go, Felipe.
Oh, look at him going for broke. Nollie flip crook attempt.
Straight out of the gate, you know, and that's a 9, you know. That's a high score right out of the gate, so Felipe's got to turn it up.
What's that going to do to him right there from a pressure standpoint? You know Felipe, you've known him for a super long time.
He's going to try it again. I have a feeling he's going to try it again, put that one down, and then continue on.
So, Shane O'Neill on deck. Down in 7th place. He's got work to do here in Best Trick, but if anybody can get it done, it's Shane.
I'm interested to see what he brings. Switch big flip front board attempt.
They're going for it. They are not playing it safe in the least.
Remember when we talked about, like, yeah, you get that score on the board, that's the move. It's like, well, we're 2 in, and that's not what we're seeing.
I mean, but they're trying, you know. That seems to be the strategy, is to go for it. We got Nyjah coming up next.
Nyjah in 2nd place.
I love it. Look at that. He's so pumped right now.
He's so focused, bro. Always so focused.
Coming in fakie. Oh, wow. My God.
Wow.
That was unreal. How does that stack up right there, Ryan?
Cab back nose blunt. That just kind of sets the tone for this heat and what's going on. He's obviously saying, I'm not here to play around. I want this.
Okay, so 3 skaters in, nobody holding back. Cab back nose blunt down the hubba first try. Look at the way he locked into that.
Yeah.
Oh man, it scores in 9.25. Nyjah Houston now in the top spot.
Yep.
Look at that, 2 9s already.
And Nyjah's smiling, so everybody now is in big trouble.
Big trouble.
Jamie Foy's doing a little dancing, so he doesn't feel like he's in trouble.
He's getting fired up.
He's in 6th.
Oh, all right, so grapefruit grind right there.
Wow.
From Jamie Foy. That's a 180 over into a switch feeble. He took it out to switch.
Now, is that maybe a little bit easier? I wouldn't say easier, but
not for me.
Is that up in the 9 range, do you think? Or does that just depend on the judges?
I've never seen him do it, man. So for me, obviously, I would score that really high, and it was done perfectly.
But that is not a new one to competition.
7.90 for Jamie Foy on his first best trick attempt.
Not bad.
Moving him into 2nd place.
I think a very fair score. Stoked to see where Vincent goes with this. Oh, look at that. Kickflip front lip to fakie.
Perfect.
I'm going to call that one a safety for Vincent right there. He's playing more to that strategy you were talking about, Ryan.
Which, isn't that crazy that this type of trick, this gnarly of a trick, is a kind of go-to for these guys at the moment. It's unreal. The level of skateboarding right now is crazy.
So sitting in 5th, Vincent Malou. He's got a 12.12. Gonna want to move up. And he does with an 8.0. Great score. Setting himself up for these next tries. Yuto Horigome on deck.
I think this attempt right here is really going to set the tone for what's going to happen here in the finals. If he can put this down, it's going to be super important. Oh, and he does!
Wow.
Ryan.
Wow.
Nollie cab switchback tail.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Him and Nyjah aren't playing, bro. They're not playing. They're going to go back and forth this whole time, man.
Hey, I hate to say this now, but I'm taking back Nollie cab. It's a Nollie frontside 270.
Yep,
no
into that switchback tail.
Okay.
And taking it out to switch. We talked about it earlier on the Nollie 270 back lip. That right there is just a true showing of how much control. Keeping the shoulders.
I literally don't know how he stops his shoulders and winds it right back.
And then getting onto a round rail switch like that.
Yeah, perfectly.
8.96.
Yeah.
So not a 9 for that trick. It's okay. Aurelien Giroux on deck. He had a great first run score. He's got a little makeup to do from his second run, but he is good for it. Oh, that's what he likes to do, the hard flip.
So I'm really excited to see what happens right here because we haven't seen anything like that. We've seen the rails, we've seen him skate the hubbas, but we haven't seen a score on just going huge.
Nobody's really sent it yet, and that was a send.
That's a big send. Hard flip over the rail, off the bump.
Signature Aurelien, that is one of his key moves.
Take another look at that. Catching it with the front foot so well. Oh, that backhand did touch the ground, so scores in 7.71. Now, he might have gotten docked a little bit for putting that hand on the ground, but also the judges might be like,
We've seen that trick before. It's great. But it's not a 9 trick.
The fatty to flatty may not get the points.
All right, Manny Santiago, tons of work to do. Let's get it done here, Manny.
He's got to put something down to start things off. There we go.
That'll do it.
Oh, man, varial heel flip back 5-0. Now, what's interesting about that is we saw him do that at the end of both of his runs last night.
Yep.
So I'm excited to see where the score comes in.
But just because he's doing insanely difficult tricks in his run doesn't take anything away from that trick here, right? I mean, this is best trick. He did an incredible trick here.
Yeah,
Who can do that?
I don't think it does. And nobody's really doing that, man. That's a Manny special right there, and he did it perfectly. He should feel really good about that one.
Just the way that he landed in it with that balance on the back truck,
Yeah,
like
man.
hardly even tapping.
And the judges respond 9.01, good enough for 6th. So that's just the beginning of Manny's job. I mean, great start. There you go, Manny.
He has the potential to do it. He's got more up his sleeve, and I'm excited to see what he pulls out.
Especially knowing what that scored.
There's a look at the current standings. Men's street final here at the 2021 Dew Tour. Yuto Horigome up on top. Still, Nigel Houston in second. Felipe Gustavo back on course.
This is best trick number 2. You said it, Ryan. Nollie flip crook. What is he going to do?
Yeah, well, now it gets into kind of crunch time. I think he's going to be battling mentally of like, do I actually try that again, or do I just completely abandon it and try the next?
What would you do?
Yeah, what would you do? Me, I get stuck in my head. I'd probably try it again.
Stubborn.
Yeah, I would try it again.
You're like, I won't fall 3 times.
Yeah, at that point, maybe that's why I don't play the game very well.
Shane O'Neill coming in 8th place.
Every single trick now is essential for him if he wants to win.
So he's stuck in the same rut with Felipe Gustavo. That is such a tough spot to be. And some people deal with it better than others. Like you said, you could turn into a head case, Ryan.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's difficult about that right there, Felipe's got a 7.3 as his highest score, but Shane has a 5.57. That's a lot of ground to make up. He's going to need 3 unbelievable tricks. Nigel Houston on course for attempt number 2. Currently in 2nd place. Oh! Switch heel front tail down the hubba.
And he kind of caught it primo and just...
He put it down anyway.
Wow.
He is all business.
Yeah, Nigel's good, man. Really good.
Yeah. Maybe even great.
Yeah, I'll give him great.
So Nigel Houston's on a roll right now. Ryan, you've been in that same situation. You've been on a roll in your career. What's that like? What's that feel like?
That feels incredible. That's euphoria right there, for sure. Because he knows how big it is, and he knows how important it is to keep putting these 9s down. That's definitely a 9. It's got to be.
He does it, 9.14. Score is in. He's back at the top of the leaderboard, 35.7. Yuto's got some work to do.
So Jamie Foy on deck. He's in 5th place. Overall score of an 18.88. It's all about tricks right now.
Coming in fakie. Going for the fakie front crook.
Wind is picking up here in the tower, and you know it gets windy down on the course. How does that affect tricks?
I mean, if you're flipping your board, it absolutely affects it, for sure. And if it's really gusty, it might make you change your mind on your tricks, and maybe that's what happened with Foy right there.
All right, Vincent Milou coming off an 8 in his first try, sitting in 4th place. within striking distance of third, and his fellow Frenchman, Aurelien Giraud. 22.22 is the third place score. Oh! That trick looked good until the landing. What happened?
I think he just it almost looked like it over-rotated and caught him by surprise, but that trick is super hard. Pop shove it back 5-0. Just a really like unorthodox trick. You wouldn't really go for that. So it's really cool seeing him do that, and hopefully he gets that one.
Yuto in.
I'm nervous
trying to take the lead here, right?
Coming in switch. Whoa! Switch front 180 over the hubba, back 50-50 down. Nobody's doing that.
His tricks are crazy, man. That was insane. I'm such a fan of skateboarding. Like, I get blown away by these guys, you know, and I'm rooting them on too, but to watch it happen when it needs to happen, the consistency is insane. That was amazing. See how high he popped over the ledge, too.
You can see he's coming in at that angle. Oh,
it's 5-0.
That was 5-0. We saw that from the top angle, and we only gave him credit for the 50-50, but he got just the back truck on. That steps it up to a completely different level right there.
Yuto is waiting on his fourth score, coming off a 9.6 in the run section, an 8.61, and then an 8.96. Huge scores already. There's a look at the current standings.
Everyone is just waiting to see where the judges go.
The intensity on those faces.
Wow.
8.95. Judges being stingy with Yuto's scores. Those tricks are, what do you think, Ryan?
I mean, I had that at a 9 for sure. But, you know, this is why I'm stoked I'm not a judge and I just get to watch.
All right, so while we ponder that one, Aurelien in for his next attempt. Number 3.
Wow. Again, okay, hard flip front board. Does it matter that a hard flip was in run first trick and second trick?
I think the judges will take it into account. I mean, you have to kind of look at each trick individually. He didn't do it on the smaller rail and then beef it up and do it on the bigger one. So I think he's still going to get a solid amount of points. But honestly, if he keeps going down, you know, the hard flip road, I'm sure we'll see them docking him.
Yeah, I would agree. But still, it's like the way he does it is just incredible. And to commit to that, there's a lot that can go wrong real fast.
Look at how much above the rail he is.
You have to be with that trick. You got to get the nose out of the way.
Catching it so well.
7.89. And that leaves Aurelien in third place.
So here's kind of my takeaway so far. The judges are saying, show us something we haven't seen.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. We want to be surprised and delighted.
Manny, back on course.
Well, hopefully Manny will do that for him.
Setting up nollie. Ooh. Maybe nollie heel back 50-50. Wind being a factor right there, even just mentally.
Yeah.
That attempt was so crucial for Manny, though, since he didn't get good run scores. He needed to put down 4 great tricks in the best trick. So that was one of those tries. He has 1 good trick in the bag. He's got to make all next 3 to be in the running. He's going for the win. He said it before the contest. He's trying to win. He's not out here for second.
No, he's definitely trying to win. He's capable of doing it, so hopefully he can put it together.
And Nigel Houston sitting on a 35.70. Followed by Yuto Horigome with a 35.58. So still neck and neck for those two. Aurelien about 5 points behind with a 30.11.
Back to the top of the order. Felipe Gustavo coming in. Looks like he's switching it up. Changing his stance.
Oh, now what? So he switched it up.
I mean, look, let's not sugarcoat it. Now it's just a matter of how high up can he get, but he can't take it home.
No, but it's almost just like, how do you deal with that and where do you go from there? It's less about the points. Here, Shane's in, same situation. He's got to make this trick.
Shane unable to put it down right now.
Man, I think at this point, too, I've been in this exact situation before. Now it's for the fans. Now you know. It's like, okay, let's see how high up to the top 3 I can get, but it's for the fans now.
All right, Nigel Houston up on top in first place. Overall score, 35.7. Trying to drop an 8.21.
Whoa! Wow. Switch heel front 5?
On the hubba, man.
Hey, you can hear him too fast.
Anybody on this list you've seen the most change or improvement from Ryan over the last year where no one was out here competing?
Oh, definitely Foy. Definitely Foy, man.
Excited to see where he goes. Nice. Fakey front crook.
I just call that a fakey Foy these days because he
Right?
owns that trick, right?
Yep.
So he's just trying to stack points,
look at
set
that.
himself up to move up the leaderboard.
Getting a hug from his mom.
She's so rad. She is so supportive at every event. I mean, he did it perfectly.
Yeah.
That's a hard trick, man. He does it. Makes it look easy, but that's a hard trick.
7.33 is going to be the score for Jamie Foy on that one. And Vincent Milou is in, trying to bump up from 5th.
Oh, I thought that one was going down. Everything about it looked great. I want to see the replay.
I know. I wonder what happened there.
It almost looked like maybe he caught it just a little bit too much with the toes, and his body weight was off.
It's possible.
I don't think we're going to get a chance to see it again.
So Yuto trying to get rid of an 8.61.
Coming in for attempt number 3. Whoa! Is he going nollie late flip?
It kind of looked like it. Kind of looked like it.
That would
Can
have
you
been
imagine?
a new one
Well,
to see from Yuto.
Yeah,
I'm
right?
wondering, though, if he was going nollie late flip or if he was trying to go like nollie late flip onto the hubba.
Oh, I don't know. Kind of seemed like he was in the middle, but I'm
We'll
excited
see.
to see the next try. Aurelian back in.
Trying to get rid of a 5.89 and improve his situation here.
That is going to improve the situation. Situation improved.
Yep,
Okay.
Yep. That was amazing.
Yeah, that's going to drop that 5.89. No problem.
But
All
he's
right.
got about a 5-point differential to make up here with that trick.
Man.
Wow.
Look at that. The way he locked into that. Huge 360 flip.
Whew, perfect.
That is a really big gap, and that hubba is very tall.
Oh, that last truck just held on. That was awesome.
Aurelian trying to catch Nigel Houston and Yuto Horigome. 35.70 overall score.
Is that going to be a 9?
We'll leave that to the judges, huh?
Yes.
9.12.
Amazing.
Okay, so that helps the situation, but he's closer to Yuto, still in 3rd.
Manny Santiago, though, in a position he's got to put this down if he has a fighting chance. Oh! He switched it up. He went for the nollie flip crook. Unable to
see
put it
how
down.
windy it was, though, when he was rolling up. His shirt's going all over the place. It's definitely gusts of wind. That definitely comes into play when, for a second, you're thinking about just doing it, but then now you have to incorporate the wind, and it's just a lot of calculations.
You are watching the men's street finals of the 2021 Dew Tour. There's a look at the leaderboard with 3 best trick attempts in the bag. 2 best trick attempts still to come. Nigel Houston doing it for the USA right now, followed by Yuto Horigome out of Japan, and the Frenchman Aurelien Giraud rounding out the podium as it stands. It's been an amazing final so far. Nigel and Yuto doing what they came here for and battling to the bitter end. This is the best.
But it's not over. 2 more tries, and it always comes down to that last attempt.
Whew. Okay, top of the order. Felipe Gustavo back in. He's in 7th.
Oh, switch flip back 50-50.
And that'll give him some confidence, you know?
Yeah, he needed to make that.
He needed that one.
Because he's gonna end up with 4 scores if he can make his final trick, but he had not the best run scores, so still gonna have a tough time moving up the leaderboard, but still, this is an incredible trick. Switch.
And let's not forget, he's trying to catch Carlos Ribeiro because he wants to go to the Olympics himself. And he's coming here to get up the leaderboard.
That's good for an 8.31, so that helps.
Solid score. Solid score. Moves him up into 5th place. Shane O'Neill now on course for his 3rd attempt. Sorry, his 4th attempt at best trick.
That's just, it's a bummer. How much What do you do now? He's gonna go for it again, right?
Yeah, I think at this point it's more of a mind battle. Yeah. He has to get it done for himself. The score, it doesn't matter anymore.
All right, your leader, Nigel Houston, has a 35.70, trying to get rid of an 8.21.
We have quite a gust of wind right now. Look at him. He says, hey, smart competing, because if he pops his trick, it counts. If he doesn't pop his trick, they'll let him ride back up. But
that's a veteran move right there.
I was just gonna say, man, that is hard to stop too. That was impressive.
You see him, he is getting fired up before these tricks. It is windy though. Oh, cat back tail down the hubba.
He switched the whole trick up.
So one thing I'll say, this gap between competition, we're seeing tricks from Nigel that we would not have seen on a hubba.
Wait, what was he set up before? What was he set up for?
He was going to try switch heel 5-0.
Okay.
That's what he fell on.
Okay.
Wow. Here's another look. Popping it, getting all the way back around, sliding down blind side.
So we saw him do the cab back nose blunt for a 9+. Where does this land? A cab back tail?
I mean, I would assume it's a little under that one.
I'm going to go with that too.
8.41. Kind of a lot under, considering how difficult that trick is.
But higher than the 8.21, so it does bump his score up even just a little bit. Take another look at that right there. Wow.
Listen to the crowd feeling that. Listen to Nigel.
I love it. And you know what I love about Nigel out here? He has no qualms with being like, I am here to win.
For sure.
He is a competitor, and I love it.
Yeah, and that's why he's here.
He's getting it done.
100%. All right, let's go, Foy.
Setting up fakie again.
Oh, what?
Have we
ever seen that in a skate final?
No, that was amazing. I think he's shocked too.
Fakie
putting it down.
50-50 down the rail. Everything about that's so difficult. Timing to pop fakie for the fakie flip. Look at this. Locking in.
He's going off the energy from Zion from earlier, man.
All right.
Floridian energy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm calling that a 9.
He's trying to get rid of a 4-point. What's he trying to get rid of? He's trying to get rid of
6.09. No, a 4.89. He does with a 9.21.
9.21.
Well deserved. That was amazing.
And he
stays in loop. Coming in for his 4th attempt.
So Jamie Foy stayed in 4th place, but put himself in striking distance of Aurelien Giroux in 3rd place. Yuto back in. He's in 2nd.
Trying to drop the 8.61. Oh, 360 flip 5-0 attempt.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. So I wonder if the wind made him abandon the trick he was going to try before.
Yeah, tricks downstairs with wind. That's
Aurelien is in 3rd. Trying to drop a 7.71. He could do it right here.
What? 360 flip nose grind.
Unbelievable.
He stepped that up big time.
That was crazy.
So he's a little more than 2 points behind Yuto Horigome, who sits in 2nd place. And Nigel not far ahead of him in 1st. And that score is going to be huge. He's going to get rid of a 7.71 and replace it with what? We'll find out.
Aurelien does not care about the wind.
Unreal. Look at that. Didn't touch that back truck at all.
That was incredible.
Oh, you can see it on his face. He is stoked.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
9.72. That is one of the highest scores we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Now up in 3rd place. Ooh.
What that did is it put him a little more than 2/10 of a point behind Yuto. They're all virtually tied. Here comes Manny Santiago, but it is going to be a crazy 5th try.
Yeah, these last tries coming up are going to be super fun.
Okay. 5th and final tries coming up here in Men's Street at the 2021 Dew Tour. The skaters came out. They're giving us what we wanted to see. Nyjah Huston up on top with that 35.90. Yuto right behind with a 35.58. And there, Aurelien Giroux still 35.35. Look at that.
Tenths of points.
Tenths of points.
Unreal, man.
Man, this is no joke. Take another look at that 360 flip nose grind, caught perfectly with that front foot, put it down.
Precision.
9.72.
All right. Yeah, let's see it again. That was insane.
Just keep it replaying.
Yeah, that was amazing.
So we're about to head into our 5th and final attempt. What's really interesting, though, if you take a look at the low scores, Nyjah's got to drop an 8.41, Yuto an 8.61, and Aurelien 7.89.
That's light work for Aurelien. He could take this contest. Here we go. Felipe Gustavo back in.
There we go.
What a way to
Something down for the gang.
Yep.
Trying to build that score up. Here's another look. Coming in switch at the little gap to Hubba.
He can't catch Jamie Foy, but he can improve his score, and leaving on that note, that's the way to do it. That's skateboarding.
That was perfect.
7.43 for the switch flip front tail. That's going to be good enough for 5th place. Felipe Gustavo. Here comes Shane O'Neill. Let's get this, Shane. Let's do it.
Coming in at the rail, setting it up. Unable to put it down. That's going to do it for Shane O'Neill out here today.
So Nyjah Huston going for the win here. Jamie Foy is sitting down in 4th place. He's trying to get Olympic points. He's trying to go to Tokyo.
Yep.
Nyjah in 1st, but not safe.
Listen to this. Jamie Foy has moved in front of Mario McCoy and Jake Ghilardi in Olympic points.
No way, man.
Wow.
Congrats, Foy.
Imagine that. Here we go. Yuto on deck. Nyjah coming in.
Switch heel front 5, that 8.41, take a hike.
Okay, Nyjah's trying to drop that 8.41, increase his lead over Yuto and Aurelien. But as we said, Aurelien's in striking distance. Will he still be once this score comes in?
Oh, that was a big score.
He thrives off the pressure of the last try, man.
Here we go. Take a look at the way he set up. That back foot is just barely on the tail.
Beautiful, though, man.
Switch heeling in, so perfectly executed. Like you said, man, all the pressure, and he just feeds on it.
He loves it.
9.56 for Nyjah Huston.
Wow.
The score is set, 37.05. That's a lot of pressure on the rest of the field.
Really did increase that lead. 9.56. Jamie Foy coming in. Olympian.
Oh, and a kickflip front 50-50. Flipping onto round rails is so difficult, and he's doing it with ease.
Hey, I should note, we still have the Rome World Championships coming up, so this could all change again for Jamie Foy, Jake Ghilardi, Mario McCoy. Thank you, Jamie Foy.
Yeah, Jamie, thank you, bud.
Take another look at this off the bump kickflip, landing in that. How scary is it to flip into a round rail?
Into a circle? Yeah, no, it's crazy. And he's so comfortable with it. He locked in perfectly on the inside of his trucks. Just no problem. That's
6.84.
That's his comfort zone, which is crazy.
Yeah, that is a crazy comfort zone. Vincent Malou
is in 6th. He's trying to get a 4th score.
It is really windy right now.
Wow.
Bolts
pushing through the wind.
I'm excited to see where the judges go. Aurelien's gotten good scores on that obstacle today.
Yeah.
And it feels good to finish your last trick with the roll away and something you're proud of. And he's chasing Felipe Gustavo, who's in 5th place. 7 point some points behind. He could make that up.
Yeah,
but
because
now,
this is just his 4th score.
You know what? It's all about Yuto Horigome on deck. Sitting on a 35.58. Nyjah up on top with a 37.05. Jamie Foy has moved up into 4th place with that 6.84.
Vincent in 5th, getting an 8.87 on the kickflip tailslide. Yuto on course for his 5th and final attempt. Unable to do it. That means he is not going to be able to outdo Nyjah Houston.
And it's going to come down to this right here. Aurelien Giraud is on a 35.35, trying to get rid of a 7.89. It's going to require a massive score, but we've seen him do it. Can he do it again? Let's see.
And it does not happen. He goes for broke, unable to get the kickflip back nose blunt.
And that means Nyjah Houston has done it again. He is your 2021 Dew Tour champion. Congratulations, Nyjah Houston.
Congrats, big dog. Well deserved. Well deserved. Amazing. Wow. What a contest.
Manny Santiago, tongues out. He's having a good time doing this one for Puerto Rico.
And that is going to do it for the men's final.
Wow, what a final right there.
Let's go down to Pastris, who's with Nyjah.
Wow, so Nyjah, you're 5-time world champion. Describe what this win means to you here at Dew Tour.
Every win means a lot, especially this one coming back after COVID and everything, and just not skating contest for a while. It's a special one.
And you seem to change up your last best trick, your 4th best trick, excuse me. What was the strategy there, and what were the adjustments you made?
Just give myself some room with the points, you know, try to hold that #1 spot, keep a little less pressure on myself so I can make that last trick happen. I hadn't landed the switch hill 5.0 in practice at all. I've never done it on anything close to that big before, so I was just sending it.
And it seems like everyone's so happy and glad to be back together. It's a huge celebration of skateboarding. So any words to the crowds and fans and viewers out there rooting you on?
Oh, of course. Thank you, Iowa. You guys are awesome. Thank you for coming out. We're stoked to be back. Hopefully we have some more contests here soon. You guys got an awesome park here. Hell yeah.
Yes, and next stop, the Olympics coming up. What are you thinking with that?
Oh, man. Well, we got one more before the Olympics, and then, man, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be crazy, you know? It's a sick time for skateboarding. It's exciting. And, man, I can't wait to go out there and compete.
Enjoy being draped in that flag, my brother. Congrats. Nyjah Houston, your 2021 Dew Tour World Champion for Street.
He gave us what we wanted to see.
Never done it down something that big. Didn't land it in practice.
Sometimes during the contest, man, it's like you forget that you've never done it down something that big, and it just feels right, and you just go for it, man. And that's what Nyjah did today, and what he's been doing in contests for years, and
it paid off.
It pays off, bro, every time. The guy's incredible.
Yuto Horigome came to play from Japan. He didn't mess around either. Coming up a little bit short here in the final, but look at what he put down. Just trick after trick, and that's all Yuto. Nollie 270, switch, back tail. Switch tricks, nollie tricks, spinning every which way. And Jamie Foy came out and got the points he needed. Currently the 3rd ranked American in Olympic qualifying points. Fakie flip, fakie 50-50 down a handrail, flip, frontside 50-50. It's too much, I can't even say it.
Jamie skated great today, and I'm so excited to see what comes as we head into Rome and then hopefully the Olympics.
And the man of the day here at Men's Street, here at the Dew Tour, Nigel Houston. You've been watching the 2021 Dew Tour from Des Moines, Iowa, and what a weekend it has been. And what an incredible weekend it has been here. Andrew Cannon and Ryan Scheckler. There's your winner of Men's Street, Nigel Houston. He looked a little sketchy in the semifinals, barely squeezed into the finals, and then put it all together here in Des Moines. Congratulations goes out to him and our Women's Street champion, Pamela Rosa from Brazil. It's been a wild ride as we head towards Tokyo Olympics this summer. What do you think, Andrew? Anything stand out here this weekend in your mind?
I mean, the level of skating stood out, absolutely, but I just want to touch back on, Nyjah. Last night, kind of barely squeaking in there, and then coming out today looking refreshed, well-rested. We had a wild weekend with all the rain delays. I mean, we saw it here in the finals, but man, he came out today, he looked so good, and he put it down.
Ryan? Yeah, man, I'm just sitting over here just like trying to reflect on the whole weekend, and the skating that I saw, the intensity, the consistency, the tricks that these guys are actually doing now and they can just do at the drop of a hat. Skateboarding has just, it's blowing up. it's absolutely blowing up. Just in a year, too, of not competing and like to come back and this is what's going on. It's absolutely amazing, and just a huge congrats to everyone that put up with all the elements, you know, throughout the weekend and kept their mind right and put down insane tricks.
I agree. It's been great having you up in the booth, hearing your perspective on these things, Ryan. And we look forward to seeing you back out there competing with these guys.
Yes, sir.
Could it be soon?
Yes, sir. I sooner than you'll think, you know.
All right.
I'm almost healed, and I got maybe a month, maybe 2 left, and then I'm back on, so.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, man.
All right. Awards ceremony happening right now. Yuto Horigome taking home 2nd place for Japan. And of course, once again, Nigel Houston dropping the biggest scores of the weekend. His low score was a 9.1, guys.
It's crazy.
That's what he was trying to get rid of.
That's crazy.
I love the trophies made by the gang over at Blunt Steel. Super cool.
What a moment as we lead towards Tokyo this summer. Pressure.
I am curious if that's going to be our podium at the Olympics.
It very well could be. It wouldn't be a surprise.
Maybe a little shuffle of it, but that is 3 of the best contest skateboarders on the planet.
Yep. If Nigel has anything to say about it, there will be no shuffling for that #1
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah,
He's like, you
that's
two
true.
can shuffle around. Japan and France.
You guys do your
move
thing.
over.
I'm staying right here in the top spot.
What a contest.
All right, taking another look at some of what went down here in Des Moines. What a crazy weekend it has been. Aurelien Giraud putting it down for France, walking away with 3rd place.
Just putting it down, man.
Great skateboarding. Put it down when it mattered. And really just showing everyone, hey, I'm a force.
Absolute force. And
Yuto showing people he's a force.
Consistent with hard tricks.
And I do think that the wind had the potential to maybe throw him off a little bit today, but we've still got Rome ahead and then the Olympics.
Yep.
An amazing performance from Yuto Horigome, bringing in some new tricks.
And then Nigel just doing what Nigel does.
Oh, all day, putting up scores. 8.21, 9.1, 9.25, 9.14.
It's crazy, man.
Nines.
That's crazy.
So that is going to do it for us here in Des Moines, Iowa. It has been an absolutely amazing weekend of skateboarding. I want to thank Andrew Cannon and Ryan Scheckler for joining me here in the booth, and Chris Pastras holding it down on sideline. And congratulations to our winners. Men's street champion right there, Nigel Houston. Women's street winner, Pamela Rosa. Thanks for watching us from all over the world at the Dew Tour.